Hello everyone and welcome to my HTML and CSS course. In this video we're going to be building out at least 11 projects using HTML, CSS and JavaScript, and of course we're going to be learning the basics. So we're going to start with the fundamentals of HTML and CSS and JavaScript, and then we're going to use that knowledge and we're going to apply it into building out each of these projects. Now these are designs that I made myself and I did not design them in any specific order. But for the purpose of the projects, we are going to build them in the following way. We're going to start with the profile card right here. And then we're going to go into the sign up form. And then we're going to build out the accordion. And then we're going to build out the model, these two projects. And then once we do that, then we're going to build out the restaurant website. And then we're going to come back and do the portfolio website at the beginning. And then once we do that, then we're going to build out our image gallery. And then we're going to go into our admin portal right here, and then the healthcare website, and then we're going to make a clone of the Google homepage. And then finally we're going to top it up with a technology website. And then if I'm feeling up to it, then I'm going to add one more project at the end, which is a product page. The reason why I've chosen to do it like that is because these projects offer a different type of challenge, and I decided to do the ones that have vanilla HTML first before adding it more bits of complexity to each one of them. So we're going to start from the bottom up by building small projects, and then we're going to go upwards to build out more complex projects, and then we're going to learn how to integrate all those web components, and we're going to have this at the end of it all. So as we begin, there are a number of things that we're going to need. The first one is a code editor, which in this case my preferred choice is Visual Studio Code, but you can use any other which you prefer, such as Atom or even Notepad. If you want to use Visual Studio Code, you can click this link, which is going to be in the description, and you can go ahead and download it for your specific operating system. The reason why I prefer Visual Studio Code is because it has some pre-installed features which are very nice, such as Emmet, which we are going to talk about when we begin looking at our code. The second thing we're going to need is Git, which we're going to be using to push changes to our remote repository. So you can go ahead and download Git as well. You can just Google it, or you can go into this link. So it's called https://git-scm.org, and then you can download Git and install it on your system. And then the third thing you're going to need is a GitHub account, because all the code that we're going to be writing in this course is going to be committed to GitHub. So those are all the requirements that we're going to need. So I should mention that as I'm recording this video, I've not built any of these projects, because I wanted that if I should encounter any challenge, then I can show you the workflow or the steps that I follow in order to fix that challenge. And also it adds a bit of immersion and vulnerability, which is not usually shown in most tutorials and courses. Okay, so as we begin, I have a new instance of Visual Studio Code opened up, which is this window that you're seeing right here. And I'm going to use Ctrl and J to open up my integrated terminal. And then I'm going to CD into my desktop. And in my desktop, I'm going to make a new directory, a new folder. So make directory, and I'm going to call this HTML CSS YT, like so. And then I'm going to CD into this folder, so HTML CSS YT. And then I'm going to open up another instance of Visual Studio Code by saying code dot. Okay, so as this opens up, you can see that we have a blank slate, and we are now operating inside the folder called HTML CSS YT. And if I open up my terminal once again, then you'll see that my terminal now resides in the folder called HTML CSS YT. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is I want to show you the extensions that we're going to be using, as well as the settings that I'm running in Visual Studio Code. So if you go into this icon right here, this is your extensions icon in Visual Studio Code. And the first extension we're going to be using is auto rename tag. And this just helps us to rename corresponding tags without having to go into the bottom one, especially when you have very huge code blocks. We are not going to be using this because we're not dealing with React, and we don't really need this one. And the next one we're going to be using is indent rainbow, which just shows us specific blocks of code that we are working in, and I'm going to demonstrate it. The next one I'm going to use is live server, which will launch a local development server for us, which supports hot reloading, which means that every time that we make a change in our code editor, then it's going to automatically display in our browser without us having to manually reload it. And then we're going to use Prettier, which is going to be our code formatter, just to beautify our code. Okay, so let me give you a demonstration of all these extensions that we're going to be using, and then we can take a look at our settings. So I'm going to go back inside here, and I'm inside this folder called HTML CSS YT. I'm going to create a new file by just double clicking in this workspace, or you can go ahead and click this icon right here, which is going to create a new file. And I'm going to say create a new file called index.html. And inside here, I'm just going to have a boilerplate using an extension that I mentioned before called emmet, by just saying exclamation and enter. So because of emmet, it generates this boilerplate for us. And now I just want to demonstrate the extensions that we're going to be using. So the first one is called auto rename tag. So let's say I have an element called a section inside here, which contains an article and an h1, a heading one that says hello world. If we were to imagine that this section would have multiple articles, right? If we were to have multiple articles, then scrolling all the way to the bottom just to change this tag would be a bit hectic, or scrolling back to the top would be hectic, right? So because of auto rename tag, if I want to change this tag to say a div, what I can do is just go inside this tag and then just backspace and change it into a div. And what you'll notice is that if I scroll to the bottom, then the bottom tag is now a div. So that is very convenient in situations such as huge code blocks like this. The second extension that we're going to talk about is the indent rainbow. So I'm going to give you a similar demonstration where I'm going to have a main tag, and then inside this main tag, I'm going to have a section. And then inside this section, I'm going to have an article with a heading one that says hello world. And then I'm just going to copy this article about 2 more times. So 1, 2. And then I'm going to go outside of this article and I'm going to create a div here. And I'm going to create another section here with a div with an h2 that says something here. And then I can copy this down, and then I can change this into a paragraph. Now, usually what you will encounter in large code blocks is that you are going to have a lot of indentation, and we're going to encounter something similar when we're building out our projects. So in order to make sure that you're actually dealing in the correct section, because as you can see, this second section inside here is nested within the first one. So in order to avoid mistakes, then I have the extension called indent rainbow, which just shows me that if I'm dealing in this section, then this section goes all the way up to the bottom right here. I can just follow this line. And it's very similar if you want to deal with the main section, you can just follow this line up to the bottom. The third extension that we're going to look at is Prettier, which is going to be our code formatter. So once again, if we had a section inside here with an article and a paragraph with some random text, so lorem 50, and lorem 50 is a command from emmet, so you can generate random text by saying lorem and then placing a number that you want. I think the maximum will be 500, and it just generates 500 random words for you, as you can see. So let's say lorem 20, and then inside here, let's say that you're going to have a button that is nested probably inside here. So button says learn more, and then outside of this article, probably at the beginning, you're going to have another article with an h2 that says this is my house, and then below this you can have another paragraph that says about lorem 50. Now you can see that when reading this, it becomes a bit hard, right? So what Prettier will do is that it's going to remove all this white space at the beginning, or all the unnecessary white space, and then it's going to check for the children inside elements, and then it's going to push them inwards so that they are correctly indented. So I have format on save set to true. So if I click on Ctrl and S to save it, then see what happens. It just cleans up everything such that now everything just goes like a drop down, like a waterfall, such that now it's easier to read and even to debug. And then finally, we have live server, which launches a local development server for us. So once you have live server installed, you can click right here, which on this button that says go live. Or you can go into your workspace and right click and say open with live server, or you can use the command Alt L and Alt O to open up live server, or you can go into your folder structure right here, right click and say open with live server. So you can choose the one that is convenient for you, and you can see that it's going to open up your local server on localhost 5500 right here /index.html. Now something that I should mention is that the naming of this file is not by mistake. So every website must have an index.html file because that is going to be the entry point for your website. And usually it's going to be the home page. So always make sure that you have an index.html file in your workspace. And now to demonstrate how live server works, then I'm just going to remove this article. So just delete it. And then when I save it, notice that this article still exists, right? But when I save it, then it's going to be removed and we only have this. So that is the purpose of live server. It's going to launch a local server with hot reloading. So now we can take a look at the settings that I'm running in my code editor by saying Control and comma, and then clicking on this icon right here, which is the settings.json file. So the first thing that I have is editor.font size set to 16 pixels just to make it bigger and easier to view. And then I have a font family of Menlo, which is this font family that is here. And editor.tab size is set to 2, such that when I click on the tab key, it's going to create 2 spaces for me. And then I have editor.wordwrap set to on, which means that when I reach the end of this line, then it's going to automatically go into the next line instead of overflowing. And then I also have format on save set to true, which means that every single time that I save a file inside here, then it's going to format it using the formatter that I have, which in this case is Prettier right here. So the default formatter is set to Prettier. And then I've customized Prettier a bit by saying prettier.semi set to false, which means that for JavaScript, I'm not going to be using semicolons. That's just a preference of mine. And then Visual Studio Code also has bracket pair colorization by default. As you can see, it is enabled by default. And we're going to look into this when we get into CSS and JavaScript. And then the window.zoom level is set to 2. So I've just zoomed in a bit to make it easier to see. And then I've set my default terminal to command prompt because by default it is PowerShell and I do not like Windows PowerShell. Okay, so once we have that, then we're ready to begin. And I'm going to begin by closing this and closing this as well. And then because we already have an index.html file, then I'm just going to use Control and B, which is going to toggle my sidebar. And then I'm going to remove all of this, and then we can begin by creating an HTML template by ourselves. Okay, so every HTML document must have a few things, and the first being the document type declaration, the second being the HTML tag, the third being the head tag, and finally the fourth one being the body tag. And the body tag is what is rendered to the user. So if you want your user to see anything, then you have to put it inside the body tag. And the head tag is usually used for things like adding analytics to it, or adding metadata tags, or changing the title of a document and linking style sheets and JavaScript files. So using Emmet, if I say exclamation and enter or tab, then it is going to generate a default HTML5 doc type declaration for me, including the HTML tag, the head tag, and the body tag right here. And we're going to go through each of these lines and we're going to learn what each one of them does. So just to demonstrate a few things, if I want to render a big heading to a user, then I can render an H1 that says hello world. And if I save this, and live server is already opened up because we ran it in a previous video, then you'll see that we should see hello world on the screen right here. Now, if I want to render a paragraph that says lorem 20, for example, and below this paragraph, I would have a button that says learn more, then this is also going to be rendered on the screen. However, I want to show you something interesting, okay? So I'm going to grab these three, and using the Alt key, I'm going to press up, and I'm going to bring this inside the head tag. So what do you think is going to happen? So I'm going to save this, and then look at this. Nothing changes on the screen. However, if I go into my developer tools using right click and inspect, then you'll find that if I check the head tag inside here, you'll find that my H1 doesn't exist in the head tag, right? My H1 doesn't exist in the head tag, even though it is in the head tag right here. My paragraph does not exist, and my button does not exist in the head tag. But if I check the body tag, I have my H1, I have my paragraph, and I have my button. So that is what the browser is going to do, and that is how HTML is interpreted. So it is interpreted from the top to bottom, and elements that are designed to be UI elements, such as a heading and a paragraph and a button, if they are found in the head tag, then they're going to be interpreted as UI elements, and they're going to be pushed down into the body, which we have just seen a demonstration of right here. So I'm going to paste them back inside the body. So on line 1, we have the doc type declaration here, which is set to HTML because we're dealing with HTML. And here we're setting the language of the document to English. And then inside the head tag, we have a few meta tags, and meta stands for metadata. And metadata is data that represents information about other data. So meta set UTF-8 just tells the browser to use the UTF-8 character set, which contains most of the letters and characters and symbols in the entire world. And then meta HTTP equivalent X UI compatible content IEH tells the browser how to render the web page depending on the version of Internet Explorer that is being used. So in this case, we're using Microsoft Edge, but if you want to change this, you can set this to like 11 or 10 or 7 or a previous version of Internet Explorer that you want. This is usually good in terms of backwards compatibility. And then meta name viewport set to content width. This just makes sure that everything that is rendered is going to fit on the screen of the user. That's why you have the viewport, so it has to fit on the viewport of the user. And this is going to help tremendously when dealing with responsiveness, because if your website is not responsive, then users can't use it on mobile screens, and most people view things on mobile screens. And if they can't, then you might have failed somewhere. And then we have title here, which is the title of the document, which is shown on the address bar on top. So if I change this into my name, for example, then you'll see that the address bar is also going to change if I can spell my name. You can see right here, the title also changes. So that's basically it for the head tag, but I want to dive in a bit more because there are a few things that we can add inside the head tag, and I would like to show you some of them so that when you encounter them, you know how to deal with them. So the first thing that I want to show you is how to add comments in HTML and in Visual Studio Code. You can just say Control and / that adds a comment for you. So for example, if I wanted to comment this line out, then I just say Control and / and it comments it out. Okay, so the reason why I wanted to use comments is because we are going to be talking about meta tags, and then we're also going to be talking about open graph tags, and then we're also going to be talking about style sheets and script tags. Just so that I don't forget, this is what we're going to be doing next. So for the meta tags, we're going to add a bit more meta tags. So there are meta tags that exist, such as the meta name equals to author, and this just displays the author of the website, so you can have this to your name. And then we have another meta tag here, which is keywords, and you can have this into something like if you're a web developer, in this case, for example, you can have something like web developer or web design. You can add something like freelance, for example, if you're doing freelance, and so on and so forth. So anything that is related to whatever you're doing, you can place it inside the content keywords and separate it by commas. And this actually help web crawlers to know what your website is about. And then we have another meta tag here with the name of description, and you can set the content here to something like we can do something like web developer for hire. And then once we have that, we can have another meta tag. So meta name equals to theme color. I'm not sure that I showed this before. So meta name equals to theme color, and you can set the content of this into a hexadecimal value of a color such as white. The hex value is FFF. That is the color white. And this just changes the color of the address bar on mobile screens. It doesn't really work on desktop. As you can see, this doesn't change to the color of white. And these right here, so from the top up to here, are usually the most common meta tags that you're going to meet. So I want to show you some others called open graph tags, which are also part of the meta tags. And how open graph tags work is that they explain how to display your website on social media when someone shares them out. So if you want to add open graph tags, which are called OG tags, so open graph tags right here, then you're going to add a meta tag, but the attribute for this is no longer going to be name, it's going to be property. So meta property equals to OG, and then you can say something like OG title, and then the content, you can add the content here into something like my name right? So you can add something like my name or your name, for example. This is just an example, by the way. And before I forget, I've just realized something. The meta tag is a self-closing tag. So you can have it as / greater than or just greater than, and it's going to work the very same way. But because I'm using Prettier, it is always going to add the / greater than sign. And another element here, such as the title, has to have an opening tag and a closing tag. I just remembered to mention that before I forget it. So this OG title here is going to be the title of your website or your article if you want to share it out on social media. And then we can have another meta property here. So meta property, we can set this into OG description, and you can set the content here into a description of your article. So like something like a description of your article, like so. And then we can have another meta tag here. So meta property equals to OG URL, which is the URL that you want that specific shareable post to go to, right? So for example, if I want to share out an article on my website, then I want to link to that article, right? So you can set this into HTTPS into my website. And then we can have another meta property here. So meta property, set this into OG image, and this image is going to be the image that is going to be shown on that specific blog post. So you can link to any image that you want. And for example, if I link to a dummy image here, so inside my website, I can go into .app / if I have an image called profile.png, for example, then that is going to be the big image that is going to be shown on that specific post. And then you can have meta property. We can have another one here called OG type. And then you can have the content here. If I'm sharing an article, for example, I can have the content here as article, or if I'm sharing an entire website, then I can have the content here to be website. So it's pretty much dependent on what you're sharing. So for example, because we're building out a website here, then I want to share a website. But if you were to say create a blog post inside here, so create another HTML file called maybe blog post 1, for example, then I will want to share the content here to be article. Okay, so you have to be sensitive about that. And then we can have another meta tag here. So meta property equals to OG, we can say local, and the content here is going to be something like English_US English, for example. And just to mention something, I did not master all of this. I actually wrote them down on a piece of paper, as you can hear. So once you have that, then we have learned how to create meta tags. We have learned how we can add open graph tags. And now we can begin to learn about the structure of HTML. And like I said before, HTML is interpreted from the top to the bottom. So even if you are to have something on the bottom here, an H2 tag that says first title, then it's not going to appear the first title because this is going to be the first title, as you can see. But if I move this upwards on top of this, then it's going to be the first title. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this to the left, and then I'm going to place this to the right, so that we can begin building out a bit of HTML, and then we can talk about some of the rules of HTML. So HTML doesn't really have a lot of rules because it is a markup language, and we have talked about some of them. The first one being that when you open any tag, you must close it. So a good example here is the H2, which is the heading 2, the second biggest title, and the H1 here and the paragraph. So if I open them here, I always close them out. And if I open the button here, I also close them out. An exception to these are self-closing tags, such as the meta tag that we have right here. So we only have the opening element. We don't have the closing one. And another example of this would be the image tag. So the image tag is also a self-closing tag. As you can see, it has the opening tag, but it doesn't have the closing tag. And such examples are called self-closing tags because they do not require an end tag. The second rule that I want to mention is that every HTML document must have an H1 tag, because the H1 tag is what is going to display what the web page or the web app is about. So you must have this. And then the third thing that you should know is that you can only have one H1 tag per page. So if you have multiple pages, then you can have one h1 tag, only one single h1 tag on each page. So if I see lorem2 inside here, if I have multiple h1 tags, this is not a good idea, because for example, your website would not be indexed correctly by search engines, which means it just receives bad reviews and so on and so forth. However, you can have multiple h2 tags, you can have multiple of them, you can have multiple h3 tags and so on and so forth. Only the h1 tag is the exception. The third thing that I want to mention is that there is an element called main, which I demonstrated in the beginning when talking about the extensions. So the main tag is the same as the h1 tag. You can only have one main element per document. So if I were to say that all of this content is going to be inside my main section, if I were to save this, you can see that nothing is going to change on the screen. So if I try to add another main element here with an h3 that says lorem2, for example, if I save this, you'll see that lorem2 is still going to appear on the screen, because remember, HTML is a markup language. It is going to display on the screen what you tell it to display on the screen, but it is not going to show you that this is an error, because you cannot have multiple main elements inside one document. Okay, it's not a good idea, and just like the h1 tags, they are not going to be indexed correctly. So I think those are the rules that we need to know about now, and in case I do remember others, then I'm going to mention them as well. So next, let's talk about how we can add styles to our HTML document. So there are a number of ways that we can add styles to our HTML document. The first one is that we can use the style tag. The second one is that we can use inline styling. The third we can use is external styling. And the fourth we can use is a framework. And I'm going to show you a demonstration of how we can use all of them and the upsides and the downsides. So using the style tag, then you need to go inside the head section of your document, and you can add a style tag to this. And just to mention something, HTML elements usually have some form of margin and padding on the left and right if you have not reset any of your styles. As you can see right here, there is a margin here, there's a margin here and here and here and here as well. Now for other elements such as buttons and list items, they possess a default padding. As you can see, the text on this button is pushed just a bit inwards to the left and right and to the top and the bottom. So if I were to target all my elements on this document using the asterisk like so, and opening up my brackets, then I set the padding here to 0, what you'll notice is that the button is going to shrink just a bit. So if I save this, look at this button, it shrinks just a bit because it possesses some default padding. Now, if I reset the margin here to 0, what you'll notice is that all these elements are going to be shrunk towards the top left corner. So if I save this, and there we go, because it removes the default padding that is there. And then usually what you see is that a third line is going to be added here called box sizing, and set this to border box. And what this does basically is you can't really see its effect on the screen. However, when you're building things out, what this line here means is that set the margin to always be on the outside of elements and set the padding to be on the inside of elements. And what this means basically is that if I want to target this button, just to give you a demonstration, so this button right here called learn more, then I can target the button, and if I want to set a padding top on the button, so to increase the top padding on the button by say 0.625 rem, which is 10 pixels. So if I save this, look at this, then the button padding is increased by 10 pixels on the top, right? Which means that the padding is applied inside the button, but not outside. However, if I want this button to push away from this paragraph, then I'm going to set the margin on top to, let's say, 0.625 rem, and you'll notice that it's going to push away from the paragraph by 10 pixels right here. And we're going to talk about these units when we are dealing with CSS, so don't worry about it. So if I were to increase this margin to, let's say, 2 rem, then you'll notice the effect is much greater. So that is the purpose of this. It uses what is called the CSS box model, which basically means, once again, that always set margin to apply on the outside of elements, so outside the button the margin is applied, and then set the padding to apply on the inside of elements, So inside the button, then we apply a padding of 10 pixels or 0.625 rem. So this is one way that you can apply styles to your HTML document. And the downside of this is that if you have multiple pages which require the same styling, then you're going to have to do this very thing on every single page, which just becomes hectic. And the solution for this is to create an external style sheet, which we're going to talk about next. So to create an external style sheet, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my workspace inside here, and I'm going to create a style sheet inside here called index.css. Now the index.css is not like the index.html. You can call this style.css, you can call this app.css, or any other name you want. It doesn't really matter, unlike the index.html. What matters is that you reference it correctly inside here, and I'm going to show you how. So inside here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut out this. So just cut it out, and then I'm going to paste it inside here and save it. So inside our CSS, and remember that CSS files have an extension of .css, HTML files have an extension of .html, and JavaScript files have an extension of .js, which we're going to look at. So inside my index.html, if I save this, you'll notice that this is going to reset to what we had before, like so. So now what I want to do is I want to link this style sheet inside my index.html. So how are we going to do that? We're going to use what is called a link tag, which is also a self-closing tag. And this link tag, the rel for this is going to be style sheet, the rel attribute. So basically we are saying that we are linking a style sheet inside here, and the source for this, which is going to be href, is going to be index.css, because it is in the same folder as the index.html. Okay, so once I link this, then I'm going to save it, and what we should see is that the padding on the button should increase, and this text should be pushed towards the left, because that's what we have inside here. So I'm going to save this, and would you look at that? And just to show you that this is working, I'm going to go inside my button inside here and give this a background color of red, and you should see that the button becomes red. So our external style sheet is working. So the next thing that I'm going to do is, now that we have done external styling and the styling using the style tags, then we're going to talk about inline styling. So inline styling basically means adding styles inside of elements. So for example, if I go inside the body tag here, I can add an attribute on it called style, which basically means now we are dealing with CSS, and I can set this equal to and quotation marks, and I can set the background color of the body, so background color, and I can set the background color inside here to blue, for example. And if I save this, then we should see the color of blue on the body. And would you look at that? So that is inline styling. Now I want to show you a downside of inline styling, okay? And you know this blue is hurting my eyes, so let me change it into a hexadecimal value called hashtag 10B581, which is a light green. There we go. Now the downside of inline styling is that it has the highest specificity, so you can't really change it even in your index.css. So if I go inside my index.css and say, let me say that the body will have a background color of purple, and save it, then you'll see that nothing happens on the screen. But if I go back inside here and remove this, let me just cut it out and then save it, then you see now the body has a background color of purple applied to it. That is something in CSS called specificity, where inline styling has the highest specificity. So inline styles will always be applied over internal styling, which by the way, this is called internal styling. I forgot to mention, so internal styling. So inline styles will always be applied over external and internal styling. So that is something to remember. But there is a way that you can bypass this internal styling, and that is by using a CSS rule called important. So if I go into the background property here, so the background color, and right after the color of purple, I say exclamation important, then I save this, then the background color is going to turn to purple, because this is setting the specificity of this property inside the body to a higher level than the inline styling inside here. So let me save this, and this is what happens on the screen. So I don't usually like using this because this rule has the highest specificity of any CSS rule, and I only usually use it as a last resort. So that is just something that you should know about, just something that is worth mentioning. So that is external styling, and now let's talk about frameworks. So I'm sure you've heard of this. Frameworks include Bootstrap and Bulma and Tailwind CSS and so on and so forth. So for this particular example, I'm going to be using Tailwind CSS because that is the one that I am most conversant with. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside my index.css and comment everything out. Remember, to add comments, you just select the text that you want to comment out and say control and / like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into a website inside here called cdn.js. So cdn.js.com. And cdn.js is a content delivery website. So inside here, I can search for frameworks that I want. And in this case, I want to look for Tailwind CSS. So Tailwind CSS. And you can see that it gives me this link inside here. So I'm going to copy the link tag, okay? And because it is a link tag just like this, then I'm going to paste it inside my CSS. And this is what we're going to have. So this is the link to the Tailwind CSS file. Tongue twister. So now what is interesting about this is that frameworks usually come with a bit of default styling already applied to them. Now notice how, because I commented this out, then this styling inside here reset to the default styling. But if I go inside here, now that I have linked my Tailwind CSS file, then if I save this, then look at what happens even to the title. So I'm going to save this. Now look at that. Now everything inside here is reset to some default styling, which is applied because of the framework. So for example, if you're using Tailwind, then you can go inside here, you can remove this and set this to have a class of bg red-400. And look at that, it's going to change the background color to a Tailwind color of red 400. And then you can go inside the h2 inside here, give this a class of text-extra large, and it's going to increase the title for this, or maybe text-4 extra large, and it's going to increase the title, and so on and so forth. And that's just basically how you can link an external framework or an external style sheet really inside your head tag, and then you can begin using it. Okay, so that is going to be all about the styling, and next I want to talk about JavaScript. So to begin, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the Tailwind CSS link inside here, and then I'm going to remove this class, and then I'm going to remove this class as well. And then I'm going to go inside here, and then I'm just going to save this, which is going to reset all of this. And then in my index.css, I'm going to uncomment this so that the padding resets. And then probably I'm going to remove this, or I'm going to change this into hashtag F1, which is a very slight gray, barely visible. And now we can talk about how we add JavaScript to our index.html. So there are two ways that we can do this, and actually can remove this. So to add JavaScript, we can go inside the head tag, and inside the head tag, we can add our script tags inside here. And just like we did with the internal styling, we can do the same inside here. So in the script tags, we can do something like alert. You can send an alert inside here and say window has loaded. And if I save this, then you'll notice that as the window loads, then this alert is going to pop up that says window has loaded, because we are adding JavaScript inside our head tag. Now, the second way that you can do this is by cutting this out and going right before your closing body tag and pasting in your JavaScript. And this is going to work the very same way as it would inside the head tag. Now, this comes with a bit of advantages over having it inside the head tag. And the advantage is this: because HTML is interpreted from the top to the bottom, then it makes sure that the JavaScript file inside here, or the JavaScript inside here, is always going to be interpreted last. And the reason you want that is because interpreting a huge bundle of JavaScript takes up quite a bit of time and a lot of your bandwidth, and you don't want to leave your users hanging. So that's why you always want to load your UI first, and then the JavaScript can load in later. Now, there is a way to bypass that by having this in the head tag. So cutting it out in the head tag, and then you can add an attribute here called defer. And what defer does is that it tells the browser, look, load everything else first and then load the JavaScript. So basically defer loading this script inside here until everything else inside the body, inside the HTML has been loaded. And that is really going to work the same way. The difference isn't really noticeable here because, you know, it's a small file which is just rendering this, and then the JavaScript is only rendering this. So that's why the difference isn't really noticeable. But on larger, on bigger web pages, then the difference is going to be noticeable. Now, of course, the disadvantage for this is that if you have multiple web pages that are depending on this script inside here, then you are going to have to add the script to every single web page. And the solution for this, therefore, is to create a separate file for JavaScript. And in this case, I'm going to create it as index.js just because I like the word index. So I'm going to cut this out. So I'm going to cut this out. And then inside my index.js, I'm going to paste it in. And then I'm going to go inside my index.html and save this. And you'll notice that when I save this and reload, we no longer have the alert, even though the alert is here. Now, the reason for that is because we need to link the source of our script file inside here by adding an attribute called source. So src equals to index.js. And now when I save this, then we're going to have the alert popping up because we are now linking our index.js file. But like I said, I usually don't like doing it like this. I like having my JavaScript at the bottom. And then I can remove this defer attribute. And it works the same way. So that is an easy way that you can add JavaScript inside here, and so on and so forth. And we're going to be looking at JavaScript later on. But for now, we can go back into our index.html and then we can begin doing some fun things. So the first fun thing that I want to do inside here is, you know what, I'm just going to remove everything inside here. And then I'm going to return a section with a class of container. And remember, because I'm using emmet, that I can use such a shorthand property which creates a section with a class of container. So section.container, like so, as you can see, section with a class of container. And then if I want to add an ID attribute, for example, then I can say section with a class of container and hashtag container. So this is going to create a section with a class of container and an ID of container, like so, using emmet. And if I wanted to add an h1 inside this section, then I can use the greater than symbol and say h1. And then if I want the h1 to have some text, then I can use my curly brackets, and then I can say this is the biggest title. And then when I click on tab or enter, then it creates a section with a class of container, with an ID of container, with an h1 that says this is the biggest title. And when I save this, then we're going to have this on the screen. Now, talking about titles, HTML has 6 titles. So they are numbered h1 to h6. So the second biggest title is going to be h2. The third biggest title is going to be h3, and so on and so forth. So h4, h5, and h6. And just to show you how they work, if I have some dummy text inside here called lorem2, and then I can just paste this in inside here, and I save this, notice how they just go from the top to the bottom. So the biggest title, the second, third, fourth, fifth, and the sixth biggest title being the h6 on the bottom. So you usually want to know how this works so that you can interpret how you're going to be using them on your website or on your web app. Now, that being said, I'm going to remove all of this, and then inside here I'm going to have a paragraph that says lorem 20 or 20, not 220. And then below this, I'm going to have a button with a class of btn that says learn more. Okay, so when I save this, then this is what we're going to have on the screen. And of course, this styling applies because of this styling inside here. So let me remove this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all of this and place it inside an article, like so. And then I'm going to create another article inside here. And this article is going to have an image. And the source for this image, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into pexels.com, which is a website for free stock images. And then I'm just going to copy the address of one of these images. So come on. So just grab this image and copy the address of this image, and then I can paste it inside here. So the source for this is going to be this image right here. And then now if I go back into our website, then I save this, then we should have this image loading on the screen. Depending on your internet connection, mine is a bit slow. As you can see, the image overflows a bit. That's why we can scroll horizontally. And then you can see that the image has a source attribute here, which links to the source of the image. And then it also has an alt attribute here, which is basically some type of text, which is going to show if the image fails to load. So for example, if this image were to fail to load, if I go in here and remove this, for example, so give it a wrong URL, then the alt attribute that I want inside here would be something like a hand holding a leaf. And you'll see that because the image has failed to load, because this link is invalid, then the text that shows here is a hand holding a leaf, which is this text inside here for the alt attribute. And you might think this is useless, but it actually helps in terms of search engine optimization, because the search engines can scan your website more efficiently for images. Okay, so let's reset this link to images.pixels so that we actually have this image. And then I'm going to show you how you can limit this image so that it doesn't scroll all the way to the left and right, by going into our index.css and saying that for all the images that we're going to have on this website, then I want them to all have a max width of 100%. And what you notice is that now it is shrunk into the viewport of the device, such that now even if I increase it, then it's always going to fit inside the viewport of the device until the width of the image is exceeded itself. And a cheesy thing that you can do inside here is you can also set the width to 100%, which means that now the image is always going to take up 100% of whatever device that you're going to be on. As you can see, I'm zooming in and out, and the image is still remaining the same. That is one way that you can deal with images, which I really like. And then now what I want to do is I want to style this out in some way so that this looks a bit more appealing. And then that is basically how we're going to get into CSS. So right away, I'm going to target this section with the class of container. So in our CSS, in order to target this section that has a class of container and an ID of container, we can do it in 3 ways. And I'm going to show you all the 3 ways. So the first way that we can do that is by using the actual name of the element, which is called the section. And just to demonstrate something, I'm going to set this background color into cyan, and I'm going to save this. And you can see that now the background color inside here is cyan. And you know what, let me zoom in just so that this is a bit more visible. So the background color is set to cyan. And then I can say that, remember how the padding is always applied to the inside of elements. So if I set the padding to 1.25 rem, which is 20 pixels, then this is pushed inwards, right? So this is one way that you can access this section. And the second way that you can do that is by using the class of the section, which is the dot container. So if I go inside here and change this section to dot container and save this, then you'll notice that nothing changes because we are still accessing the very same section, only this time we are using the class name. And of course, the third way is by using the ID, and you can see the ID of this is called container. And in CSS, when we are accessing ID, we use the hashtag and then the name of the ID, so hashtag container. And if I save this, you'll notice that nothing changes. However, I added the ID and the class and the section here on purpose to demonstrate CSS specificity once again. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to go above this, and I'm going to access the section, give this a background color of red, and then below this I'm going to access the section using the class of container, and then changing this to light blue. And you know what, red is a bit hard on the eyes, so let me change this to purple. Now I'm going to save this, and you're going to notice something interesting. So save this and look at this. The background color of cyan is still the one that is applied. even though we have set the section to have a background color of purple here, and then we have also set the section, it has a class of container, to a background color of light blue. Even though we have these two on top, this one is still being applied. Now this is being applied because of two reasons. The first reason is because it is more to the bottom of the CSS file than these others. So the first rule of CSS specificity is that the more to the bottom you are of the CSS file, the more specificity that you are going to have. Now, the second reason why this is being applied and this is not being applied is because we are targeting this section using the ID. And IDs have a higher specificity than classes or than element names. So even if I were to cut this out and place it on top, even though this is to the bottom more than this, still this one has higher specificity than the class. So if I save this, notice that because it's an ID, then the background color of cyan is still being applied. Now, if I were to comment this out, then the background color is going to change to light blue. Look at that, light blue. And the reason for that is because classes here have a higher specificity than element names, and this one is also more to the bottom of the CSS file than the section. And now, what do you think is going to happen if I were to cut this out and paste it to the bottom of this? Once again, because of CSS specificity, the class of container has a higher specificity than the section. So the background color is still going to remain to light blue. As you can see, I'm saving it, I'm even reloading it, and the background color is not changing. Once again, if I comment this out, then now the background color is going to change into purple, and we're going to have this. So I'm going to uncomment this and uncomment this as well. And now remember the rule that we had. If I always want the background color to be purple, no matter the specificity, then I can add exclamation important here, and you'll notice that because this has a higher specificity than the IDs, then this is always going to be applied over these others. Okay, so just playing around with CSS a bit, and you are going to learn how all of these work. And a good rule of thumb for me is that always use classes instead of IDs, because of the simple reason that IDs can mess you up and they can really confuse you. Because once again, if you are accessing this section here with a class of container and accessing the same section with a class of ID, if you don't know about CSS specificity, you might think that this is not working correctly, but it actually is, because IDs have a higher specificity. And I've said the word specificity so many times that now it's beginning to ring in my head, and I'm wondering why that word is called specificity. Okay, so let's go ahead and now we can begin to style our container. And inside here, I'm going to add a padding of 1.25 rem, which is going to push this inwards. And then what I want to do is I want to access this particular h1 that is inside the container. So how do I do that? I just access the class of container and say that I want the h1 inside here. Just simple as that. And then I can say I want to change the font size of this h1 to 3 rem. And 3 rem is about 48 pixels if I'm correct. Okay, and now I can zoom out just so that it doesn't mess me up a bit. And then I can add some margin on the bottom of this h1. So I can say something like margin bottom, set this to 1 rem. And don't worry about these units if you don't understand them. I'm going to talk about them in a few moments. And then what I want to do now is I want to access this paragraph that is inside this h1. So I'm going to say that for the container paragraph, then I want to change the font size into 1 rem, okay, or 1.25 rem, which is 20 pixels. And then I can say margin bottom, set this to 1 rem as well, and it's going to push away from this button. And then now if I want to access this button, I know that the button is inside the class of container. So I can say that for the dot container and for the button, and I think I gave the button a class of .btn, like so. I can say that give this a padding of 0.625 rem on the top and bottom, which is 10 pixels, and 1.25 rem on the left and right, which is 20 pixels. And you can see that the button grows just a bit. And if I set the background color here for the button to hashtag 10b581, you can see that the button has a default border, which I do not like. So you can remove that border by setting the border of the button to none. And then I also want to change this color of the button to white. So I can set the color to hashtag FFF, which is white. And then I can also set the font size to 1 rem, which is 16 pixels, because buttons, the font size for buttons is usually about 14 pixels, I think, by default. And then something else that you should know is that when you focus on the button, it usually has an outline. So if I click on the tab key, you'll see that it has an outline of black inside here, which I also want to remove. So I can remove the outline by saying outline none. And you can see that now if I try to focus on it, then it no longer has a focus. And then what I can do next is that I can grab all of this text and all of these items inside here, and I can align them to the center by going into the container here and saying text align and saying center, which is just going to push them to the center. And you can see by now that we have a pretty decent looking default website for us, as you can see right here. Now next, let's talk about CSS units. So CSS has a number of units that we can use. The first one being pixels, the second one being EM units, the third one being rem units, the fourth one being viewport heights, the fifth one being viewport widths, the sixth one being percentages. And we're going to go through each one of these and just talk about their ups and downs. And for the demonstration of these units, I'm going to be using the container as well as the buttons because they are very easy to understand. So to begin, we're going to start with rem units because that's what we have been working with inside here. And rem stands for root EM. And by default, if you have not specified any, then it's going to default to 16 pixels. So how do you specify it? You specify it by going into the body. You can specify it in the body that you want the font size to be 16 pixels. And if I save this, nothing is going to change on the screen. But if I change this into something like 100 pixels, then you'll notice that there are a few things that are going to change. Not everything, but a few. So I'm going to save this and notice how the margin on the bottom of this paragraph now increases by 100 pixels because you can tell that now the button is pushed downwards more. Now, if I want this to affect everything on my website, then I push this line right inside my asterisk, which means target every other element that exists inside the body tag and give it a font size of 100 pixels, which is going to act as the default rem value. So if I save this, notice what happens. Now look at this. Now we have this set to 100 pixels and so on and so forth. You can see even the button now changes. So that is basically how rem units work. And by default, usually you can just use any unit that you want. But remember once again that it usually defaults to 16 pixels. Now talking about M units are usually relative to the parent. So for example, if I go into the container and set the font size of the container to, let's say, 20 pixels. I'm going to save this. And then now, because I know that the font size of the container is 20 pixels, I want the H1 and the paragraph to have a font size relative to this of the container, which is the parent. Because remember that the container is this section, and then the H1 is inside the article, which is inside the section. So the H1 is the child of the article, and the article is the child of the section, which means the section is the parent of the article and the parent of the H1. So if I go inside here, inside the H1 and say, set the font size to 1 EM, it's always going to set the font size relative to that of the parent element, which in this case is the container. So you can see that the font size is now 1 EM, as you can see right here. And once again, this is the demonstration of CSS specificity, where the more to the bottom you are on the CSS file, then the more specificity you have. So as you can see right here, we have a font size of 3 rem, but we are still specifying a font size of 1 EM, and this is applying and this is not applying. So that is another good demonstration of CSS specificity. So if I want to increase the font size of this H1, then remember that the font size is going to be relative to this. So if I set this into 2 EM, then you'll notice that this increases. If I set it into 3 EM, it increases, and so on and so forth. And I've just remembered another way that I can demonstrate specificity is by going into my developer tools, so inspect, and then if I show you this just a bit, if I select the heading one, remember the H1 has two declarations of font size, so font size on top and then on the bottom. But if you check inside the container H1 here, you see that the font size of 3rem is crossed out, and the reason why it is crossed out is because it is not applied, because it doesn't have as high a specificity as the bottom declaration. But if I were to disable this, then you notice the font size of 3rem now applies because I have disabled this. So that's how you can play around with CSS specificity. Now that we have looked at rem and em, we can also look at pixels. And pixels is quite easy to understand, and it is not dependent on anything like the rem and em units. So for example, if I were to specify a font size here of 200 pixels on the H1, then you'll notice that it increases by 200 pixels. And the reason why I think this is much easier to understand and to use is because we have been using this even in other programs such as Microsoft Word, because by default, you know, Word opens up with 11 pixels and then you can increase it to 12, 13, 14, and so on and so forth. So that is an easy way that you can use pixels, but it is not recommended to use pixels because rem units and em units are more better supported. Now the next we're going to talk about is the viewport heights, the viewport widths, and the percentages. Okay, and viewport heights, just as the name suggests, just sets the elements to have specific heights depending on the viewport that is currently visible. So if I go into the container and let me disable this, it's too big. So if I go into the container and set the height, for example, to 100 viewport heights, then the container is always going to take up 100 viewport heights. And just to prove this, I can set the background color into cyan, and you'll see that now the container takes up 100 viewport heights. And even to better demonstrate this, let me add another section here. And this section is going to have an H2 that says lorem 5 with a paragraph that says lorem 50. And if I save this, then it introduces a scroll bar. But look at this. Now the container only takes up 100 viewport heights. That's why the background color ends here. And then it is not applied on the second section. Now I can change this into something like 60 viewport heights, and you'll notice something. Now the container only takes up 60 viewport heights, and this is going to be a problem because, as you can see, the image is part of the container, but it is not covered by this background color, and instead the second section is on top of this image. Now you usually don't want this to happen unless you're playing around with CSS to get some kind of convoluted look to your website. And you know what, if you're creative enough to the point where you can work with this to give some kind of meaningful experience to your users, then you can go ahead and use this. But most of the time you usually don't want this to happen. You don't want elements overflowing on top of one another. So that is one drawback about using viewport heights. And you know what, it's not really a drawback about using viewport heights, it's a drawback about using fixed heights, because I can change this into 60 rem, and you'll notice that the height is of 60 rem is applied. Now if I change this into something like 30, you'll notice that this is still going to overflow even though I'm using rem units. So that is a drawback about using fixed heights, because you usually don't want to do that unless it is completely necessary. Now the main drawback about using viewport heights is that it is not properly supported on mobile devices. That is because the viewport heights on mobile keeps on changing, because the address bar on your web browser will keep on disappearing and appearing. All the scroll bar is going to keep on disappearing and appearing. Now when that happens, because the unit is called viewport heights, now whenever the viewport height changes with the introduction of a scroll bar, then it means the content has to be restructured such that the browser now has to calculate 30 viewport heights with the scroll bar. And then now when it disappears again, the browser has to again recalculate 30 viewport heights without the scroll bar. So it gives a kind of shaky feeling to your web app or to your website. That's why I refrain from using this. Now, there is a way that you can counter this, and you can counter it using a CSS function called calculate. So it's called calc, and you can do this, and you can say that set the viewport heights to 100 viewport heights, and then take away, let's say, like 10 pixels, for example. And now what this will do is that it's going to return the height in pixels, no longer in viewport heights. So it's always going to have a fixed height, but now in pixels, so that now you're not going to have that problem on mobile. And that's a simple way that you can counter this. And you can use rem units as well here, and you can use em units as well, and so on and so forth. Just remember that these are relative, that em units and em units are relative to the parent and to the body as well. And now next we're going to talk about viewport widths and percentages. So viewport widths are quite interesting, and I'm still going to be using the example of the container, where I'm going to change this width into 100 viewport widths. That's as simple as you can add the unit. So viewport widths, and look at this. Now the container is always going to have 100 viewport widths, such that now if I increase it, it's always going to take up 100 viewport widths. But something interesting here, if I change this into 70 viewport widths, look at this. Now the container is always going to have 70 viewport widths. So it's going to calculate the total width of the window, and then it's going to take up 70% of the window, as you can see right here. So even on small screens, it's always going to calculate 70 viewport widths of your device and then display the content inside the 70 viewport widths. As you can see, if I try to zoom out and zoom in, it's always taking up 70 viewport widths. Now, if I change this into 70%, then you'll notice that nothing really changes, because now the browser is calculating 70% of your device and displaying the container within. So even if I increase it to the largest size that I can, and even if I zoom out, it is always going to take up 70%. And those are the units that we can use in CSS, if I'm not forgetting any of them. So in the next video, we're going to talk about HTML semantic tags. So I'm going to remove all of this, and I'm going to remove some of these stylings that I have applied because we no longer need them, right here, and this as well. And then now back inside my HTML, we're going to talk about semantic HTML tags, which we have used some of them inside here. So in previous versions of HTML, if we wanted to represent a header, then we would use a div with a class of header, and then we would style it out as a header. If I wanted to represent a navbar, then I would use a div and give it a class of navbar and then style it out as a navbar. If I wanted to represent a section, then I would have a div with a class of something like section 1 and then style it out as I want section 1 to look like. If I wanted to have a sidebar, then I would have a div with a class of sidebar, for example, and then I would style it out as a sidebar. If I wanted to have a figure, then I would have something like a div with a class of figure and then style it out as a figure. And then if I wanted to have a footer, then I would have a div with a class of footer and then style it out as a footer. Now, with the introduction of HTML5, they also introduced semantic tags, where now instead of having a div with a class of header or a div with a class of navbar, then now I can have a header tag to represent a header. And then I can have a navbar to represent a navigation bar. And then I can have a section to define a section of an element. And then I can have a side tag to define a sidebar. And then I can have a figure to define a figure with a figure caption. And then I can have a footer element to define the footer of a document. Now, in order for this to work in HTML4, we also had to have an attribute called role here. And then we'd say the role for this is the header. And then we'd say the role for this, we'll set the role for this to be the navigation bar, like so. And we'll do the same for each one of these. But because of HTML5, the browser can read this correctly, and it knows that this now represents a header, and it can read this and it can say that this now represents a navbar, and we don't have to add this attribute. And while building out our projects, we're going to implement some of this. And just to show you how the figure works, because this is probably the one that we are not going to use, The figure works by adding an image inside here, and I'm just going to grab the source for this. So I'm just going to cut this out and paste it inside here. And if I have a figure inside here, you'll notice that the figure displays as expected because it displays an image. Now, if I wanted to add a caption to this image, then I can use a tag called fig caption, and then I can add something like, this is an image of a hand holding a flower. And if I save this, then it's going to appear on the bottom of the image, but as the caption of the image. So this is very, very interesting because once again, it helps in search engine optimization, where web crawlers and search engines can crawl your site much, much better, and say if they find this figure tag, they know that they expect an image and a caption, and it just improves search results. And probably another tag that we can talk about is the picture tag. And the picture tag, how it works is that in previous versions, if we wanted to have different images for, let's say, for mobile screens, and then another image to show on desktop screens, then what we would do is that we would toggle them in our CSS using what is called media queries. And we would use the @media rule and would say something like, for a min width of 1024 pixels, min width 1024 pixels. Don't worry, we're going to get into this when we get into media queries. Then I would say like something like, for this section, then I want the background to be from the URL of this, and then it is going to display the image. And we would toggle this using CSS. Now, this is also possible, very much possible in CSS, and you can use this if you want. But with the introduction of the picture tag, then what we can do is that we can go inside this picture tag and we can specify a source tag, which is a self-closing tag once again, and then we can set a media attribute. Remember, media is just like this, and then we can set that the min width, we can set the min width inside here to be about 1024 pixels, and then the source set for this, we can grab another image from pixels. So let me grab this image, let me copy the image address, and then I can paste it inside here. Now, once we have the source element inside here, we also need to have a default image, and for this I'm just going to grab this link. So I'm just going to cut this out, and then I'm going to paste it inside here. Now what this means is that I'm going to save this so that it formats a bit better. What this means is that the picture tag is going to display this image when a min width of 1024 pixels is exceeded. So when the browser window is bigger than 1024 pixels, then this is going to show. However, when the browser window is less than 1024 pixels, then this image is going to show. And to demonstrate this, once I save this, I'm going to open up my browser inside here, and now look at this, we have this big image inside here. And then now if I go on a smaller screens, look at this, now we have this image on small screens. But if I increase it up to a certain width of 1024 pixels, then the image changes, as you can see right there. So this just improves your responsiveness if you want to render different images for specific device widths. And by the way, this is how Instagram works, if you didn't know. Now, if you wanted to add multiple images inside here, so for example, if you wanted to have multiple breakpoints, then what you do is just add another source media tag inside here, and let's say that for about 768 pixels, then you want another image to render. So let's grab another image from pixels, and let's say the scuba diver. Let's copy the image address, and then let's just paste it inside here. And then I'm going to save this, and then now let's go back into our application. And then now what I'm going to do is just shrink this down a bit, and you'll notice right around here now when we get to the tablet size, then we have the scuba diver showing. If I go past the tablet size right around 1024 pixels, then we have this bigger image showing. And then if I go down to the mobile screen, then we have this image showing. And then, like I said, this is how Instagram works, because if you didn't know, when you're on mobile, you're loading mobile images, and then when you're on desktop, you're loading desktop images. So that is a good explanation of how HTML semantic tags were introduced. And like I said, we're going to be using each one of these when we're building out our applications, so don't even worry about it. And then now I think is a good place to introduce our JavaScript, and we're going to introduce our JavaScript by building a hamburger menu. So let's do that next. So I'm going to remove everything inside here right up to the footer. And then now, you know what, I'm even going to remove this. And then now I'm going to render a header tag with a class of header. Once again, I'm using emmet, so header.header creates a header element with a class of header. And then inside here, I want to have a div with an h2 that says my name. So I'm just going to have my name inside here. And then outside of this div, I'm going to create a navbar. So using the nav element, and I'm going to give this navbar a class of navbar. And then inside here, I'm going to create an unordered list using UL. So UL stands for unordered list, and OL stands for ordered list. So UL, and this is going to have, let's say, 3 list items. And this first one is going to say home, and this second one is going to say about, and the third one is going to say contact. So I'm going to save this, and on the screen we should have this. Okay, so I'm going to place this to the right, and I'm going to place my code to the left. And then now we are going to begin styling this out, and we can remove all of this right inside here up to here. And you know what I want to do is I want to set a default font family on the body so that this font changes, that doesn't look all blocky and everything. And I'm going to use a font family called Lucida. As you can see, VS Code just automatically gives me the suggestions. So once we have that, you can see that our font family changes just a bit. And then now we can access our header class, so dot header. And then I can say that for the dot header, I also want to access the first div inside, which is this div inside here. And I know that there's only one div inside the header. So for the first div, then I'm going to say change this font size to 20 pixels. And you know what? I want to access the H2 as well, because the H2 is the one that is inside here. And then let me change these units into rem units. So let me say 1.5 rem. And then we're going to have this. And then inside the header, then I want to introduce a new concept called flexbox. So for the header, I want this title, the H2 and the navbar to display side by side and to the end. So we can do that using CSS flexbox, which is a much better way than using float values. So inside here, I can just say display this as a flexbox. So display flex is going to set this side by side. And you'll notice that because we're using an unordered list, then we're going to have bulleted lists. So in order to remove that, then I'm going to go above here and say that for the UL, then I want the list style type to be none, which is going to remove the bulleted list. And then now I want this to push to the end. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say justify content to space between. And we're going to have that. Very simple, very easy. And then now I want the header to push in inwards just a bit. And I can do that by setting the padding on the header of 1.25 rem. Remember how padding applies. Padding always applies to the inside of elements, like so. And then now what I want to do is I want to go inside the index.html, and right below the navbar, I want to create another div. And this div is going to have a class of menu-button. And then inside here, I'm going to create 3 other divs. So copy this 3 times, and this is going to be our menu button. We are going to style it out to look like a hamburger menu, which is 3 lines. So I'm going to save this, and it's not going to show anything on the screen because there's no content inside here. But once I begin to style it out, then I can say that for the header, for the dot header, I want to access the dot menu button. And then inside here, you know what? I want to access the div inside the menu button. And then I can give these divs a background color of #333, which is a very dark gray. And then I can set the height for these to about 0.3 rem. And then I can set the width to 1 rem. And when I save this, then you should see this on the screen. And then just so that it looks like a hamburger menu, I can separate them out by setting the margin top to 0.1 rem. You can see it separates it out just a bit, and you know, let me make it 0.15. Let me see how that looks. And then now I want to target this second one and make it longer than this first one. And then I want to target the third one as well and make it just a bit longer than the first one but shorter than the second one. So I can do that in CSS using what is called CSS pseudo selectors. So what I can do is I can grab this inside here, and I'm going to say that for the div, which is the nth child of 2, which means just basically grab the second div inside this class. And then what I'm going to do is set the width into 2rem, and you'll notice that now the width increases. And then I'm going to do the same thing inside here and say for the nth child 3, then I want the width to be 1.5 rem. And we're going to have that, and that is going to be our hamburger menu. Now, something that you should know, because programming is a bit of logic. Now, we know that inside this div with the class of menu button, we only have 3 items. Now, in CSS, because we know we only have 3 items, then instead of saying for the nth child 3, then I can just say that for the last child, which basically means take the last item inside there and then set the width to 1.5 rem. And you'll notice that now nothing changes because we are only accessing the last child. And don't worry if you feel that you're not getting some of this. We're going to be doing this in multiple projects, and I structured them like that so that you can understand how each one of them works. So we're going to build out multiple projects using Flexbox as well and using pseudo selectors so that you are going to get the hang of it. Now what I want to do is I want this navbar to change into an X when I click on it. So I'm going to style up this navbar into an X by doing the following. So I'm going to access the header and the menu dash button, and then I want to access the div, which is the first child. And then now what I want to do is I want to add a check on this menu button such that when I click on this, then I want an event to be triggered where it's going to change this into a cross. So what I want to do is inside the menu button, I want to add a custom class of clicked, and I'm going to show you how this is going to work. So just to test it out whether it's working, then I'm going to give this the first div a width of 2rem. Just to test whether this is working, I'm going to go inside the index.html and I'm going to add this class of clicked inside here. And what should happen when I save this is that this first line should go into 2rem, and which means it should be the same width as this. So let me save this. And you can see that now it has the same width as this. So that means that this is working. And notice how I've accessed this div using first child, and I can also do it using nth child 1. I can do it like this, nth child 1, and it's still going to work the same way. But remember, it's all about logic. So if you're accessing the first child, then you just use first child, and so on and so forth. It's a matter of preference as well. Now, when I click on this button, I want this second one to disappear. So I want this second div to disappear when this menu button has a class of clicked. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. Oops. I'm going to copy this down, and then I'm going to change this into nth child 2. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the opacity of this to 0, which means make it disappear. And you can see that when I save that, it now disappears because remember we have added the class of clicked inside here. If I remove it, then we're going to have this. And then now what I want to do is that on the third item, so nth child 3, what I want to do is I want the width to increase to 2rem as well. So width, set this to 2rem. And then now I want to transform this into an X, and we can do that using the transform property. So I can say transform rotate, and I want to rotate it by, let's say, this is going to be a bit of trial and error because like I said in the beginning, I have not built out any of these projects, so it's going to be a bit of trial and error. So let's say that I want to rotate this by 40 degrees. Let's see how this looks. So it looks like that. Okay. And you know what? I want it to rotate by -40 so that it goes upwards. And then I want to copy this and I want to paste it on the first item. And then I want this first item to rotate by +40 degrees, and it does this. Now this looks ugly, and yes, I do know that it looks ugly. Now the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside this third item, and I'm going to set a negative margin on the top because CSS allows us to set negative margins, but it doesn't allow us to set negative paddings. So I'm going to say margin top of -2 rem to see whether where this goes, and you can see it goes too far to the top. So I'm going to say -1 rem, and you can see that it goes almost there but not quite. So I'm going to say -0.5 rem. Okay, it's almost there, so I'm going to say -0.6 rem. A lot of trial and error, like I said. So -0.8 rem looks quite fine, as you can see right there. And now if I remove the class of clicked from here, you'll notice that this goes back into a hamburger menu. And if I add the class of clicked, then it goes into an X. Now I want to add a smooth transition so that when I click on it, it kind of transitions in instead of just popping in. So how do you do that? I'm going to go inside the menu button, inside this menu button. So I'm going to copy this and paste it on top of this. And I'm going to say transition. And I'm going to say transition all the elements by 0.5 seconds. And I'm going to say ease in and out. So this means transition all the elements. So basically transition the width and rotate it by 40 degrees and the margin top as well. So I'm saying that transition all these elements by 0.5 seconds to give it a smooth feel. And then ease in out is what is called the cubic Bezier curve. And you can read more about it because it involves a bit of curves that I do not like. But CSS gives us an easy way out, and I'm going to take that easy way out because of the principle of least resistance. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to go inside here and remove this class of clicked, so that now we're going to have our 3 buttons right there. And then now something else that I do want to do is I want this pointer to change into a hand pointer instead of this cursor, right? So I'm going to say that when I hover over this, so I'm going to target the hover state by saying :hover. So this is targeting the hover state of this div, and I'm going to say that when I hover over it, I want the cursor to change to pointer. So I'm going to say this, and now look at this. Now the cursor is now a pointer when I hover over it. Now what I'm going to do is inside my index.js that I really need to link on the bottom of this. So let me start by linking the script source into index.js, and then I can test out whether it's working by saying alert working, and you should see this on the screen. So this is working correctly. Then I want to first target my menu button inside here, which is these 3 items. So inside the index.js, what I'm going to say is I want to grab my menu button by placing it inside a variable. So I'm going to say const menu button, so giving it a variable name of menu button, and setting this equal to document.querySelector because I haven't given it an ID, and I want to select the class of .menu-button. And then now what I want to do is I want to add an event listener on the menu button so that when I click on it, then it's going to trigger this class of clicked on this menu button. So I'm going to say menu button dot add event listener, and I'm listening for an event called click, and then I want to pass in a function where I'm going to say menu button dot class list dot toggle, and I want to toggle the class of clicked. So menu button dot class list is used to add or remove class lists to elements, and then the toggle is a method that just toggles, which means that if it is clicked, then it's going to remove the class of clicked, and then if we click on it again, then it's going to add the class of clicked. So I'm going to save this, and now when I click on this, look what happens. That happens. Okay, the transition doesn't apply, but you can see that the functionality for this menu button is working as we expected. Now let me just check why the transition doesn't apply. So .header.menu button, I have the .header.menu button, and you know what, I should apply it on the div. So right inside here, I should say that for the div, and then I'm going to grab this, so cut it out and place it below this. Okay, so once I paste this to the bottom, I realize that this is the same as this, so I can just grab this and move it upwards right there, and then I can remove this. So let me save this, and then now you can see that the transition works already. So now if I click on this, look at that transition, And look at that, very smooth, very nice. And just like that, you have created your first navbar. So what I want to do is that I want to access this navbar class and hide it and only show it when we click on this button. So inside the index.css, I'm going to go right above this, and I'm going to say that for the header, for the .navbar class, and the reason why I'm going above this is because the navbar appears before the menu button. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set the opacity to 0, which is going to make it disappear. But remember, because the opacity is 0, it still exists within the web page. And that's why when you hover over it right here, you can see that the cursor changes because we are hovering over the navbar. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to say position this as absolute. And what position absolute does, let me comment this, is it's going to position absolute within the body. That's why you can see that now it overflows into the navbar, into the logo, sorry. And then now what I'm going to do is, let me say position to the left by minus 100 viewport widths, which is going to take it way to the left that it disappears. And then once we have this, then I also want to add a transition of all the elements. So all the elements by 0.5 seconds and is in out. And then once we add this, then I'm going to do something similar where I'm going to say that for the header navbar, that when the navbar has a class of open, then I want it no longer to the left by minus 100 viewport widths, but I want it to the left by 0, which is going to bring it all the way up to here once again where it was overflowing on top of the logo. So I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to go inside my index.html, and I'm going to add a class of open here, which is going to bring the navbar inside. Now, just to bring it above the logo, what I'm going to do is that when this has a class of open, I want this to have a background color of white, or let me say a slight gray called F1. And then I'm going to give it a width of 90%. Remember percentages, so 90% is going to take it all the way to the end. And then I'm going to give it a margin on the left of 1.25 rem so that it pushes inwards just a bit. And then I want these elements to push inwards of the navbar. Remember, we do that by adding padding because padding is applied on the inside of elements. So I'm going to add a padding of 1 rem. And then once we have that, I no longer want this to be 90% because now you can see that it covers our navbar. We don't want that to happen. So I'm going to reduce this to about 70%. So that we're going to have this. Now, once we do that, we now want to toggle this class in our JavaScript. So I'm going to remove it from here. And then I'm going to go inside our index.js and I'm going to target the navbar. I'm going to bring in the navbar by saying const navbar equals to document dot query selector. And I want to select the dot navbar. And then once we click on the menu button, once this toggles, then I also want to say navbar.classList.toggle the class of open. And once I save this, then you'll notice that when I click on this, then the navbar should appear. So let's try it out. Look at that. So they appear with the same transition because the transition here is set to the same transition here. So we can try it out. You can see that now it appears, and then when I click on it again, then it disappears, and so on and so forth. So that is an easy way that you can add a toggleable navbar to your document. And you know what, on larger screens, I should mention is that if you want this to disappear, then you can do it using media queries. And just to show you how that would work by introducing media queries is I'm going to split my screen using Control and backslash. I'm going to split it, and then I'm going to add a media rule. So I'm going to say @media for a min width of 768 pixels. And what this means is that once the device width is greater than 768 pixels, then I want to access this header navbar class, and I want to bring it to the left of now no longer negative 100 viewport widths, but to the left by 0. So what I'm going to say here is that for the .header.navbar, and once again, I should mention that these styles only apply when the device width is greater than 768 pixels. So if you have a mobile device, then you are never going to see these styles apply unless you're viewing the website in the desktop version on mobile screens, which is a feature that browsers have. So inside here, I want this to now position relative, and then I want to set it to the left by 0. And then I want to go into the dot header, dot navbar, and the dot open class like so. And remember that there is no space between dot navbar dot open, because if there was a space, then it means that inside the navbar there is another element that has a class of open. But because that is not so, I want that inside the navbar when it has a class of open. So that is basically what this means. So here we're going to say set it to the left by 0. Once again, we're going to set the background color to transparent. We're going to set the width to auto, so resetting everything. We're going to set the margin left to 0. We're going to set the padding to 0. So basically we're just resetting these styles. And then now what I want to do is that on large screens, I want this menu, this button to disappear. So I'm going to say that for the header, for the class of menu button, then I want to say display none. So once I save this, then look at this. Now our navbar appears, look at this, and our menu button now disappears. But if I go on smaller screens, then our navbar disappears. You saw it disappear, right, because of the transition. And then our menu button now appears. Look at this. So that's basically how media queries work. Now I should mention the reason why. Now look at this. If I comment this out, it's still going to work, but you'll notice that it applies some of the styles which you don't want. That's why I also reset it here, because we don't want the width to be 70%, because it still has a width of 70%. It still has a background color. It still has padding and margin. So that's why I also reset these styles right inside here. So that is a simple way that you can create a menu button, and that is the introduction of JavaScript that we're going to have. And we're going to be using more and more advanced JavaScript once we get to bigger projects, and such a bigger project would be something like this image gallery, where we're going to need to fetch data from an API, or such as this model where we're going to be toggling items once again, as well as this accordion. So I've touched on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and I've not really gone in depth, because once again we're going to be building projects and we're going to be encountering issues in those projects, and that's how we are going to be going in depth, because I do believe that by building projects, then we are going to be learning more and more. And something else that I should mention is that there is no one single course which is self-exhaustive. So don't expect that you're going to get a 100-hour course which is going to cover everything about a language. You're always going to be reading the documentation, learning new things, and experimenting and building projects with them. And by the way, I do recommend that by the end of this, please begin building your own projects, no matter how ugly they look. Believe me, you're going to make progress. So in the next video, we're going to begin by building this out. So see you then. So in this video, we're going to build up the profile card component. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to extract all these images and I'm going to export them into our workspace, which I'm going to commit to GitHub, so that when you clone the repository, then you're going to have access to all these icons. And we're going to talk about the repository next. So in my GitHub profile, which is the link you're going to get in the description, it is going to link you to this repository, which I've called HTML CSS YT. And inside here, you're going to get all the projects that we are going to build out. So if we are going to be talking about images and icons, you can just go ahead and clone the repository. And you know what? By the time you're seeing this video, then the repository is going to be filled up. And you can just go ahead and clone it. And you will get access to all these images and every essential item in the project. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go back into Visual Studio Code. And inside Visual Studio Code, I'm going to create a new folder. And this new folder is going to be called Profile Card Component. And you know what? I'm just going to call this Project 1. I'll call this Project -1 Profile Card Component. Right, so that we have a bit of structure to it. And then inside this folder, I'm going to get this image and all these images, and I'm going to place them inside here. So just give me a moment. Okay, so now I have all my images inside this folder. And now what I'm going to do is inside right here, I'm going to create an index.html file. So index.html, which is different from this. Remember, these three files are the ones that we were working with when I was showcasing everything. now we are beginning to build out our project. So I need to have another index.html file inside here, and then I'm also going to have an index.css because we are going to need to style out everything. So inside the index.html, remember, using emmet, I can just say exclamation and enter, and then I'm going to change this document title to profile card component, and then I'm going to change this into project 1 like so. And then inside the body, let's take a look at the structure now. So we have the body being this big container, and then we have the actual profile card inside the body, which is now this. So what I'm going to do is, inside the body, I'm going to create a class of container, which is going to be this. And then inside this class of container, I'm going to be rendering articles. So the first article is going to be the image as well as this text on the right, sorry. And then the second article is going to be this paragraph. And then the third article is going to be this heading right here called socials, with this unordered list of items, which is going to be the social media images. So let's go ahead and do that. So inside here, I'm going to create a div using emmet. So I'm just going to say dot container, which is going to create a div with a class of container. And then inside here, I'm going to have my article. And this first article is going to have an image. The source for this image is going to be my profile. So I'm just going to say ./profile.png. And for the alt attribute, remember the alt attribute is just in case the image fails to load. Then I'm just going to say this is, let me just say this is my profile. This is, how do you say this in English? Sankara's profile. And then below this, how I'm going to structure this is that I'm going to place this into an H2 and then this into a tag called small. So because I want these two to behave as if they are one item, and then this one to behave as if it's another item within the same article, because I want to show you a bit of styling that we're going to do, then what I'm going to do is, inside this article, I'm going to create another div. And this one is going to be an H2 that says my name. And then below this, we're going to have a small tag, and small just means return the text in small font. This is going to say front end web developer. And yes, front end has a hyphen in between. So once we have that, then I should mention that it is possible for a div to appear within an article. And it is also possible for an article to appear within a div because they are mutually exclusive. So once we have that, then I'm going to go ahead right inside the div with a class of container. So still within this div, and below this article, I'm going to create another article. And this is going to be a paragraph that says this. So I'm just going to copy this text here. Where is it? Copy this text and paste it in. And you can go ahead and you can pause the video, or you can add your own description. Okay, and remember, I'm toggling my sidebar using Control and B. Okay, so I keep on repeating some of these things just so that you can get the hang of it, or you can get the hang of how to use Visual Studio Code. And then below the article, we're going to have another article, and this is going to have an H3 that says socials. And then below this, we're going to have an unordered list, and this unordered list is going to have list items, and it's going to have how many? 6 of them. So list items times 6, which is going to create 6 list items. And then I want to introduce something else called anchor tags, and anchor tags are what I use to link to external style sheets or to other pages within your website. So I want all of this to have anchor tags like so, and I'm just going to say tab or enter, and you can see that it creates an unordered list with list items. And each of these list items has an anchor tag with an href right inside here. And you know what, just to simplify this, let me remove all of this and let me do it manually. So I'm going to say create an unordered list like so, and then create a list item. And I want this list item to have an anchor tag, which is an href, and the href now points to where you want the link to go when it is clicked. So for example, the first icon is going to be the Facebook icon. So I'm going to say when I click on this link, then I want it to go to https://facebook.com/your profile. I don't have a Facebook profile, so this doesn't really work all that well. And then inside here, so inside the anchor tag, I want to place my image. So I'm going to say place my image inside here. The source for this is going to be /facebook.svg, and then for the art, I'm going to say Facebook, like so. And then it's a self-closing tag, so remember to add this as well. And the reason why I've chosen to use SVG images here for the social icons is because SVG images do not pixelate, so they don't lose quality when you increase or reduce their size. So I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to right click and open with live server. And this is what we should have on the screen. So we have this. Our icons are white, that's why it's not really visible right here, okay? But just to show you how this works, is if I click on this icon, then it's going to go into Facebook, as you can see right here, right? Now, something else that you should know is that if you want this link to open on a new tab, then you can add an attribute here called target, and the target is going to go into _blank, which means open it up on a new page. But remember that when you add _blank, then it introduces a security issue where an attacker can use what is called cross-site scripting to get access into your website. So in order to prevent that, then you add something else here, a rel attribute here, and you set it to no referrer, like so, to remove the security issue. So this is something to take note of as well. So now when I click on this link, it is always going to open on a new tab. So I'm going to save this, and then I'm just going to copy this down a few more times, so 5 more times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're going to change each of this. So this is no longer Facebook, this is now going to say Instagram, okay, because the image source is also instagram.svg. And then I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to set this to Twitter. And by the way, I've just remembered that I've not mentioned, if you want to select multiple text, for example, I want to select the text of Facebook here for here, here, and here, then I can just select the Facebook text and say Control D, which is going to select this as many times as I want. So if I want to select every text that says Facebook, but since I only want to select these 3, then I just say Control D 1 and 2, which is going to select these 2. And then I can change this into, what is the next one? This is Twitch, YouTube, and Gumroad. So Twitch, and then the next one is going to say YouTube, and then this final one is going to say Gumroad. And then now when I save this, then all these icons are going to appear. As you can see, we have bulleted lists right there, okay? And if I open this one, you can see that it goes into Gumroad. Okay, fantastic. Now if you want to link this to your profile, then you have to place in the full link. So for example, if I want this Gumroad link to go into my profile, then I'm going to link it into tsbsankara.gumroad.com. And now when I save this and I try to open this Gumroad link, which you can't really see because the icons are white, then it's going to go into my Gumroad profile. So that's how you do that. Now let's go ahead into our index.css and let's begin styling this out. And remember that there is some default margin and padding on elements in HTML. So we want to remove that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to target my asterisk, so my all selector, and I'm going to set the margin to 0. And once I save that, then you'll notice that everything is now going to be pushed inwards. But then of course it is not pushed inwards because I have not linked my style sheet on top. So let's go ahead and link our style sheet in the head. So link style sheet is coming from index.css, like so. And then now everything is going to be pushed inwards, and let me place this to the right, like so, and then place this to the left. Now I do want to mention something, that I'm only doing this on this particular index.css, but for future projects, because I don't want to keep on repeating this, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a global CSS file which we're going to be referencing in every project, because we're going to be doing this in every single project. So I don't want to keep on writing it out over and over again. And that is where the concept of modularity in programming comes in. So we're going to reset the margin, we're going to reset the padding, and then we're also going to reset the box sizing, set this to border box. And you can see that now that we have reset that, then our bullets Let me remove this so that I can show you. List items have some default padding on the left, so that's why it's important to add this. But before I do that, then I just want to show you how to remove this bulleted list from here. And you can do that by targeting the unordered list that we have. And the unordered list we have is right here. And I'm just going to target it and say list style type and set this to none, which is going to make them disappear like so. And then now I can add in our padding, which is going to reset everything properly. So now the first thing that I want to do is I want to go inside the body and I want to give a body a default font family. So the font family for the body, I'm going to call this Georgia like so. And then I'm going to give it a font size of 16 pixels, which is going to be our root EM. Remember root EM. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and before I save that, actually let me give this a background color. And the background color, let me just get it from Figma. So the background color is going to have this hex value, and this hex value looks a bit weird, but that is because we have added opacity at the end of it. So you can add opacity in VS Code by just hovering over this and then dragging this slider down. So when you drag this slider down, you're increasing or decreasing the opacity. So let me save this, and we should have this on the screen. Now we can see our icons because they are white in color. So once again, just to demonstrate, if I reduce the opacity and save this, then you can see that the opacity also reduces. And then now what I want to do is, because on mobile screens, these are going to be stacked one on top of the other, I want to add padding on the body so that they're going to push inwards just a bit. So I'm going to say set a padding of 1.25 rem all around, which is going to push this inwards. And then I'm going to go ahead and target the class of container. And the class of container is what we have as the main div inside here, which covers everything all the way to the bottom article right here. So for the div, the class of container, I'm going to give this a background color of this very same color, but I'm going to remove the opacity from it, so it's going to be darker, okay, because it doesn't have any opacity. And then now remember how padding is applied to the inside of elements, so I want to add padding on this container so that these elements push inwards. So I'm going to say add a padding of 1.25 rem all around like so. You can see that now the items move inwards. And then if you look at the design, which is this right here, then it has a slight curvature on every corner, right? So on the bottom right, on the bottom left, it has a slight curvature. So in order to do that in CSS, then we use a property that is called border radius. So we can do that by adding border radius here. And I use a border radius of 10 pixels, which is 0.625 rem. So once I save that, you'll see that now the borders on the container are rounded just a bit. And then the next thing that I want to do is I want to add this neon looking color on the bottom. So in order to do that, this is very easy. We use a property in CSS called box shadow. So let's go ahead and do that. I can say box shadow, and box shadow takes in properties in the following ways. So box shadow takes in properties in the form of the vertical offset, so the vertical offset, and then the horizontal offset, so horizontal offset, and then the blur radius, and then the spread radius, and then the color that you want the border radius, the box shadow to be. So for example, if I want the vertical offset to be 10 pixels, I can say 0.625 rem, and then the horizontal, and don't put commas by the way, and then the horizontal offset, if I want it to be 10 pixels as well, I can say 0.625 rem. And then the blur radius, if I want it to be 10 pixels, I can say 0.625 rem. And I do realize that I'm using the same units, but this is just to show you how these are interpreted. And then the spread radius, I'm going to set it to 0.625 rem as well. And then for the color, for example, you can set it to red. Now, when I save this, look at what is going to happen. So this is what is going to happen. So on the vertical, so it is vertical by 10 pixels, and then horizontally, so on the x-axis by 10 pixels, and then it also has a blur radius. Let me just increase this. That's why this is just a bit blurry, and then it has a spread radius as well. Now I don't want this to be 10 pixels because it is too big, so let me reduce this to about 0.3 rem. Let me see how this looks. That is much better. And then I also don't want this color to be red, and I also want it to be slightly opaque, right? So to reduce the opacity. So in order to do that, we have used hexadecimal values here and here as well, but I want to use another way you can add colors in CSS, which is by using the red, green, blue, and alpha value. And you can do that by just saying RGBA, so red, green, blue, and alpha, as you can see right here. So I want to say 0 on the red, 0 on the green, 0 on the blue, and then 0.5 on the alpha. So the alpha value is the opacity. So I'm saying that give it a black color, but with an opacity of 0.5. So when I save this, then this is going to happen. And you can see that it is almost looking close to the design, but then the design is a slightly blue neon. So let me just get the RGBA values for that, and then I can just paste them in. So here we have an RGBA value. So it has 60 on the red, 236 on the green, 215 on the blue, and 0.25 on the alpha value of the opacity. And I should mention that when you're using RGB, the values go from 0 to 255. So 255 is the maximum value. So when you have 255 here, 255 here, 255 here, then you're going to have a white color, I believe. And then when you have 000, then you're going to have a black color. And then everything in between, you can just play around with the values. Or if you're using VS Code, then you can just hover over the color, and then you can select what kind of color that you want. And then you can also drag this slider as you want. So you're going to have that. Let me save this. And would you look at that? We now have this. And you know what? Let me change this to 0.45 just to make it more prominent, or 0.5. And then now let's begin styling out our items. So I'm going to go inside the container, and inside this container, now look at this. So inside the container, we have an article, and we have this image, and we have this div, and we also have the second article, and we have the third article. So I only want to access the first article. Now I can do that easily by giving this article a class of something like first, right? But because I want us to do practice, I am not going to do that. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside my CSS, and I'm going to say access the article, which is the first child. So we are using pseudo selectors once again. And then when the article is the first child, then I want to say display the items inside here as a flex box. And what display flex is going to do is it's going to check for the first item inside this article. So the first item is the image, and then it's going to check for the second item, which is the div. Remember, not the h2 or the small. The div is the second item, because the div is the direct child of this article. So it's going to check for the image and the div, and then display them side by side as children. So when I save this, then you can see that now the text goes here and the front-end web developer is here. And then now what I want to do is I want to change this text color to white so that it's actually visible. Now I can do that for every single article, but I don't want to do that. So I'm going to go inside the container, and I'm just going to set the overall color to white. And what is going to happen is that every other child inside the container is going to take the color of white from the parent. Okay, so now I want this text to move to the center. So I can do that using flexbox by saying align dash items to the center, like so. As you can see that now it is now to the center. And then now what I want to do is also add a property here called justify content to the start. So it just makes sure that everything here is going to be aligned to the left as opposed to the center or to the right. I can also do something cheesy here and set this to space between, and you can see that it is going to go end to end. So this is going to be placed to the right, and this is going to be placed to the left, and it is more prominent on larger screens, as you can see. So I don't want that to happen, so that's why I have this to justify content to start, so that now even on larger screens, then it is always going to be appended to the left. And now the next thing that I'm going to do is I want to add a bit of margin between this image and the text. So I'm going to copy this, and I want to access the div inside here, and the div is the one that contains the text. And I'm going to say set the margin on the left to 1 rem, separate it out like so. And then now I want to reduce the width of this image because it is too big, right? So once again, I can just copy this, and then I can go above the div because the image comes first, and I can say that for the image inside here, then I want the width of this image to be 1 rem. Let me see how small that is. Too small. Let's say 5 rem. Okay, 5 rem is much more manageable. And then now once you have that, then I want to reduce the opacity of this text just a bit. Okay, so in order to do that, then I'm just going to go inside this div. So copy this, and then I'm going to target this small element inside the div, and then I'm going to say reduce the opacity to 0.75. And notice what happens now. It looks a bit grayed out, but the reason why I'm doing that is because of text hierarchy, such that you put focus on this more than this, and it's also pleasing to the eye. And then the next thing that I'm going to do is I want to access this second article. So I'm going to do that by saying dot container and article, and placing my colon and saying for the nth child 2, which is the second article, like so. Then I'm going to say I want a margin on the top and the bottom of 2 rem or 1.5 rem, and then 0 on the left and right. Now I have done this on purpose because notice how I have used margin left here. It is also possible to say margin top. So let me just comment this out to show you. I can say margin top, set this to 1.5 rem, and you notice that margin is going to be applied outside of the article, and it's going to be a margin of 1.5 rem right here. And then I can also say margin bottom of 1.5 rem, and this, as you can see, is going to work correctly. However, it is not recommended to use this if you're going to be using multiple properties which perform the same thing. So these two properties do perform the same thing. And what that means basically is that instead of writing all this down, so for example, if you were to add margin on the right, so like margin right 1.5 rem or margin right 5 rem, for example, and then margin left 2 rem. Now it is possible to reduce this into a single line. So how do you reduce that into a single line? The margin property can be written in the following way. So the first value in the margin property is the top value, and then the second value is the right, and then the third value is the bottom, and the fourth value is the left. So if I have a margin of 1.5 rem, and then 1.5 rem, and then 5 rem, and then 2 rem, what this means is that I want a margin of 1.5 rem on the top, 1.5 rem on the right, 5 rem on the bottom, and 2 rem on the left. So I'm going to remove this. I'm just going to remove this, and then I'm going to save this, and then look how this is applied. So a margin of 5 rem is applied on the top, a margin of 1.5 rem is applied on the right, sorry, a margin of 1.5 rem is applied on the top, and then a margin of 5 rem is applied on the bottom, and then a margin of 2 rem is applied on the left. So it's very possible to reduce this into a single line if you want to, and you can do the same for padding, by the way. So padding is also applied in the very same way. So now what I'm going to do is I don't want this margin to be here. Instead, I'm going to reduce it into 1.5 rem on the top and bottom, and 0 on the left and right. And remember, if you have these two values, then this first value is going to be the value on the top and bottom, and then the second value is going to be the value on the left and the right. So that's how the margin is interpreted. So I'm going to save this, and notice this. So we no longer have margin on the left or the right, but we do have margin on the top and the bottom. And remember that the reason why these are pushed inwards is because on the container we have a padding of 1.25 rem. So if I disable this, then it's going to be pushed to the end, which is a very bad UI. So once we have this, then I can see this text is a bit too close to one another, right? Like the line height is too small. So I want to increase the line height. So I'm just going to copy this down here, and I'm going to target the paragraph, and I'm going to say increase the line height to 1.8, which is just going to increase the line height, as you can see. And then now let's go inside this final article. So for the dot container class and the article, which is the last child, then I want to access the h3 inside here. And for the h3, I want to have a margin bottom of 1 rem, And I know now you're wondering, why am I using this when I said that this is a much better way to do it? It's because I'm only adding one rule here, which I'm never ever going to change again. And so I can use this, or I can use this one liner. You know, they are both one liners technically, so it doesn't really matter all that much. And something else that I've just remembered to mention is that this is another HTML rule, okay? So in HTML, an H3 should never appear before an H2 appears. Does that make sense? The same way, an H2 should never appear before an H1 appears. And you know what? That is a rule that I've not stuck to here. So let me change this into an H1, and then I'm going to change this into an H2. So that is a rule. That is a rule in HTML that always make sure that if you want to use an H2, always make sure that an H1 has appeared before it. And if you want to use an H3, always make sure that there is an H2 above it somewhere. And if you want to use an H4 and so on and so forth, always make sure that the previous headings are before them. So I'm going to change this into H2 because it is now an H2. Okay, and then let's go ahead into the unordered list. So I'm going to copy this, and I want to access the unordered list inside here. And then for this unordered list, we're going to use flexbox once again. If I say display flex, the default behavior is to place them in a row form, as you can see right here. And then what I want to do now is say align dash items to the center, so that they're going to be aligned on the horizontal axis. And then I'm going to say justify content to start, which is going to align them on the vertical axis. Now, something very interesting, I can set this to space between, and it is going to space these items out to take up all of this remaining space. So if I save this, then look at this. Now, I don't like doing that because, as you can see, it is always going to do this. Now, it is very possible to limit this container so that we can have this like not misbehave in the following way, or I can just change this to space around, and look at what happens. Now the space is going to be pushed inwards just a bit, but it's still going to take up the full space. Or once again, I can change this into space evenly, and they're going to be evenly spaced out by just pushing them inwards even more. Now these are not solutions that I really like, because on mobile screens, and let me just show you how it's going to look on extremely small mobile screens. So right around Samsung Galaxy here, this is how it's going to look, right? Now on mobile screens, I want this to always be to the left because we have started by displaying this to the left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this to justify content to the start, and then I'm going to go inside this UL and target the list items, and then I'm going to set a margin on the list item, so margin right of 0.5 rem, which is going to separate them out just a bit. Or you know what, let me just say 1 rem. And then now what I want to do is, what I want to show you is that, let me change this into responsive and make it even smaller. Now look at this. When you get to extremely small devices, which technically I don't know if any of them exist, I do know of the Galaxy Fold, so we can use that as a case study. You can see that for the Galaxy Fold, that this technically overflows, right? We don't want that to happen. So I'm going to place a rule that when we reach to the end of this container, then I want this last item or any other items that are overflowing to automatically go into the next line. So we can do that easily by going right below this and adding another property here called flex wrap and setting this to wrap. And look at this now, because we have reached the end of the container, then it automatically goes into the next line. And if I set this to responsive, look at this now. So when we reach the end of the container, then they automatically go into the next line. As you can see, fantastic. Okay, and we can do the same for these two items because these are also flexbox. This is also a flexbox. So let's go ahead and find where we have display flex right here, and we can just say flex flex wrap, set this to wrap. Okay, and we're going to have this. Would you look at that? Okay, fantastic. Now let's go ahead and let's do something else here. Now what I want to do is I want this container to move to the center, and I'm going to show you 3 ways where you can do that. And the first way is going to be by using Flexbox, and then the second way is going to be by using CSS Grid, and then the third way is going to be by using absolute positioning. So right inside the body, because I want to use Flexbox first, I'm going to say display flex, and nothing here is going to change because remember, flex places items in row form by default, but you can change that using a property called flex direction. So flex direction, and if I set this into column, then the default behavior is going to change from a row to a column form, and we're going to encounter this in similar projects or in future projects. So what I wanted to show you is that if I go into the body, because the body is what we are accessing here, and the body is the main element, so the body only has one div with a class of container. So if I add another div here and add a paragraph that says Lauren 5, then notice that this paragraph is going to be placed to the right. But if I go into the body and I set a flex direction of column, then the paragraph is going to go to the bottom. So let me say this and look at this, it's right here. So remember that the default behavior of Flexbox is to place items in row form. Now I can remove this. And then now what I want to do is I'm going to say align items, align dash items center, which is going to align everything in horizontal form. And then I'm going to say justify content, justify content. I can't type. Oh my god. So justify content to the center, which is going to align them vertically. And then now, in order to move the body, in order to move this container, sorry, to the center, then we need to have a fixed height. So you can add a fixed height here of, let's say, 100 viewport heights. But remember what I explained, that for mobile screens, viewport heights aren't really supported all that well. So I'm going to say calculate 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels, so that the units that are returned here are going to be pixels, and we're not going to have the downsides of having viewport heights on mobile, which provides a shaky feeling on mobile. So I'm going to save this, and now notice that it is now moved to the center. Now you can have a height here, or you can have it as mean height. It's going to work the very same way. Now this is by using Flexbox to center everything. So let me comment this out, and I'm going to save this, and it's going to go back to the top. And next we're going to use, say, display grid. So display this as a grid, and display grid needs to have another property in order for it to work, but we're not going to be using that property here, so I'm not going to talk about it. But in future projects, we're going to talk about grid more in depth. So I'm going to say display grid, and then I'm going to say place items to the center. And then here as well, we're going to have a mean height of, once again, calculate 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels. And now look at this, now it is placed to the center. Okay, so you can use Flexbox or you can use grid. Okay, so I'm going to comment this out. And now the third way that you can center this container is by using absolute positioning. So I'm going to save this, and it's going to go back to the top. And now I'm not going to be on the body, but I'm going to go inside the container. So inside the container, I'm going to set the container to be positioned absolute. And how this works is that the container is going to be positioned absolute. So the container here is going to be positioned absolute within the body. It's going to be positioned absolute within the body, and we know that the body is the entire window inside here. So let's go ahead and let's figure it out how we are going to position absolute to the body. So when you position items, you get access to other properties such as the top, the left, the bottom, and the right. So I'm going to say position it to the top by 50%, and I'm going to save this, and you'll notice that it's going to move 50% to from the top. And yes, indeed, this is 50% because it starts counting from here up to here, this being 50%, and then the remaining one from here to the bottom is the remaining 50%. So this is correct. And then here I'm going to say I want to push this to the left by 50% as well, because 50% is a half of 100. So I'm going to say left by 50%, and you can see that now it is left by 50% right here, and if you are to draw a line, then the line is going to cross right around here. Okay, so it is placed technically to the second quadrant, but we don't want it to be here. We want it to move to the perfect center. So we need to reset this just a bit by adding another property here and saying transform, and we're going to say translate, and we're going to say translate on the x-axis by minus 50%, and placing a comma and saying translate on the y-axis by minus 50%. Okay, so that's what this does. And when I save this, now look at this, it is perfectly positioned to the center, so that now even on mobile screens it's going to be positioned to the center. But you can see the downside of using absolute positioning. So let's go ahead and fix that by going into the container and giving the container a minimum width of, let's say, 300 pixels. And then when I save that, then you'll notice that the container is going to always have a minimum width of 300 pixels. Okay, so now that the container has a min width of 300 pixels, then notice how when you try to increase this a bit, when it's still going to increase, but I want that when we reach a certain width, then the container is no longer going to increase. So I'm going to do that by adding a media query, where I'm going to just say, let me go to the bottom of this because I like adding media queries on the bottom, and I'm going to say the @media rule, which we have seen before, and I'm going to say that for a min width of 500 pixels, meaning when the device width is greater than 500 pixels, then I want to target the container class, and I want this to have a width of 500 pixels. So I'm going to save this, and then now look what happens. Now even if I increase it, then the width of the container is never going to increase, except for when I am less than 500 pixels, so right around here. Okay, and you can see that this is going to be a problem, so let me change this to 480. Okay, so that now it's going to have some bit of spacing on the left and right. Now something else that I'm going to mention is that if you don't want to add this media query, you can just comment this out, and then you can go to the top where you had your absolute positioning, and you can comment this out, and then you can use either grid or flexbox. In this case I prefer to use flexbox, and you can see that flexbox doesn't really mess everything up. It just adds this to the center properly, and it adds the padding as well. But then now what I'm going to do is right on the container, I'm going to give the container a max width, and I'm going to give it a max width of 500 pixels. And what this means basically is that once the container reaches a max width of 500 pixels, it is no longer going to increase. So I'm going to save this, and look at this now. Now when it reaches 500 pixels, it no longer increases, and we don't have to add the extra media query on the bottom. So it's basically, you choose your poison if you want to use display flex or grid, or you want to use absolute positioning. But you can see that the downside of using absolute positioning is that you have to add this inside, and then you also have to add a media query to make it responsive, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that is the first project down, and it looks quite elegant. And remember, I did mention that we only want to do this once, so this type of resetting, so the UL, the asterisk and everything, I only want to do it once. So what I'm going to do is, inside this index.css file, I'm going to go inside here, and this is the file where we built our header and our navbar. I'm just going to comment all of this out because we're going to be rebuilding it. And then now what I want to do is I want to add some global styles inside here. So what I'm going to do is, inside here I want to say that for all the images, I want the images to have a max width of 100%, and then I want the width of the images to always be 100%. And then I'm going to go through each of these lines of code in other projects. Okay, so don't worry about it. And then I want the body to have a font family, which we're going to import now because we don't have it, and the font family is called Inter. And then it's going to have a fallback of sans serif, and we're going to get this from fonts.google.com. And then the default font size for the body is going to be 16 pixels, which is going to be our root em value, and I can remove it from here as well. So I'm going to save this, And then once I save this, then I need to import this font. So let me show you how you can import fonts into your project. So if you open up fonts.google.com, then I can search for the font called Inter. If I can find it, where is it? What? What? The font? Okay, here it is. Why wasn't I seeing it? So the font is called Inter. And then now I want to use the regular 400. So for most of these projects, we're going to be using the regular 400 and the bold 700. And I'm just going to click on the import. So there are two ways that you can link your fonts, by the way. I should mention this. The first way is by using this link tag. So you can just copy this link tag and going into your index.html file and linking it. So just the way we were linking the style sheet, you can just paste it inside here. And then you have to specify that you want a font size of Inter, which we are importing here, and it's going to apply in your project. And just to show you a demonstration, if I wanted to apply to this project, then I'm going to go inside this index.css file for our project, and then I'm going to change this into the Inter font. So I can change this into Inter with a fallback of sans serif, and you'll notice that now the font changes into the Inter font. That is one way that you can do it. You can link it inside the head of your HTML, but I don't like doing it like this. I like linking it in my CSS file so that I just keep everything structured out. So if I go inside the CSS file inside here, I can just copy the import rule. So the import rule, we are meeting with another rule in CSS called the import, and I can just paste it on top, and it just says import this font from this URL, and it's called the Inter font with a weight of 400 and 700. And then when I save this, then it's not going to apply on this particular project, because this now is a fallback of sans serif, because we set this to have a fallback of sans serif because it doesn't know where this font is coming from. Now if I go inside here and I want to target this CSS file, then let me show you how you're going to do it. I can add a link here with a rel of style sheet with an href here that says go to // or // so go outside by one folder and go into the index.css file in that folder, and then I can save this. And then notice that now we're going to be using the Inter font. And then now that we are importing this, remember that we are resetting some styles here. Then I can go into my actual CSS file, which is this one inside my project. And even if I remove this now, nothing is going to break on our website because we are linking our style sheet, which is going to be our global style sheet. That's the reason why I wanted to have this into a separate file, because we are going to be reusing these styles in all the projects. Okay, so rather than having to repeat this every single time, then I just want to have them into a separate CSS file, and then I can just link the CSS file in the head of my HTML, and then we're going to have this. So that is going to be the first file, the first project complete. And then now I just want to show you how we can commit this project to GitHub. And remember, our GitHub repository is going to be this one. It's going to be linked in the description. So now I'm going to open up my terminal using Ctrl and J. And then inside here, I want to cd into this folder. But let me begin by adding this index.css file. So I'm just going to say git add index.css. And I'm going to say git commit -m, and I'm going to say add global styles. So git commit -m is the commit message that you want to appear. And you can see that the message is going to be add global styles. And then I'm going to go inside, and then I'm just going to say git add everything else. So git add all. So git add dot is git add everything else that is remaining. And then I'm going to say git commit, and I'm going to say project 1 initial commit. And then I'm just going to say enter, and then I'm going to say git push, which is going to push it to my remote repository on GitHub. So once this pushes, then if I reload my repository, then I should see the changes. So reload, and we're going to say that I committed this one 15 seconds ago, and this other one I committed it 42 seconds ago. Now I am going to add a readme just so that it is going to be easier to navigate this repository and so on and so forth. And then I'm also going to export these images so that you're going to have access to the design as well. So in this video, we're going to be building a sign-up form, and I've designed it in this way so that we can use CSS Grid for this layout. And then I'm also going to show you how we can use CSS Flexbox to achieve the same. So let's get started. So what I'm going to do is inside Visual Studio Code, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this project 2. And this is going to be called sign up form. And inside here, I want to import my design image. So let me get it. Okay, so now when you go ahead and close the repository, you're going to have this design image for your reference. So the first thing that I'm going to do is inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this index.html. And then inside here, I just want to say exclamation and enter using emmet to generate a boilerplate for me. And then I'm going to change this title to say sign up form. Maybe say project 2. And then inside the body, I'm going to have a div with a class of container. And if you still don't understand how this happens, it's because I'm using an extension called emmet. So if I want to create a div with a class of container, I can say create a div dot container, which is going to create a div with a class of container. And by default, if you don't specify the element that you want and just say dot container, then emmet is going to create a div for you. So this div with a class of container is the one that is going to act as a wrapper for our sign up form right here. So inside here is where we're going to have our form, and we can create a form using the form element like so. And then this form, the way the layout works is that I have a title on top first of all, right? And then I have a label, and then I have an input. And notice that the label and the input are acting like one component, and then this other label and this input is acting like another component. So if I want to use CSS Flexbox and Grid, then I'm going to have to place these two inside one element, and then these two inside another element, so that when I say display grid, then they're going to display side by side. So I'm going to create an H1 that says create an account. Remember the rule, you can only have one H1 per page, and you must have an H1 for every page. Okay, and then inside here now I'm going to create another div with a class of form-inner, because inside this div with a class of form-inner is where I want to use CSS Grid for all of this. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a label, and this label is going to be for the first name, and then this is going to say first name, and then below this label I'm going to have an input. And you create an input by just having the input tag, which is a self-closing tag once again. And then the type for this, it takes in an attribute of type, and I'm going to have this as text because the name of a person is usually text. The date of birth is going to have an input of type date, and then the password is going to have an input of type password, and then the email address is going to have an input with the type of email. Okay, so it's very specific to each one of these. So input of type text, the name is going to be first name. And the reason why I have the name here is because this label is going to be linking to the name of the input, so that when you click on the label, then it's going to place focus on the corresponding input. Okay, and then this is also going to have an ID of first name. And then I'm going to have set this to required, so that you can't submit the form unless you fill in this input, which is just some HTML validation. Okay, and then once I have this, then I'm going to save this. Okay, and I'm saving it for a reason, so that I can open up my server, my local server, using live server. So I'm going to right click inside here, and I'm going to say open with live server. And then I'm also going to add our CSS file so that we can style this out to be better looking. Okay, so once our server opens up, you can see that we have our title that says create an account, and then we have our input of first name right inside here. And the interesting thing about HTML5 is that if you have ever filled up a similar input, if the form doesn't have an attribute of autocomplete off, then when you click on this input, then it's going to show you a drop down of all the data that you've filled in before. And if you want to disable this, then you can go into the form right here and can specify an auto complete and set this to off. So when I save this, if I try to fill in now, you can see I don't have any suggestions. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create my index.css file for this so that I can reference it inside here, and then we can style it out because there's something that I want to show you. And you know what, just so that we don't confuse the names with this, inside here I'm going to call this style.css or styles.css. Okay, and then I'm going to go into my index.html and I want to link my style.css. So link href styles.css, and then I'm going to save this, and nothing is going to change on the screen because our style sheet doesn't have any data. Now I do want to mention that in the last project I mentioned that this is going to be our global CSS file, and the reason for that is because I have the font that I'm going to be using throughout all the projects, and then I'm resetting the padding, the margin, and setting the box sizing to border box, and then I'm just adding some bit of global styles here. So I'm saying that for all the unordered list, I want the list item to be none, so that it's not going to have any bullets or it's not going to have any numbers. And then I'm setting the image to have a max width of 100% so that they don't overflow outside of their container or outside of the device width, causing a horizontal scroll bar. And then I'm setting the width to 100%, which means that the images are always going to take up 100% of the screen or 100% of the container in which they are placed. And then here I'm setting the font family of the body to Inter, which is the font that we imported from fonts.google.com. And then in case this fails to load, then I have a fallback font of sans serif. And then I'm setting the font size of the body to 16 pixels, which is going to be our root EM value. And if you don't understand the root EM value, you can go back and check the video where I was explaining CSS units. So now what I want to do is I also want to link this index.css file inside my project to sign up form. So what I'm going to do is, because I want the index.css file to load in fast, then I want to place it on top of our style.css. So I'm going to link this into /index.css, and it's / because I need to go outside of this folder and then into here, because if I just say /index.css, then this file is not being referenced anywhere in our project. So I have to say // so that I can go outside of our actual folder, which is the sign up form. And once again, the reason why I've placed it on top is because I want this file to load in first and then this file to load in second. So I'm going to save this, and you'll notice that the styles are going to be reset and the font has changed as well. So I'm going to place this to the left, or to the right, sorry, and then I'm going to place this to the left so that we can begin styling it out. So inside my styles.css, what I want to do is I want to access the class of container, and I want to give it a background color of #f1f1f1, which is a very slight gray. And then inside here I want to add a padding of 1.25 rem to push the content inwards, and then I want to add a margin of 1.25 rem so that the container is going to push inwards by 1.25 rem outside of the body so that it doesn't go all the way to the edges. So I'm going to save this, and you can see this is what happens. Remember that the reason why this works is because of our box sizing, and the box sizing we have set it to border box here, which means that it is always going to place margin on the outside of elements, as you can see, and it's going to place padding on the inside of elements, as you can see here, which causes this content to be pushed inwards. And then now what I want to do is I want to access the body, and I want the body to have a default color on all the text that is going to appear inside the body, and this color is going to be this one, so #3f3d56, which is like a navy blue moving towards like the gray side. So when I save this, then you'll notice that these colors, the color of the text changes just a bit. And then now I want to go inside the container and inside the form and access this h1 so that I push it to the center. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say container form h1, and I'm just going to say text align center, which is going to align the text to the center. And then I want to add a margin on the bottom so that it pushes away from this input. So I'm going to say margin bottom of 2 rem. And then now what I want to do is I want to style this label and I want to style this input. And for this, I want to explain a new concept. So in HTML, we have two types of elements. We have inline elements and we have block elements. So example of inline elements are labels, the small tag which we have used before. We have buttons. We have a span, which is also an inline element. We have anchor tags, which link to other pages. And then examples of block elements. So these are called inline elements. And then examples of block elements that we have are probably everything else. So everything else is a block element. So for example, a div here, a div is a block element, a section is a block element, and h1, or rather all headings are block elements. So all headings are block elements. We can have articles are block elements, aside is a block element, figure is a block element, header is a block element, nav is a block element, and we can also have paragraphs as block elements. Now, the main difference between these two types of elements is that block elements always start on a new line, and inline elements always start within the same line that they are defined in. And I'm going to save this and I'm going to give you an example. And you can see right here that if I come into my form and I add an h2 that says this is a second heading, if I save this, then the h2 starts on a new line. If I go ahead and add an h that says something here, then the h3 is going to start on a new line. However, if I go inside the h3 and I place in a span element, and then I say this is something else, then you notice that the span continues inside the line where the h3 is defined. So that is really how inline and block elements work. Now, using CSS, it is possible to change whether an element is inline or block. Okay, and I'm going to demonstrate this. I'm going to save this here, and then inside my style.css, I'm going to access this particular h3, and then I want to change this span into a block element. So inside my styles.css, I'm going to say for the container form h3, and then I want to target the span, okay, which is an inline element by default. Then I'm going to say display as a block element. And when I save this, notice that now the span inside here starts on a new line, which is meaning it is now a block element. And if you want to change an element into an inline element, for example, I can go inside this h1 and I can say display inline. So it's going to now display as an inline block, and you can see that now the h2 moves upwards. And then now you see another difference of inline elements and block elements, because as you can see, the margin does not work on inline elements. Now if I disable this, you'll notice that this is pushed downwards because there's a margin here, and then the h1 is also aligned to the center because it is a block element. But for inline element, if I re-enable this, which is going to change this h1 into an inline element, and I save this, notice that the margin no longer applies and the text align center no longer applies. And the reason why it no longer applies is because now the h1 is no longer a block element, but it is now an inline element. And then something else, if I go inside this span and say text align center, you'll notice that the span now responds to such properties. And if I want to say add a margin of 3 rem on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right, then you notice that now the span has a margin applied to it. But if I come and disable this, which means it's going to go back to being an inline element, and I save it, then notice that these two properties do not work. So that is the main difference between block and inline elements, and we are going to encounter other examples where I'm going to be demonstrating this when we build out our other projects. So I'm going to enable this, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to disable this, comment this out, okay, and then I'm going to comment this out as well, and I'm just going to place some text here on top that says block and inline elements. And you know what, let me just do this. Let me comment this out, and then let me cut this out and push it inside here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to also copy this on top, and then I'm going to remove this, such that now you're always going to have access to this block of code which I was explaining. Okay, and then now I can go back into my index.html, and then I can comment this out. Okay, and then we're going to save this, And then now this is going to be our sign up form. And then now the reason why I was explaining inline and block elements is because the label is also an inline element. That's why you can see that the label is an inline element, and then the input is also an inline element. So they are on the same line. But if you check in our design, we want the label to be on top and then the input on the bottom. So we can do that easily by just going, let me go below this and saying I want to access the container form and all the labels inside. So all the labels inside. So this is going to access all the labels inside. And then I'm just going to say display all the labels as block elements. And then when I do that, you'll notice that now the label is now on top and the input is now on the bottom. And then we want to style the label a bit. So I'm going to say font weight, make this bold, which is going to bolden it. And then I want to make the text uppercase. So I'm going to say text transform uppercase. And then I want to increase the letter spacing just a bit. As you can see that these letters are separated just a bit more than normal. So what I can do that by just saying, letter spacing, set this to about 0.2 rem. Let me see how this looks. Okay, that looks fine. And then I just want to make it a bit smaller because that text is a bit too big. So I'm going to reduce the font size. So I'm going to say font size. By default, it's 16 pixels. So I'm going to say 0.8 rem, which I think is about 14 pixels. And that's looking much, much better. And then now because it's a block element, then I can apply a margin on it. So I can say margin bottom because I want it to push away from this input just a bit. So I'm going to say margin bottom of 0.2 rem. Just push it away just a bit. And then now I want to access the input and style the input as well. So I'm going to say that for the container form and for the input, then I want to say remove the border, so border none. And then I also want to say remove the outline when I hover over it, so outline none. And when I save this, that you can see that now the input is just basically white with nothing, even when I click on it, right? And then I also want to increase the padding on the inputs, and you know what, the padding is going to be a padding of 0.625 rem on the top and bottom, so 10 pixels on the top and bottom, and 1.25 rem on the left and right, which is 20 pixels. And the reason why I know it's 20 pixels is because by default the root em value is 16. So I'm going to save that. And then you know what, actually the border is not going to be none because I want the border to have a line, this line, right? So the border is going to be 2 pixels. So let me say border width is going to be 2 pixels. And then border style is going to be solid, meaning I don't want any dotted lines. I want it to be fully connected. And then border color is going to be our very same color that we had on the body, which is this one right here. So I'm going to save this, and then we should see this on the screen. Okay, would you look at that? But then you'll notice that this is just a bit darker, right? I don't want it to be so dark. So what I'm going to do is I want to add an opacity to this so that it's just a bit lighter. And I can do that in VS Code by just hovering over this color and then dragging this selector downwards, which reduces the opacity. So right around there, I'm going to save this, and we're going to have that. Okay, so once I have the border as that, then I want to add a border radius so that this is just a bit rounded on the edges, as you can see even in the design as well. So I can do that by just going below this and saying border radius and setting this to about 1.25 rem. Let me see how that looks. That's too much. Okay, so I'm going to say 1 rem. That's still too much. Let me say 0.6 rem. And that is much better. Okay, and then now I want that when I focus on the input, then this opacity is removed from the border color, and then it is now set to the full color without any opacity. So I can do that by targeting the focus state. So I can do that by targeting the focus state on the input. So I can say for the dot container, for the form, and for the input, then I'm going to place my full colon, and then I'm going to say that when it has a state of focus, so when we focus on it, then I want the border color to go back to my original color, which is this, so that when I save this, and now look, if I focus on it, then the border is going to change color into the darker version, and then when I remove focus, And then when I remove focus from it by clicking anywhere outside here, then it loses focus. So that is just some bit of like showing your users that they are focused on this element or not. Now there's something that I did here which I did on purpose because I also wanted to explain that you can turn these 3 lines into 1 line. So just like we did with the margin and the padding, you can also do the same thing to the border. So I'm going to comment this out, and then I'm going to add this very same styles, but I'm going to do it in 1 line. So I'm going to say that for the border, I want the border to have a width of 2 pixels, and then I want the border style to be solid, and then I want the border color to be this. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it inside here. And when I save this, you'll notice that nothing changes. So nothing changes because this 1 line does the very same thing as these 3 lines. And then now when I click on it, you can see that this still works as well. And then when I lose focus on it, then it still works as well. So these are some of the things that you can know, which are just going to optimize your programming. Okay, and then the next thing that I want to do is I want this input to always go till the end for mobile screens, that is. So what I'm going to do is on the input, I'm going to set the width here to 100%. Okay, and then when I set the width to 100%, you can see that now it goes all the way to the end. Even if I were to increase it, then it would always go all the way to the end. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to move this container to the center. And then I want to limit it so that it doesn't go all the way to the end on large screens. So how I'm going to do that is that I'm going to go inside my container class, which is this one right here. And I'm going to say set a max width on this of, let's say, 700 pixels. So that now when we exceed 700 pixels, then the container is going to have a max width applied on it, as you can see right here, of 700 pixels. And then I want that when this width of 700 pixels is applied, then I want the container to automatically move to the center. So I can do that by setting a margin of auto on the left and right. And what that will do is that it's going to check the margin on the left and right, and it's going to set an equal margin on both sides. So right inside here where I have defined the margin on the top, or rather margin all round, then I want to add another definition here and say auto. And so what this means is that it's going to apply a margin of 1.25 rem on the top and bottom, and then a margin of auto on the left and right. So I'm going to save this and look at this now. It's now pushed to the center. And then when I reduce it, you're going to notice something, that this container is now pushed all the way to the edges. And that is because of the margin of auto, because we have removed the margin of 1.25 rem all round. Okay, so that is one way that you can do that. And if you want to fix this, then you can do that using what is called media queries, which we have looked at before. So I'm going to remove this from here because I want this margin to be added on the left and right, even on mobile screens. And then I'm going to go to the bottom of my CSS file, and then I'm going to add a media query. So I'm going to say @media, and I'm going to say that when the container is greater than 500 pixels, then I want to access the .container class. And for the .container class, I want to have a margin of 1.25 rem on the top and bottom, and auto on the left and right. And you know what? Because we have set the container max to 700 pixels, then I'm also going to change this to 700 pixels. So I'm going to save this, and now look at this. When we increase it, then it's always going to be centered, as you can see. Very, very nice. Okay, so next let's push this container downwards, and I'm going to use CSS Flexbox to do that. So on the body, I'm going to say display flex. Okay, and by default, remember, Flexbox always aligns items in raw form. As you can see, if I added a second item inside here below the container, so if I add an H2 that says heading 2, so you'll notice that the H2 is going to come here because of Flexbox. Okay, so by default, always it is in raw form. And then below the display flex, I'm going to say align items to the center. And then I'm going to say justify content to the center as well, which is going to push this to the center. And then now I want to push it to the middle. And remember, we do that by adding a fixed height on it. So I'm going to say add a min height of 100 viewport heights. And inside here, I'm just adding 100 viewport heights because the form is never going to overflow outside of the viewport of the user. And then now you'll notice something. the container has shrunk down. And now even if I increase it, you'll notice that even though I added a max width of 700 pixels here, it never increases. So we can fix that by adding a width here on the container. So now we add a width, and I'm going to set this width to 90%, which means that the container is always going to take up 90% of the visible viewport. So I'm going to save this, and then now when I increase it, you'll notice first of all that it now already takes up 90% of the container. And then now when I increase it past 700 pixels, then you'll notice that now it gets stuck to 700 pixels, which is what we want. And then now let me add a border radius on the container and a box shadow as well, so that it's just a bit more visible. So on the container, I'm going to say add a border radius of 1 rem, and then I want to add a box shadow here. And the box shadow, the way I explained it in the previous video, but the way I have mastered it is by HOV, VOV, BOV, and then the color. So HOV means horizontal, VOV means vertical, and BOV means the blur. And then obviously the color is going to come to the end. So I'm going to say that I want this to go 0.1 rem on the horizontal, 0.1 rem on the vertical, and 0.1 rem on the blur radius. And then I'm going to say RGBA. So for the color, I want 0.5. So a color of black with an opacity of 0.5. So I'm going to save this, and you can see this is what we have on the container. So I want to reduce this alpha value to about 0.2. Okay, and then probably increase all this 0.1 to 0.2. So 0.2 rem and then 0.2 rem. Okay, that is much better. You can see that now the container is just a bit more visible. And by the way, I should mention that box shadows are detrimental to your performance. So always choose where to add them and where not to add them. Okay, for this case, it's only one box shadow, so the difference in performance is going to be negligible. Okay, so now the next that I'm going to do is I want to add another label and another input, and I'm going to do that by just copying this, so these two, and copying them downwards. And I'm doing this on purpose because I want to explain something. So this is going to change from first name to last name, and once again I'm selecting multiple text by just saying Control and D on VS Code, and then this is going to be last name, and then the type here is going to be text because it's still a type of because the last name is still a type of text. And then it's going to be set to required so that you can't submit the form without filling in this input. So I'm going to save this, and this is what we're going to have on the screen. Now look at the design. So in the design, we have the first name on the left and then the last name on the right. So the obvious way that you would think to do this is by going inside the form inner and then displaying this as a grid. But technically, look at what will happen. So I'm going to go right inside, right above this actually. And then I'm going to say that for the container, for the form, and then for the dot form inner class, right? If I say display flex, look at what is going to happen. Now this is going to happen, which is not what we want to happen. And the reason why it happens is because remember that Flexbox, first of all, always places items in raw form by default. So the reason why this happens is because Flexbox is going to take this one as the first item, and then this input as the second item, and then this label as the third item, and then this input as the fourth item. So we want these, the label and the input, to be inside one item. So I'm going to cut them out and place them inside an article, and then just like that. And then for the second label and the input, I'm going to cut it out and place it inside another article. And remember, the articles just act the same way as the div. You can have the article to be the child of the div, or you can have the div to be the child of the article, and it's not really going to make much difference. So that when I save this, now we are going to have this. Look at this. Okay, so now already you can see that the HTML has corrected itself. And by the way, if you didn't know about labels, if I try to click on the label here, you can see that focus is automatically placed on this. And if I try to click on this, then focus is automatically placed on this, because we are referencing the last name here, which is the name of the input, and we're referencing the first name here, which is the name of the input, and we are saying label for first name, and so on and so forth. Now what I want to do is, instead of using Flexbox here, I want to introduce CSS grid. So I'm just going to say display grid. and then I'm going to save this, and you'll notice that they're aligned one on top of the other. Now, by default, display grid doesn't really work on its own. So you would need to add another property here called grid-template-columns, like so, in order for display grid to work. And what grid template columns does is it asks you how many columns do you want your grid to be. So if I want my grid to be 2 columns, for example, then I would say 1 fractional column for the first grid, and then 1 fractional column for the second grid. So this is going to count as 1 grid, and then this is going to count as the second grid. Okay, so when I save this, then what should happen is this, the first name and this input should display on the left, and then this should display on the right. So I'm going to save this, and you can see that is what happens. Okay, but because we are on mobile screens, what I want to do is I want them to go one on top of the other. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, and then they are going to go one on top of the other. And then now what I want to do is I want to add a space between this first input and this second input, and I can do that in CSS Grid by adding a property called gap, and I'm going to add a gap of 1.25 rem, which is 20 pixels. And when I save this, you can see that now they separate out. And just the way CSS Flexbox works, Grid is also going to check that we are inside the form inner class. Okay, so the article inside here is going to be the first grid item, and then this article is going to be the second grid item. Okay, so that's the very same way that CSS Grid works. And then what I want to do is I want to add a media query so that when we are past 700 pixels right around here, then this is going to display on the left and then the last name on the right. So I can do that, and you have already seen how we have done that by just changing the grid template columns, right? So inside our media query, inside here, I'm going to go inside the dot container class, and inside the form and inside the dot form inner, like so. And then I'm going to say grid template columns, because that is the property that we want to change. So grid template columns, and change this into 1FR, so 1 fractional column each. And you'll see that now they take up 1 fractional column for each one of them right there. Now, if you don't want to keep on repeating 1FR for like 12 grids, for example, so if I keep on adding, let me just copy this. So if I keep on adding this, right, then what is going to happen is that you'll notice the grids are still being added even though there are no elements. And let's imagine that you wanted to have multiple elements. Okay, then repeating 1FR for each one of those elements becomes a bit hectic. So what we can do is we can just cut this out, and we can use a function called repeat, and we can repeat how many times do you want it to repeat. You want it to repeat like 12 times, and each grid is going to have 1 fractional column each. So when I save this, then you'll notice that now we're going to have 12 grids. And you know what, I can even showcase that for you by going into my developer tools, and notice how grid is displayed. So grid is displayed in terms of these kind of columns, as you can see. So you can see that this is the first grid is here, which is the first name, then the second, then the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, and finally the 12th one at the end. But now I don't want them to display as 12 grids. I want them to display as 2 grids. So I'm just going to change this into 2 grids and save this, and we should have this on the screen. So now we only have 2 grid items. As you can see, they're just separated by this gap, which is a gap of 20 pixels because we set the grid gap right here. So the gap is going to be 1.25 rem, which is 20 pixels, because once again our root em value is 16 pixels. So 16 by 1.25 equals 20. Okay, so you can see that our design is coming in slowly by slowly, and then now when I put focus on this one, then this one loses focus and it turns into this slightly less opaque color. And then now what I want to do is I want to do the very same thing right inside here. I just want to go and copy this div with a class of form inner. So just copy this div, paste it downwards, and then now for the label for this, we're going to be changing this up a bit. So this one is going to be email, and then the label for this is going to be going to the email. And then the input, we're going to change this input, and I'm going to say input type is going to be a type of email. And the reason why we do that is because for HTML validation, if you don't set a type of email here, then it's not going to give you the proper validation. Okay, and then the name for this is going to be email, so that it can link to this label, so that when you click on this label, then this is the input that is going to be highlighted. And then I'm going to give this an ID of email as well, and then I'm going to set it to required, so that you cannot submit the form without filling in this input. And then once we have this, then we're going to have an input. We're going to change this into date of birth, and then the label for this is going to be DOB. And then the input type for this is now going to be date, and then the name is going to be DOB because that's what we have inside here, and then the ID is also going to be DOB. And I've just remembered something. You cannot have multiple elements having the same ID, but you can have multiple elements having the same class name. As you can see, we have form inner here and form inner on top here. So that is also another rule of HTML, that if you want to add an ID to an element, then it has to be unique, because two elements cannot share the same ID. So we're going to save this, and we should see this on the screen. So we have email here, and then we have date of birth. And then you'll notice something, that there's a grid gap here, but there's no grid gap here, and then there's a grid gap here. But if I add another fourth one here, which we're actually going to do, then it's not going to have a grid gap. Okay, so what I'm going to do is inside this .form inner class, I'm going to copy this once again, copy it down here, and then I should check that we need our password and confirm password. So the label for this is going to go into password, and then this text is going to say password, and then the input type for this is going to be password, and then the name is going to be password, so that it links to the label. And then the email is going to be, the ID, sorry, is going to be password-1 and password1, because this one is going to be password2, because remember, once again, you cannot have the same ID on multiple elements. And then, you know what, I'm just going to copy this and paste it inside here. And then this is going to be the label for password. You know, let me call this password2, and the name for this is going to be password-2, so that now I can change this into password-1, and then change the name for this into password-1. Okay, and then change this ID into password-2. Oops, like so. Set it to required, and then the input type is still going to be password, and then this is going to be confirm password. So confirm password. So that should be correct. So input type password. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and then we're going to have this on the screen. Look at that, fantastic. And then now the interesting thing is that for the password field, if I try to type in, then you can see that it is automatically hidden. So that's why these input types are very, very important for you to know, because you always want that the passwords should be hidden. And then if you want to select a date, you can see that it creates a month, day, year for you, and then it also gives you a date picker. Now, I know you're probably wondering why I decided to change the label here to password2, and then the name to password2, and I did password2 and did the same on top here to password1. So let me show you what is going to happen if you have the label here and the label here, as well as the names into the same thing. So I'm going to change this into password1, and I'm going to save this. And then now look at this. If I try to click on the label here, it highlights password1 correctly. But if I try to click on confirm password, which we expect to be password2, then look at this, password1 is still the one being applied. And the reason why it's being applied is because password1 is referencing this input, and it is not referencing this one. So that's why I changed this one into password2. Okay, so once we have that, then I'm going to go into our CSS, and I want to add margin on top of each one of this, and on top of this one as well. So what I'm going to do is inside the form inner class, which we have somewhere, and the form inner class is the div that holds every pair of inputs. So inside here, I'm going to say that set a margin on top of 1.25 rem, and it's going to be the same margin as the gap, so that the spacing is going to be maintained. You can see that. And then now look at this very, very interesting thing. If I try to scale this up, then right around here, because we already added a media query, remember, we added a media query here of grid template columns to repeat twice for the form inner class. Then you'll notice that now right here, we're going to be repeating this item twice because we already added the media query. So now the next thing that I want to do is I want to increase the padding all around on this container on large screen. So right around here, then I want to set the margin, or sorry, the padding to 2 rem, not 22 rem, just to push these emails just a bit. And then now I want to create our submit button. Okay, so every form has to have a submit button. So right below, right here, below this div and below the closing tag of the form, I want to create a button here with a class of btn, and I'm going to call this submit. And then this button is going to have a type of submit, and the type of submit is important because I want that when I click this button, it triggers the event called submit on the form. So I'm going to save this, and you'll notice that if I try to click this button, then it's going to highlight this input and it's going to tell me please fill in this field. And the reason for that is because of the required validation from HTML5 that we have added to each of the inputs. So I'm going to save this, and then now I want to style our submit form, our submit button, sorry. So inside our style.css, I'm just going to go right here. So for the container, I want to access the form and I want to access the class of btn on the button. And then I'm going to say, first of all, give this a text color of white, so hashtag FFF, and then give it a padding of 0.625 rem on the top and bottom and 1.25 rem on the left and right, which is the same as the inputs. And then I want this to have a font size of 1 rem, which is 16 pixels. Okay, and then I want this to have a background color of our hashtag 3, this one. So this color is going to be our primary color, so save this, and we're going to have that. Okay, and then something that I didn't mention is that buttons and inputs do not take up the default font family on the body. So even if we are to set this font family of Inter here on the body, then you'll notice that buttons and inputs are not going to take up that default font family. So I want to change that by just going below this body inside now our index.css, so inside our global style sheet, and I'm going to say that for the inputs and for the buttons, then I want this to have a font family of inherit. And what this means is it's going to inherit the font family of the body. So when I save this, you can see that now the font family on the button changes as well. And then back inside our styles.css, inside our button, I'm going to set a margin on the top of 1.25 rem, which is going to push away from this input. And then I want to remove this black border that you're seeing. So I'm going to say border, set this to none. And then I want that when I focus on it, it also shouldn't have a border. So I'm going to say outline none, which is going to remove that. And then let's add a border radius. So border dash radius of 0.625 rem all around. And then let's increase the padding. So I'm going to right here, let's increase this padding to about 3 rem on the left and right. So we're going to have this. Okay, now let's target the hover state for the button. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to place my colon and say that when the button has a state of hover, so when I hover over it, then the first thing that I want to do is change this cursor into a pointer. So I'm going to say cursor pointer, and then I want to reduce the opacity to about 0.75. So I'm going to save this and notice how this button now works. Look at this. Now that is the hover state of the button. So when I hover over it, then this happens. And if you want, you can add a transition here. So I'm going to say transition all the elements, or you know what, I can just say transition the opacity by 0.2 seconds, and I'm going to say is in out, so that now the opacity is going to transition instead of just popping in. Now the next thing that we're going to do in this form is we're going to create these 2 toggle buttons, which is going to be very interesting because we're going to be using what are called CSS hacks, because there is no type of toggle in CSS, but there is a type of checkbox. So let's do that next. And you know what, I've just realized this button says create account, not submit. So let's change it. Inside our index.html, let's change this into create account. There we go. So below this div and above this button, I'm going to create another div, and I want this div to have a class of checkboxes, like so. And then inside here, I'm going to have an input with a type of checkbox. Okay, so this is the shorthand property that you can use if you're using Emmet. So input colon checkbox if you want to create an input of type checkbox. or you can say input type text if you want to create an input of type text, or you can say input type email if you want to create an input of type email, and you can say input type URL if you want to create an input with a type of URL that accepts a URL to a website, for example. So input type check box, and then the name for this is going to be checkbox with an ID of checkbox. And then I'm also going to set this to required, so that you always have to check the checkbox before you submit the form. And then because I want to style this differently, then I'm going to give this a class of checkbox, so checkbox. And then below this input, I'm going to have a label, and this label is going to be for the checkbox, like so. And then inside here, we're going to be styling our this ball in the middle. Okay, so inside here, I'm going to create a div with a class of ball, and then that is going to be our label. So I'm going to open this up, and you can see that now we have our checkbox right inside here. So let's begin styling this out. And this is probably going to backfire on me because it's been a while since I created such a checkbox. So what I'm going to do is right below this container, I want to target the class of checkbox. And I'm going to begin by saying display none, which is going to hide it. So display none hides it and removes it from the content of the website. You can do this equally by just setting the opacity to 0, but remember that opacity is still going to place it on the website, meaning it's still going to take up the same content that it used to take up. And if you want to remove it from taking up the space on the web page, then you can set this to position absolute, which is going to remove it. However, I do not recommend doing that, so I'm just going to disable these two, and then I'm going to enable this. And then now what I want to do is I want to target this label, right? So I'm going to give this label a class name. Oh, sorry, not class name. I'm not in React. So I'm going to give this a class of label, like so. Save this, and then right below this, I'm going to target the class of label that I have. The class of label, remember, this is no longer the label element. This is the label that has a class of label. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say position this as relative. And then I'm going to say background color. Background color, I'm going to set this to transparent. And I'm going to explain why we have this line in a few moments, but just have it in for now. And then I'm going to say, let's say display flex. Okay, and then align item center. And then I'm just going to say justify content to space between. And then I'm going to be explaining these lines in a few moments. I just want to write them out. And then I'm going to say border radius of 50 pixels. And then I'm going to have a padding of 1.25 rem all round, so 20 pixels all round. And then I'm going to say margin of 0 on the top and bottom and 1.25 rem on the left and right. And then I'm going to set this width to 50 pixels. And then I'm going to set the height to 26 pixels. And then I'm going to have a cursor of pointer. Okay, so save this. And we don't have anything yet on the screen, but notice that because I have a cursor of pointer here, then I can hover over it here, and you see that our checkbox runs right here. So the next that I'm going to do is I'm going to now target this div inside here with the class of ball. So I'm going to go below this, and I'm going to say that for the dot ball class, then I want the background color. So background color, I'm going to change it into our primary color. So when I save this, nothing is going to happen because I need to position it absolute. So position absolute, and then I'm going to explain this as well. This is getting exciting. So position absolute, and then I'm going to say position to the top by 2 pixels, and then to the left by 2 pixels, and then I'm going to say border radius of 50%, and then a width of 22 pixels, and a height as well of 22 pixels to make it square and rounded. And then I'm going to say transition, so transition, and I'm going to say transform So transition transform by 0.15 seconds in a linear fashion, so in a straight line. Okay, so let me save this, and now look at this. Okay, so we have our ball right here, and remember that the label here is going to be our the label is going to be this white background that we're seeing. And you know what, let me do that right here by removing this background color, by changing the background color transparent to white. So you can see our label is this right here. Okay, and then now I want to target another state below this and say that for the dot checkbox. Okay, so for the dot checkbox, which is where is it, this one right here, so for our input, so for the dot checkbox, I want to check for a state of checked, and the state of checked is whether it has the tick or not. Then I want to access the label and the ball by saying plus dot label, dot label, and the dot ball class, and I'm going to say transform, and I'm going to say translate on the x-axis by 24 pixels, and these widths inside here and these heights are chosen on purpose because I'm going to show you in a moment. And then when I save this, now look at this, when it has a state of checked, then what we expect is this ball should move from here to the end. So let's try it. Look at that. Interesting, is it not? Quite interesting. And then notice how this white background is a bit too big and the ball is small. So what I'm going to do is on the label, I'm going to go inside this padding and disable it. Yeah, just disable the padding. And so in fact, let me just remove it from inside here. And then now we can begin talking about all these properties that we've added. So the border radius of 50 pixels is what adds the border. And you know, let me change this to black because it's not really visible. Or let me change it to green. Oops, green. So the border radius of 50 pixels is what gives this background color of green a border radius of 50 pixels, this kind of rounded border. If I disable it, then you see that it's going to be a rectangle, which we do not want, right? So I'm going to enable it, and then the margin, and then the margin of 0 on the top and bottom and 1.25 rem on the left and right is what places this margin on the left here as well as on the right. So if I disable it, then you'll see that it's going to move it back to the left. And you know what I want to do is I want the margin to be 1.25 rem on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right, so that this moves downwards. Okay, and then the width of 50 pixels is what limits this label to right around here, so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. So if I disable it, you'll notice that it's going to go all the way to the end, yet our input is only going to be within this space. Okay, so I'm going to enable it, and then of course the height of 26 pixels is what gives this label once again this height that you're seeing. So if I disable it, then it's not going to have any height. And then the cursor of pointers, just to make sure that when I hover over it, the cursor changes like so. The ball is what is moving inside here. So when it has a background color of this, which is dark, and then this is positioned absolute, and then our label is positioned relative. So the way positioning works is that when you position an element absolute, by default, it's going to be positioned absolute within the body. However, if you give the parent a position of relative, then it's going to be positioned absolutely relative to the parent of the element. So for example, if I disable this position relative here, you'll notice that now the ball goes all the way to the top, which we don't want because we want to position it within this element, which is the label, which is the parent, because the label inside here, where is it? Because the label is the parent of the ball. So let's enable it once again so that it goes back. And then a top of 2 pixels is just what makes it so that it doesn't go all the way to the top. I don't know whether zooming in helps, but let me try. So notice that it is just 2 pixels. It doesn't go all the way to the top of the label, right? So that's why we have set it 2 pixels from the top, and then left of 2 pixels, just make sure that it doesn't go all the way to the end as well, right inside here. And if you increase this to about, let's say 4 pixels, what you'll notice is that it pushes inwards just a bit. Okay, so I'm going to change this back to 2 pixels. Fantastic. And then the border radius of 50% is what makes this ball rounded, and it makes it rounded because we have set it to a fixed width of 22 pixels and a fixed height of 22 pixels, which means it's going to be a square. And then when I add the border radius of 50%, it's going to turn it into a circle. So if I disable this, let me zoom out. So if I disable this, look at this, now it's a square. Now it still works, but you don't want a square because it's not a good UI. So adding the border radius of 50% is what makes it rounded into this ball. And then transition transform 0.15 seconds in a linear fashion is what moves it from the left to the right and from the right to the left when it is checked, because we are checking for a state of checked inside here. And then we're saying that when it has a state of checked, then we want to translate it on the x-axis by 24 pixels because the transition here is working on the transform property, and the transform property is this one here. And we're saying that for the transform property, then translate it on the x-axis by 24 pixels, which means move it on the x-axis by 24 pixels. So that is what we have inside here, and that is how we create this toggle button. Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to change this back into white, so FFF. And by the way, you should know that display flex and align in depth center, and this is just for fun. So even if you disable it, then nothing is going to change on the screen. And the reason why I added this in is because there is some text that I'm going to add that I want to appear here. So I'm going to, you know what, let me just disable it for now, and then when I add in the text, then you'll see what is going to happen, which I'm going to do next. So right inside here, I want to say that for the label right below this, then I'm going to say add a paragraph that says, what does it say? It says, so the paragraph says, I have read and agreed to the terms of service outlined in the privacy policy. So I have read and agree to the terms of service outlined in the privacy policy. Okay, so when I save that, then we have this displaying on the screen. Okay, and you know what, I've just realized that we don't really even need this to be here because it doesn't do anything. So I have read and agreed to the terms of service. Okay, fantastic. Now what I want to do is, instead of this being a paragraph, I want to change it into a small tag. Okay, so that the text is just going to be a bit smaller. And then now what I'm going to do is, I want this div called checkboxes to be a flex box, so that now I'm going to display this input and the label as one item, and then the small tag as the second item. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to cut this out and place it inside an article like so. And then, you know what, when I save this, then what is going to happen is that the checkbox now, when I display it as a flex box, then the article is going to be the first item, and this small element is going to be the second item. So inside my styles.css, I can go inside, where is it, this div with the class of checkboxes, which is above this. I'm going to say for the checkboxes, so checkboxes, and I'm going to say display flex like so, and then I'm going to say align dash items to the center. And then you know what, the reason why it is not completely aligned to the center is because we have a margin on the top and bottom on the label. So what I'm going to do is, now I'm going to change this up once again, and I'm going to say I want a margin of 0 on the top and bottom, and 1.25 rem on the right, and then 0 on the bottom and 0 on the left. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and this is what is going to happen. And then now I'm going to go inside this div with the class of checkboxes, and I'm going to say margin top of 2 rem, which is going to push away from this, so that now we have our checkbox. Okay, and then right below this, I'm just going to say justify content to the start, so that this content is always going to be justified to the left. Okay, so that is our first checkbox. And then now we're going to create our second checkbox by just copying this div with the class of checkboxes. So copy and paste it below this. And then now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to change this ID once again into checkbox 2. So checkbox 2, remember, because we can't have two IDs of the same name. So the name of this is also going to be checkbox 2. The type is still going to be checkbox, and the label for this is going to be checkbox-2. Okay, so we're going to have that. And then the text for this second one, it says receive emails about new updates and features. So cut this out and say receive emails about new updates and features, and say no spam included. So save this, and then we should have this on the screen. Would you look at this? Looking amazing. It does. Okay. So this is our form right here. And you know what? This margin is a bit too big. It's a bit too big. So let's go inside here and change this into 1 rem. Let me see how this looks. 1 rem. Let me say 0.5 rem. A bit of trial and error. 0.5 rem. And you know what? Let me do this. Let's change this up and say I want a margin of 1 rem on the top. And then I'm going to say 0 on the right. And then I'm going to say 0.5 rem on the bottom and 0 on the left. Okay, so that we're going to have this. So this is looking quite nice. And you remember that because all of these are set to required, if I try to submit the form, then it's not going to work. Now, a bonus thing that I do want to do. Remember, I said that I want to show you how we can use Flexbox and Grid. So we used Grid to display these items. So now I want to use Flexbox, and it's going to be quite easy. So what I'm going to do is right inside here, I'm going to place this back to the right, where we had our form, inner. Now I'm no longer going to use display grid. Instead, I'm going to say display flex. So display flex. And then by default, remember, they go as a raw form. And then now what I want to do is that for mobile screens, I want them to stack one on top of the other. So I'm going to say flex direction, set this to column, which is going to cause them to stack one on top of the other. And then now what I want to do is notice how now the spacing is a bit messed up because we are no longer having a grid gap, right? So I'm going to access all the articles within this class. So I'm going to just paste this downwards and say that for all the articles, then I want a margin dash top of 1.25 rem, and then I'm going to disable this, otherwise it's going to increase the margin a bit more. And you can see that now all the articles have a margin on top of 1.25 rem. If I did not disable this, then the margins are going to be increased for each one of these, because each of these divs, remember, is a pair. So I'm going to comment this out. Okay, and then now on larger screens, what we want to do is we want to change the flex direction into row, so that now they're going to be aligned on the left and the right. So right inside here, now notice that this no longer applies because we don't have a display grid. So I'm going to say change the flex, and let me just disable it. And then I'm going to say flex direction, set this into row, which is going to do this. Now, of course, Flexbox requires a bit more styling to be applied. So what I'm going to do is, once again, I'm just going to copy this downwards, and I'm going to say on these large screens, then I want the margin, so margin dash right to be 1.25 rem, and then of course I want this to be applied on the articles, so the articles like so it adds this margin of 1.25 rem. And the margin of 1.25 rem is applied even on these articles. So because we don't want it to apply on these articles, on these second ones really, and we only want it to apply on this first one so that they can be separated out like this, then we can use another pseudo selector in CSS called not. So you can say :not, and then I want to say that I don't want to select this last child. So I can place another : and say last dash child. And then when I save this, then the margin is only going to be applied on this first article and not on the second article. So that's what this does. And then now what I want to do is I want these articles to take up the entire space that they're in, right? So I can do that by just copying this once again. So copying it and pasting it above this, and then I can use another property called flex like so, and just set it to 1. And when I save this, then this happens. So what flex of 1 does is that it just tells the article to take up 100% of the width that they are in. And in this case, because we have a flexbox set to row, then it's going to take up 100% of the section. So that's how you can use flexbox to style this out as well if you want to use flexbox. And if you don't want to use flexbox, then you can use grid as I had shown you on top right inside here. Now the question that you're going to ask is, what if you want this form to work? There are a number of ways that you can make this form work. If you want to deploy this to Netlify, for example, then all you have to do is go inside your form, inside your form right here, and add an attribute here called Netlify. And then once you save this and you deploy this to Netlify, every form submission is going to be going into your Netlify account, and you can see the form submissions if you want. Now, another way that you can make this form work is by using what is called form submit. And form submit, as you can see, the description is that it forms easy endpoints for your HTML forms. And all you have to do is add an action attribute and then place in this link inside here and link it to your email. And then you add a method of post. So for example, inside here now, instead of Netlify, you can have an action. So form action equals to, and action, the action attribute is what the form should do or where the form should be submitted when you submit it, when you click the submit button. So the action for this, we're setting to https form submit.co, and then you can place in your email. So place in your email inside here. And then what it's going to do is also add a method of post. So method equals to post. And the method of post is to ensure that when you submit the form, then it's not going to appear in the address bar. Because for example, let me try and submit this form. So if I try and submit this form, look at the address bar. Okay, so create account, and it's going to pop this up, of course, but look at this. It shows you that the first name that you entered is this, the last name you entered is this, your email is this, and then it's going to show you that your date of birth is, let me just show you. So it's going to show that the date of birth is 2006, which is today, and then your password that you entered here is this, and the password 2 is this. And you don't really want that to happen when you're submitting forms, otherwise anyone can get access to your client information, for example. So that's why you have a method of post, because post encrypts it. So once you place in your email inside here, then you have to go in and submit the form at least once, so that it gives you a validation to your email, which is going to activate the form. So that is how you can use form submit to create a backend for your form service in your website, for example. And I've just realized that I don't want this second input to be required, because I don't want to force people into receiving emails, but I do want to force them to agree to the privacy policy before they create their account. So I can go into this second input here and remove this required, and we can now submit the form without setting it into required. So that is going to be our sign up form. And then now what I want to do is I want to commit this into GitHub. So once again, I'm going to show you how to commit this into GitHub. So I'm going to say cd into project 2 sign up form, like so. And then I'm going to say git add design.jpg, and I'm going to say git commit design file, like so. Then I'm going to say git add index.html and git commit index.html, and say git add styles.css, and I'm going to say git commit, I'm going to say style sheet. Okay, and then I also want to commit this index.css because we made a change here for the inputs and the buttons. So I'm going to cd back out of this, and I'm going to say git add index.css, and I'm going to say git commit, and I'm going to say have inputs and buttons take the font family of the body. And then I'm going to say git push, which is going to push these changes into GitHub. And then when I check this GitHub repository, then you're going to see that 23 seconds ago, this is the last commit that we made. Okay, fantastic. So in the next project, we're going to be building our model. So in this project, we're going to be building a model, and we're going to be building this model in 3 ways. So we're going to be building something like this, which is just going to show a pop-up when you click on the button that says open model. And the first way that we're going to do it is by using JavaScript to toggle our model. And the second way that we're going to do it is by using the dialog element. And then the third way we're going to use it is by using a state of target on the model. So let's go ahead and get started. So what I've done is I've created a folder called project 3 model. And inside this model, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an index.html file. And then I'm going to also create an styles.css, so styles.css, and then I'm also going to create an index.js file for our JavaScript, and then I'm going to close this up. And now inside our index.html, I'm just going to say exclamation and enter, and then I'm going to change this title to project 3, and I'm going to call this model. So once again, the first thing I'm going to do is return an h1 that says hello world, and then I'm going to open up my server by right clicking and saying open with live server, so that now we're going to see hello world on the screen. So I'm going to place this to the right, and then I'm going to place my code to the left. So the first thing inside here is I want to return a div with a class of button, and this div with the class of button is going to have a button with a class of btn that says open model. And then once I save this, then you're going to have our model right here, our button, sorry. And then below this div, I'm going to return another div with a class of model, and this model is going to have an h1 that says this is a really cool looking model. And then below this h1, I'm going to return a paragraph that says some dummy text, and using emmet, I'm just going to say lorem 50, which is going to generate 50 words of random text for me. And then below this paragraph, I'm going to have another button that has the very same class of btn. So this is where reusing styles comes in, and this class of btn, and this button is going to say close model. So I'm going to save this, and we should have this on the screen. Now remember, once again, we have a global style sheet, so I want to link our global style sheet. So link into /index.css, and then below this, I'm going to link our styles.css, so styles.css. So I'm going to save this, and the font is going to change, and this is going to change as well. So inside our styles.css, what I want to do is access the .btn class, which are the buttons, and then I'm going to give these buttons a background color of red, which is this right here, so FA5757, and then I want to change the text color into white, and then I want to add a padding of 0.625 rem on the top and bottom, and 2 rem on the left and right, and then I want to add a border radius of 0.625 rem, and then I want to remove the default border that it has, and then I also want to remove the outline, so outline none. And then I want to target the hover state for this, so btn, when I hover over the button, then I want the opacity to reduce to 0.75, and then I want the cursor to go into pointer. So I'm going to save this, and this is what we're going to have on the screen. Of course, I want to add a slight transition here, so I'm going to say transition, and I'm going to say transition the opacity by 0.2 seconds, and I'm going to say is in out, so that now the opacity is just going to transition just a bit. Now what I want to do is I want this button to be bigger than this. So I'm going to say that for the div that has a class of button inside here, so for the dot button, I want to access the btn inside, so the button inside, and then I'm going to say I want this to transform, and I want it to scale up to 1.25, which is just going to make it bigger. And you know what, let's say how does 2 look like? Let's say 1.5. So now that we have this, let's go above this and access the div with the class of button, and I'm going to say display flex, and then I'm going to say align items to the center, and these are shorthand properties that you can use when you have emmet installed. And then I'm going to say justify content to the center, like so, and then I'm going to say let this have a mean height of 100 viewport heights, which is going to push this model to the center, and you can see that now it pushes this one outwards. Now by default, I don't want this to be visible, right? But because of styling purposes, let me just style it out first of all. Okay, so what I'm going to do is below this, I'm going to access the body, and I'm going to give this body a background color of hashtag F1 F1 F1, so that we're going to have this. And then now I want to access this class of model. Remember, this is the div that has a class of model. So below this, I'm going to access the model class and give this a background color, so background dash color of hashtag white, so FFF, and then I'm going to change the text color into a very dark gray, so hashtag 333, like so. And then I'm just going to say text align center, which is going to push all the text inside to the center. And then I'm going to say I want to add a padding of 1.25 rem, or let me say 1.5 rem all round. And then let me set a margin of 0 on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right, so that the model pushes inwards just a bit. And then let's also add a border radius of the model. So border dash radius, set this to 0.625 rem, 625 rem. And then once we have that, then I want to access the H1. So the model H1, this is going to have a margin on the bottom of 1 rem. Okay, and then I'm going to go into the dot model paragraph, and I want to reduce the font size of the paragraph. So font size is going to be 0.9 rem. And then I want to add a margin bottom to push it away from the button. So margin bottom of 1.5 rem to push it away from this close model button. So I'm going to save this, and we should have this on the screen. And probably this text is a bit close to one another. So if you want to separate them out, you can use a property here called line height. So line height, I can set this to 1.8, which is going to separate them out quite a bit, as you can see. So now once we have this, I want to position this model absolute so that it comes over this button and it is positioned to the center. So right inside here, I'm just going to say position absolute, and I'm going to bring it to the top by 50% and then to the left by 50%, which is going to do this. Okay, and then I want it to have a width so that it's not shrunk up. So I'm going to say set this width to be 90%. Okay, so that it's going to do this, and it's going to introduce a horizontal scroll bar. And the reason why it does that is because technically it is positioned to the second quadrant here. So instead we want to move it to the perfect center, and we can do that right below this by saying transform and translate by minus 50% on the x-axis and minus 50% on the y-axis, so that now it's going to take up the absolute center. And then right below this, I'm going to set this to have a max width of 600 pixels. Let's see how this looks. And we have this. So this is our model, and I can add a slight box shadow on it so that it's more visible. So inside here, right below this, I can say box shadow, set this to 0.2 rem, 0.2 rem on the HOF. So HOF, and then VOF, and then BOF, and then RGBA 000, it's 0.4. So that we're going to have this as our model. Change this into 0.3. Oops, something broke. Okay, so that we're going to have this as our model. Okay, fantastic. So now let's go ahead and add the functionality for the close model and the open model, and that's easy enough to do. And then, by the way, you'll notice something, that on mobile screens this is pushed to the right more than it is to the left. So that is because of this margin that we have here. So if we disable it, then you'll notice that now it goes back to the perfect center. Okay, so we can actually just remove this margin from here. And then now let's go ahead and inside our index.html, let's link our style sheet on the bottom. So I'm going to say script source. This is going to be coming from index.js, which is a file that we've created inside here and we have opened here. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to access the button of open model here, and then I also want to access the model, and then I want to access this button of close model. So in order to do that, then I'm going to add an ID on this close model button, and I'm going to call this ID close model. And then I'm going to do the same on this open model. I'm going to add an ID here that says open-model. So inside of my JavaScript, I can say I want to grab the open model button, right? So I'm going to say const open model. This is going to be equal to document dot get element by ID, and that's how you can get an element by its ID, and we've called this open model. And then I'll get to do the same for the close model. So const close model equals to document dot get element by ID, and I've called it close dash model. And then for the model, so const model. Okay, so we're just assigning them to variables. I'm going to say document dot query selector, because the model doesn't have an ID, right? So document dot query selector, and I'm selecting the dot model. So the difference between query selector and get element by ID is that when you are using query selector, you have to have the selector of the element. So in this situation, it's a class, so that's why I have it as .model. If the model had an ID and I wanted to access it by its ID, then I will change this into hashtag model, because that's how you access IDs. So in this case, it's a class, so I'm going to change it into .model. And then what I want to do is I want to add an event listener on the open model button. So open model.add event listener, and we are listening for the click event on the open model class, on the open model button, sorry. And then when that event fires, then I want the model to have a class applied to it. So model.classList.add, and this class is going to say just like something like model-open. So let's go ahead and create this class. So that means that by default, this model is going to be hidden. So we can go ahead right below this. So right below this, I can add an opacity of 0, which will make it disappear. But remember, even though it's disappeared, we still can't click on this button. We still can't, because technically look at how this cursor is changing. Even here, there's a cursor change, which is showing that there's some text here, but we can't click on this button. So in order to prevent that, then I can say, I can set the Z index here, so the Z index to -1. And what the Z index does, or Z index, it describes how elements appear one on top of the other. So the more you have a positive Z index, the closer the element is to you, who is the user. And if an element has a negative Z index, then it is pushed further away from the user. So adding a negative Z index here pushes it behind the button or behind other elements. So I can even set this into -10,000, you know, or like a huge number that you want here, just as long as it's on the negative. And you see that now I can access my button inside here. And you know what, just to be consistent, let me push this inside here. And yeah. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a class on the model. So for the .model, when it has a class of .model-open, which is the class that we were accessing in our JavaScript here, then what I want to do is I want to change the opacity into 1, and then I want to bring it forward. So I want to change the Z index or Z index into something like 99, which makes sure that it is always going to be on top of all other elements on the window. So I'm going to save this, and now when I click on this, look at this. Now our model appears. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to add a smooth transition so that it doesn't just pop in. So I'm going to say transition, and I'm going to transition all the elements by 0.3 seconds, 0.3 seconds, and I'm going to say ease in out. So would you look at that? You see how it comes in, right? So I'm going to reload this so that it disappears, and when I say open model, there we go. So it transitioned inwards. And now I want to do the opposite of this on the close model button, and the close model button is this one right here. So I'm going to say close model dot add event listener, and we're listening for the click event once again. And I'm going to pass in our function. So pass in our inline function here, and I'm going to say model dot class list dot remove, and remove the class of model dash open. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and now I can open it and I can close it, and I can open it and I can close it, and I can open it and I can close it. Okay, so that is one way that you can create a model. And now we're going to look at the second way to create a model, which is using the dialog element. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to disable all of this, and then I'm going to add a comment here that says method 1, and then comment this out as well, and comment this out as well. And then inside our index.html, let me place this to be full screen. What I'm going to do is, you know what, let me just disable all of this as well. Let me just disable this. Okay, and then I'm also going to place a comment here that says method 1. And then now for method 2 is by using an HTML element called the dialog. We're going to have the same structure as this, but I don't want to remove these comments just in case you want to have a look at the previous code that we wrote. So inside here, we're going to have a button. So we're going to have a div with a class of button that has a button inside. And this button is going to have a class of btn with some text that says open model, like so. So when I save this, then we should see our button still in the middle because our styling is still applying. So once I have that, then below this I'm going to have a dialog element like so, and this dialog element is going to have an h1 that says this is another really cool looking model. And then below this I'm going to have a paragraph that says Lorem 50, and then of course below this I'm going to have another button with a class of btn and with an ID of close dash model, and this is going to say close model. Okay, and then let me also add the ID to this, so ID equals to open dash model like so. And then now we should have this, so no functionality is working. Okay, but in order for the functionality to work, then I can go inside my index.js and then I can get my button. So let me add a comment here that says method 2, and then I can say const open model. So const open model, so for our button is equal to just the very same way that we had on top here. And you know what, I can just copy this, inside here, then remove this comment. So open model is this button on top, and then close model is the button on the bottom. And then now what I'm going to do is I also want to get the dialog. Okay, so I also want to get this dialog. So below this I can say const model, so we're still calling it model, is equal to document dot query selector, and we want to select the element now and the element is called a dialog element like so. And then I'm going to say open model. So open model dot add event listener, and we're listening for the click event once again. And inside here we're just going to pass in a function, and then we're going to say model dot show model. So show model is a function that is appended on the dialog element. Okay, so we are not creating this function, but when you're using the dialog element, then you can call a function called show model, which is going to show the model. And then if you want to close it down, then I can just copy this down, and then I can change this into close model. And then the model, if you want to close the model, then it also has a function here appended to it called close like so. Close, not closest, close like so. So that now when I save this, then look at this, if I click on this, it opens the model as you can see, and then when I click on close model, it closes it down. And the cool thing about the dialog element is that it adds a bit of opacity, so that now it's the background is just a bit darker. Okay, and then if you click on the escape key, if you have access to an escape key, then it automatically closes the model. So I can click this to open the model, and I can click this to close it, or I can click this to open the model, and I can click on the escape key to close the model. So just like that, now we can style it a bit better, and we can do that by just going below this. And you know what, I can disable all of this, and I can place a comment here that says method 1. Okay, and then here I can place another comment that says method 2 like so. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to access the dialog element, and for the dialog element I want to remove this border by default first of all, so I'm going to say border none. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a border radius, so border radius of 0.625 rem like so. I'm going to set the width to 90%. Okay, and then I'm going to set the margin to auto so that it pushes to the center, and there we go. And then I'm going to add a padding of 1.5 rem all around, and then I'm just going to say text align center so that all the text is aligned to the center. And then inside the dialog I can say dialog h1, and then I can say margin bottom of 1 rem to push it away from the paragraphs. Okay, and then I can change the color inside the dialog elements for all the elements to hashtag 333 like so. And then now I can also access the paragraph, so dialog paragraph, I can change the font size to 0.9 rem, and then I can change the line height to 1.8, and then I can say margin bottom to 2 rem, which is going to push away from this. And would you look at that, we have a similar looking model to the first one. And then now if I increase it, you'll notice that we also need to apply a max width to it so that it doesn't go all the way to the end of the container. And I can do that by just setting the max width max dash width here to 600 pixels, like so. And then now it is limited. Would you look at that? And we have the same cool looking model with the same functionality. Fantastic. So the third way that we can create a model is by using the target state. So I'm going to disable this, and then inside here we're not going to be adding any JavaScript, so I'm just going to disable this. And then inside our index.html, I'm going to grab this dialog up to here, and then I'm going to place a comment on top of this that says method 2. And then now for method 3, okay, so method 3, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a div with a class of button, and then inside here we're going to have an anchor tag, now no longer a button. And then this anchor tag, the text for this is going to say open model, and then this anchor tag is going to have a class of btn. So I'm going to save this, and we should still have this. So now it is changed into an anchor tag, because you can see that it has a text decoration of underline inside here, which we are actually going to remove. So right above here I can just save that for all the anchor tags, then I can say text decoration, set it to none, which is going to remove the underline. And then now I don't want to add in this href yet, but I want to create our model. So I'm going to create a div with a class of model with an ID of model, like so. And then inside here we're going to have an h1 that says this is the third model without CSS, also without JavaScript. And then below this h1 we're going to have a paragraph that says lorem 50. And probably just in case someone asks, the reason why I have an h1 here and I have it here is because this one is disabled. So this one is never really going to show up on your web page, and then this one is the one that is going to show up. Okay. And then below this we're going to have another anchor tag here that is going to have a class of btn, and it's going to say close model. So I can save this, and we should have this on the screen. Fantastic. Now this first anchor tag on top that says open model is going to be linking to this div with an ID of model, and we can do that inside the href by saying hashtag model, which means basically that when I click on this button that says open model, then this div is the one that I should scroll to technically. And then now when I click on the close model button, then I want to go back into the hashtag. So this is just going to be kind of like empty. So I'm going to save this, and let's style this out. So below this I can have for the dot model class, and I can say background color, set this to white, set the padding to 1.25 rem to push the content inwards, and I can say text line center for everything, and I can set the color for all the text to hashtag 333. Okay, and then I can also set a margin all around of 0 on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right, that we're going to have this. Okay, and then I can have a border radius of 0.625 rem, like so. And then I can say that for the model h1 I want a margin on the bottom of 1 rem. And then for the model paragraph, so model paragraph, I can say set the line height to 1.8, and then I can set the margin on the bottom to 2 rem, and then I can set the font size to 0.9 rem, and then we should have this as our model. Fantastic. Now what I want to do is I want this model to disappear from the page. Okay, so we can do that inside here, inside the model, by adding a property here of position absolute, and then I can position it to the left by minus 100 viewport widths. So if you want to learn about viewport widths, you can also check the video that I was talking about units in CSS. So this is going to push it to the left by minus 100 viewport widths, and you can see that now it disappears, or rather it doesn't disappear. Why doesn't this disappear? And then also want to add a max width here, so max width is going to be 600 pixels. So we're going to have this, but it doesn't really disappear all that well. So let me change this into minus 1000 viewport widths so that it disappears completely. And even on large screens, we're going to have this. Now what we want to do is I want to add a state on this model where when the state of target is on the model, then this left is going to go back into 0. And the way that the state of target is going to be on the model is by clicking on this button here, on this link really, which is going to be targeting the model. So we can do that right below here, and I can say that for the .model class, when it has a state of target like so, then I can bring it to the left by 0, so that when I save this and we can try it out right here, you can see that now the model appears. And then when I click on close model, it disappears, because the close model here removes the state of target, okay, because this one is no longer targeting the model. So what I want to do is I want this to be positioned on top of the button, just like we did for the other models, right? So what I'm going to do is inside our styles inside here, then I'm going to say position it to the left by 50% and to the top by 50%, and then I'm going to say transform and translate by -50% on the x-axis and -50% on the y-axis. And the reason why you can do this is because it's already positioned absolute on top here. So let's save this and let's see that. So we're going to have this. So you can close model and open model, and then we can also add a transition. So I can say transition all the elements by 0.5 seconds, and I can say is in out. And would you look at that? So now we have this, it disappears to the left, and then we have this. Would you look at that? Now I don't want it to go to the bottom first and then disappear, as you can see right there. All right. So what I can do is I can bring this to the top by 50%. Okay, so that now I have open model and I have closed model, and it no longer goes to the bottom and then disappears, but it just goes to the left right away. Okay, so that's looking quite fantastic. Now a downside to this is that I've been clicking this purposefully quite a number of times, right? The downside to using this method is that now if I want to go back, look at this, I have to go back every single time that I clicked. I have to go back and continue going back. So it kind of pollutes your history, and there's a way that you can disable that in JavaScript. I'm going to leave that up to you to do some research. So those are 3 ways that you can create your models. 2 of them are using JavaScript, and then the third one is just by using pure HTML and CSS. As you can see, we have not added any JavaScript. So yeah, I hope you liked that video, and let's get on to the next project, which is going to be the accordion. Next, we're going to build our accordion, and this is what we're going to have for the design, which I have imported into our project folder. So we have a title that says already asked questions, and then we have sample questions here that when you click on them, they're going to show you the answer, and then they're also going to change the plus that you have into a minus. So I'm going to show you 3 ways that you can use JavaScript to toggle this, and then I'm going to show you another way where we are not going to use any JavaScript, we're just going to use plain HTML and CSS. So let's get started. So in my workspace, I have a new folder called project for accordion, and inside this new folder I just have the design image imported here so that you can have access to it. So what I'm going to do now is inside the project for accordion, I'm going to create a new file inside here called index.html as always, and then I'm going to create a new file by right clicking and saying new file, and I'm going to call this styles.css, and then I'm going to create another new file and I'm going to call this app.js. So this time I'm calling it app.js, no longer index.js. And you know what, just for the sake of uniformity, let me just rename this into index.js. So index.js. So inside my index.html, I'm just going to say exclamation and enter to generate this boilerplate, and I'm going to close this sidebar, and then I'm going to change this document title into project for accordion, like so. And then I'm going to link my 2 style sheets. Remember, we are linking our global style sheet first, so link into /index.css, and then link my other style sheet, so link styles.css. Okay, and then on the bottom right before the closing body tag, I'm going to link my style sheet, so script source is equal to index.js, like so. And then next I just want to write up all the markup that we're going to need, and then we can begin styling it out. So the first thing that I'm going to have is a div with a class of accordion, like so, accordion without the O, like so. And then we're going to have an h1 that says already asked questions, and then below this h1 I'm going to have another div So another div with the class of wrapper, and then inside this div with the class of wrapper, I'm going to have an h2 with the class of question, and then we're going to get the question in a moment. And then below this h2, we're going to have a paragraph with the class of answer. So this is going to be the structure for each one of our elements. So right inside here, so the div with the class of wrapper is going to be the question here, as well as the answer. And then the h2 that has a class of question is the question, and then the paragraph with the class of answer is the answer below this. And then this plus and minus, we're going to add them in using CSS. So just so that we can move away from lorem ipsum for a moment, I'm going to go into a website called randomtextgenerator.com, and the link is right here. So randomtextgenerator.com, which generates dummy text, as you can see right here in English. And I'm just going to copy this one. So copy this, and inside my paragraph, I'm going to paste this in as the answer. And then I'm just going to grab like this first line and set this in as the question, okay, with a question mark. And then I'm just going to copy this div with the class of wrapper. So just copy this about 2 more times. So 1 and 2, like so. And you can see that the classes are going to be repeating. So when I save this, this is what we're going to have as our HTML. You can add more questions if you want. And then I'm going to right click and say open with live server. And then when our server opens up, you can see this is what we have on the screen. Styling has been reset just a bit because of our global index.css file, where we reset the box sizing, the margin, and the padding. And then the font that it is using is called Inter, which we have also imported in our global index.css file, once again, which is this file right here. So we are importing the font, and then we are resetting this, and then we are setting the list items to have a list style type of none. We are setting the images to this and the body to the font family of Inter, and then the input and the button are also going to take the font family that is placed on the body. So now what I want to do is I want to jump into our styles.css file so that we can style our accordion to be much better looking. So I'm going to place this to the right, and I'm going to place this to the left. So inside here, I want to access the body, and the first thing that I want to do is I want to move this entire section to the center, and I am going to use flexbox for that. So I'm going to say display flex, and once again, remember that when you're using flexbox, the default behavior is row, to align items in a row form. And then I'm going to say align dash items dash sorry, not dash, but align items to the center, and justify content to the center as well. And then inside here, I'm going to set a height of 100 viewport heights. So I'm going to save this, and you can see it moves to the center. And then I want to access my class of accordion, so dot accordion, and I want to say give this a background color of hashtag f1 f1 f1, which is this slight gray background color. And then I want the items, the text, to move inwards a bit. So I'm going to place a padding of 1.5 rem to push the content inwards, like so. And then I want it to move just a bit inwards away from the edges. So I want to add a margin all around. So I'm going to say margin of 1.5 rem all around. And once again, just to mention that our root em value is set to 16 pixels because our global index.css file has a font size on the body of 16 pixels. So all the root em values are going to be taken from the body. And then once we have this, then I want to add a border radius. So border radius, just to make the edges a bit rounded so that the corners aren't really all this sharp like square or something. So border radius of 0.625 rem. And then I want to add a slight box shadow. So box shadow, so 0.2 rem on the HOF, 0.2 rem on the BOF, and then 0.2 rem on the BOF, and then RGBA 0.2. This should be fine. There we go. So a very slight box shadow. So this is HOF, VOF, and BOF, meaning horizontal, vertical, and the blur radius. And then you can also add the spread radius here, for example. And you can see that the bigger spread radius that you have, then the more box shadow you're going to see. So I'm going to turn this down to about 1 rem, and you'll see this is what happens for the spread radius. But I don't really need the spread radius here, so I'm going to remove it. And then now I want to change this text color inside here to our very slight blue. As you can see in the design, it's just like a very slight, it's like a very slight navy blue inside here. So what I'm going to do is I want to grab this color, so let me just copy it from here. So copy and paste it here. So I'm going to say that the text color is going to be this. There we go. And then when I save this, then you can see that the text color changes. So let's go ahead and style this h1. So for the .accordion h1, what I want to do is I want to reduce the font size to 1.8 rem. Let me see how this looks. Okay, and then I'm going to say text align center, which is going to move it to the center. And then I want to increase the margin on the bottom, so margin dash bottom, increase this to 2 rem, push it away from this first question. So margin of 2 rem to push it away from this first question. Save this, and there we go. And then I want to go inside this h2 with a class of question, so I'm just going to target it because it has a class of question. So dot question, and I'm going to say the font size for this is going to be 1.25 rem, which is 20 pixels. Okay, and then I'm going to say add a border of 2 pixels and solid and the very same color that we had, like so. And then I'm going to say, you know what, this is a bit too big on mobile, so let me say 1 rem. Okay, for mobile screens that is. And then I'm going to increase the padding by 0.625 rem on the top and bottom and 1 rem on the left and right. And nothing happens because this should be rem, like so. There we go. And then I want to access the answers inside here. And we know those paragraphs have a class of answer. So answer here, I'm going to say reduce the font size to 0.9 rem to make it a bit smaller. And then add the padding of 0.625 rem on the top, 1 rem on the right, and 2 rem on the bottom, and 1 rem on the left. Okay, so we're going to have this. So 0.625 rem on the top right here, and then 1 rem on the right here, so that it doesn't go all the way to the end, and then 2 rem on the bottom to increase this space, and then 1 rem on the left to push it inwards, just so that we can have some bit of hierarchy. So that you can see that this answer belongs to this question. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to add a custom class called open, because by default these answers are going to be hidden. So what I'm going to do is first of all I want to hide these answers. So I'm going to say that set the height of these questions, so height, set it to 0, and this is what is going to happen. So they're going to overflow one on top of the other. And the next thing that I want to do is say overflow hidden, which is going to hide the text, so that now they're going to flow like they're going to be flowing behind one another instead of on top of one another. And then I want to say opacity, set it to 0, which is going to hide the questions as well. Okay, and the reason why we have this 2 rem here is because of this padding of 2 rem. So if I reduce this to about 0.1 rem, you'll notice that the questions are going to get closer to one another. And maybe this is a bit better, so let's do it as 0.1 rem so that we don't have such a huge margin when there are no answers being displayed. So once we have this, then I want to go inside the question, because the questions are the ones that we're going to be clicking in order to display the answer. So I'm going to say that for the dot question, when the dot question has a class of open, then I want to access the answer, like so. And then when I do that, then I'm going to say set the opacity to 1, set the overflow, so overflow to visible so that we can see it, and then set the height to, let's say, about 6 rem, and then set the padding on the bottom, because we just want to increase the padding on the bottom, we don't want to change any of these other values. So padding bottom to 2 rem. So I'm going to save this, and we're going to test whether this is working by going into our index.html and going into an h2 with a class of question and adding another class here called open. And we should see this. Now the reason why it's overflowing like this is because the height is too small here. So if I add the height to 10 rem, then you can see that now we're going to be seeing this. Okay, and then on larger screens this is how it's going to look like. So you can see that this happens. Now I just noticed that I need to limit this container so that it doesn't overflow. So I'm going to go inside the div with the class of accordion right here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say set a max width here of 700 pixels, so that we're going to have this. Now you notice something, that for mobile screens this is okay, right? However, when you are increasing this, and by the way I'm going to explain why I have the height here set to 10 rem, you can set this into 100% and you don't have to worry about what I'm about to explain, as you can see right here, right? because if I add a height of 10 rem here, you'll notice that it is always going to have a height of 10 rem, even if the question does not go all the way to the bottom. But if you set the height to 100%, then the height of the answer is always going to be 100% of what you define it to be, as you can see right here. Okay, so the problem that I wanted to fix here by adding a height of 10 rem is this extra space that is introduced, and you can fix this by adding media queries. And the reason why I've added the height here is because I want a slight transition. So for now, I'm just going to leave this in, even though you realize that it is a problem, right? Okay, so we can tell that this is working, so this is okay. So now what I want to do is place the plus sign on the right of the question. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go below the question here, below the question, and I'm going to say full colon after. And what this means basically is place some things after the question. And we can do that by just saying content here and placing our quotation marks and saying plus. And when I save this, you'll notice that a plus is now introduced after the question. Now the opposite of this is before, and obviously it's going to place it before the question. Okay, but I want it to be placed after, so after, like so. And then now I want this to go all the way to the end on all types of screens. So I'm going to position this as absolute. So position absolute, and I want to position it to the right by 1 rem. And I'm choosing to set it to the right by 1 rem because remember, when we're adding padding to our question here, which is our H2, we placed a padding of 1 rem on the left and right. So just for uniformity, that's why I have it as 1 rem. But you do realize a problem here, that it overflows outside of the question. That is because when we add position absolute here, by default, it is going to be positioned absolute within the body. So if you want to position it absolute within the question component, then you have to go inside the question and you have to position the question as relative. So position this as relative. And you can see that now it's going to go inside the question. So that's looking okay. And then now what we want to do is we want to check whether this class is applied on the question. And if it is applied, then we want to change this into a minus. So I'm just going to copy this below this, and I'm going to set this into after, like so, which means that if the H2 has a class of open to it, then we want to change whatever appears after it. So I'm going to change the content here into, quotation marks into minus, like so. That when I save this, you can see that now because the H2 has a class of open, then we have a minus, and this one doesn't have a class of open, so it has a plus. So this is working correctly. And next we can go ahead into our JavaScript so that we can deal with our toggle. So I'm going to remove this class from here so that it doesn't confuse us. And we have linked our style sheet on the bottom right here, so we can go into our index.js and then we can get all the questions that we want. So I'm going to say const questions is equal to document dot query selector all, and I want to get everything that has a class of question, like so, and this is getting all the H2s. Okay, so remember that query selector all returns a node list, and being that it is a node list, then we can loop over it to get the every singular question that is available. So I'm going to say questions dot for each, and for each question that we get back, then I'm going to say, placing my curly brackets inside here, and I'm going to say question dot add event listener, and I'm listening for the click event on the question. And when the click event fires, then I want to place in my function inside here, and this function is just going to say question dot class list dot toggle, and we're toggling the class of open. So when I save this and I try to click on this, look at that, now this is being shown, so we can see our answer, and then this also changes into minus. And then when I click on the second one, this also shows up, and when I click on the third one, it also shows up. There we go. Now I've just noticed something, that I want that when I hover over this H2, then this turns into a cursor of pointer to mean it is clickable. And then I also don't want to be able to highlight this text because it can become a bit annoying, right? So what I want to do is I'm going to go back into my styles.css, and then inside my question right here, I'm going to change the cursor to pointer, and then I'm going to say user select and set this to none. Okay, so when I save this, I'm not going to be able to select the content inside here, but you can say I can select the paragraph because of user select none, and then cursor pointer just changes the cursor into a pointer, as you can see. Now I want to add a smooth transition to this so that when it opens up, it kind of slides in instead of just popping up as it is, right? So what I'm going to do is inside the answer here, I'm going to add a transition, and I want to transition the height property by 0.5 seconds. And right away you realize the reason why I have the height property here. And the reason is because you cannot transition the overflow, but you can transition the opacity. So I added the height so that I can add a smooth transition. So I'm going to save this, and now look at this. Now it slides in. It slides in. Fantastic. Okay, so you do notice something here is that when I click on this, the paragraph appears before the sliding occurs, right? So it kind of appears as if it is overflowing into this. So instead of only transitioning the height here, I'm going to transition all the properties. So I'm going to transition the opacity as well so that it slides in. So I'm going to save this, and now look at this. That is much better. So this is one way that you can toggle it using JavaScript, and I'm going to show you the second way. So I'm going to comment this out, and it's not really a second way, it's just more of expanding on this. Okay, so the second way I'm going to say is questions.forEach once again. And by the way, the reason why I'm using for each here as opposed to using something else like map is because query selector all returns a node list, and I want to loop over each of the items in the node list that is returned without changing the return value. When you use map, then every new object that you're going to be getting is going to be something different from the original, and that is not what I want. So for each does not accept a return and doesn't have a return value, and that is why you use for each here instead of map. So I'm going to say questions.forEach question once again. Then I'm going to say question.add event listener, and we're listening for the click event once again, just like on top, just like we did right here. And then inside my function, I'm now going to add an if else statement. So I'm going to say if question.classList.contains the class of open. So contains is a method here which checks for whether an element contains a certain class, and here we're checking for whether the h2, so the question that we get back here when we loop over it, we are checking for whether it contains the class of open. So here we are looping over all the questions, and then we're saying that for each question that we get back, so for every singular one that we get back, check for whether it has a class of open. And then we're going to say that if it has a class of open, then we want to remove it. So we're going to say question.classList.list.remove, and we're removing the class of open. And then we're going to add an else statement here, and we're just going to say question.classList.add the class of open, because here if it contains the class of open, then we're removing it, and then if it doesn't have the class of open, then we are going to add it in. So I'm going to save this, and you'll notice that this is going to work the same way as we expect. So the third way that we're going to do this is that the expected behavior of this accordion is that when I click on one question, yes, the answer shows up, right? But when I click on another question, I want this one to close. So we're going to do that right away. And let me first add a line height here on this paragraph. They're a bit squeezed up. So right inside the answer here, let me just add a line height. Set this to 1.6. Just space them out a bit, and you can see that the line height of 1.6 now overflows because the height is fixed. So change this height into 12 rem. Okay, so there we have it. There we go. So let's go back into our index.js, and we're going to do something similar to this. So I'm just going to copy this and then comment it out. And then on the bottom of this, now inside the else statement. So we're going to change this up a bit. And what I'm going to do is right above this, I want to check for whether there are questions which are h2s that have a class of open. So I'm going to say const questions is open is equal to document dot query selector all, and we're selecting the class of open. So what this means is that we are initializing a new variable, and we are checking our document whether a class of open exists, and the class of open is going to exist inside our h2s. And then we're going to now loop over these new questions, and I'm going to say right inside here. So I'm just going to say questions is open dot for each, and the object that we get back, I'm just going to call this quest, and we're going to add in our function inside here, and I'm going to say quest dot class list dot remove the class of open. Okay, so we're going to say that inside here, inside our if statement, we are checking for the class of open, whether the h2 contains a class of open, and if it contains a class of open, then we're just saying remove. And then inside the else statement, we are checking for the class of open once again. Inside here, we are initializing it to a new value, and then we are now looping over that new value, and then we're saying that remove the class of open if a class of open is already contained within. And then once this is done, so if it doesn't have a class of open, then we're just going to add the class of open below this, and this block of code is what is going to help us to close down the previous ones that are already opened. So I'm going to save this, and then when I click on this question, you notice that it still opens up as expected. And then when I click on this next one, then this should close down. So I'm going to click on it, and something breaks. Let me check the console. Let's check, and the console doesn't have any errors, which means the error is in our code. So let's check it. Oh, this is a class of dot open. That's the problem of using query selector. So it has to be dot open. So save this, and you can click on this and try the next one, and you can see that it closes up, and then the third one, and it closes up. So there we go. So that is our accordion using JavaScript. And so the next method that I'm going to show you is how to create an accordion without using any JavaScript. So I'm going to save this, and inside our index.html, I'm going to comment this out so that we don't use our script file. And then I'm going to place this to be full screen, and then I'm going to comment all of this out. So let me comment this out right here. Okay. And then below this div, so below here, I'm going to create an element here called details. So details, like so, details with an S, and details takes in a summary tag. So summary, and everything that is going to appear inside details, you're going to see it's very interesting. So for example, if I have a question here that says something like lorem 5, and then below this I have an answer that says lorem 30 for the paragraph, and then I'm just going to copy this 3 more times. So 1, 2, 3, separate this out. When I save this, now look at what you have on the screen. We have this, and this is the cool thing about the details tag, is that it gives you the functionality of having an accordion without adding any JavaScript. So what you would have to do is just style this out a bit differently. So we're going to style them out. So inside our styles.css inside here, let me just go below this and say that for the details, for the summary tag, then I want the font weight to be bold. I want the font size to be 1.5 rem. And then I want to add a border of 2 pixels and solid and this color right here. And you'll see that this is what happens. And then I can add a padding of 0.625 rem on the top and bottom and 1 rem on the left and right. And you know what, this font size is a bit too big, so let me have it as 1 rem. There we go. And then for the paragraph, so I can just copy this detailed summary and see that for the paragraph, I want the font size to be 0.9 rem. I want to increase the line height. So line height is going to increase to 1.6. Okay, and then I'm going to add a padding of 0.625 rem, 625 rem on the top, 1 rem on the right, 1 rem on the bottom, and 1 rem on the left. Okay, so this doesn't work because the paragraph is not inside the summary, it is outside, so we need to just access it as details paragraph. And there we go. And would you look at that, we already have an accordion here. And of course you want to space this out a bit, so I'm just going to go above this and say that for the details tag, then I just want to say margin dash bottom and set this to about 1 rem. Separate them out. Okay, and you can see that this is what we're going to have. and you can click on this and it's going to show you a drop down list. And of course, probably you can change this into a cursor of pointer so that you can click on them. So I'm just going to say cursor of pointer, like so. And would you look at that, we already have a working accordion. And of course, you notice something here, that this is not the functionality that you would expect, right? Because you don't want your accordion to shrink up and then automatically expand all of a sudden when the question is shown. So what you can do is inside the details, you can just set this to have a width of about like 90% by default. And you know what, not on the details, we just need to go inside. Let me check this tag. So this is the details. So inside which tag? Inside the accordion. So I can access the dot accordion here, and I can just set this to have a width of 90% with a semicolon, so that now we're going to have this. Okay. And yes, I do realize that I have the accordion here set to a width of 90%, and I also have the accordion here styled a bit differently. So technically I can remove this from here, cut it out and paste it inside here, and it's going to work the very same way because we are just reusing the classes. Okay. And something else that I've just remembered is that I didn't check for the height, right, in the previous one. So let me go ahead, and now I'm going to comment these details. So all the way to the bottom right here, I'm going to comment this out, and then I'm going to uncomment this first one that we had. So uncomment this, so save this. And then now what I'm going to do is inside here, just going to set the width to 90%. And then I'm just going to comment this out because I added it in. So it's important that you also find this in your code if you're going to be looking. So what I'm going to do is right inside here, remember we need to add our height check. Oh, I disabled the JavaScript. That's why this isn't working. So re-enable this. So we're going to have our height check. So when I increase this, instead of now having this, once again, I explained that the reason why I had the height to about 6 rem is that I wanted this to slide in right like this. So what I'm going to do instead of having it slide in like that is that I'm going to change the height. Where is the height? Here. Now I'm not going to have a fixed height of 12 rem. Instead, I'm just going to set the fixed height to 100%. So 100%, and then this is what is going to happen. And then now even if I increase it, then the height is always going to take up 100% of the answer. So for example, if I had a longer answer, right? So inside here, I'm going to add the answer. I'm going to increase the text for this to about 50, so that this answer, the third answer, is going to be longer than the rest of them. So that now even if I click on this third one, then you can see that it's still going to take up 100%. And this is still going to take up 100% and 100%. So that is a way that you can use that. And you'll notice that the transition does not work on the overflow. That's why it kind of slides in and then pops in. And that is going to be our accordion. In this project, we're going to be building a restaurant website. And I've linked the design file inside the folder so that when you clone the repository, then you're going to have access to this. So we have a big hero section here with a linear gradient, which starts from a light blue to a light purple. And then we have text that says dining of sorts. So this is going to be our H1 with a paragraph and with this button. And then below this, we have a grid of 2 items that shows the cuisine of this restaurant. And then below this, we have another section with a linear gradient, which starts from the left and goes to the right, which is the booking section. So it shows you the beds that are available in this hotel. And then we have a kind of call to action here that says contact us to make a reservation. And then finally on the bottom, we have a footer. Okay, so we can begin building right away. And when you clone this repository, you're going to have these images, so you don't have to worry about it. So let's begin. So in my workspace, I have a new folder that is called Project 5 Restaurant Website. And inside this new folder, I have the design image imported. And then I also have an images folder, which contains these 4 images that you're seeing in the design. So bed 1, bed 2, cuisine 1, and cuisine 2. And then once we have that, then as always, I'm going to create a new file inside here, and I'm going to call this index.html. And then I'm going to create another new file called styles.css for our styling. So styles.css. And then inside my index.html, because I'm using Emmet once again, I'm just going to say exclamation and enter. And then I'm going to change this document title into project 5. And this is going to be called restaurant website. Okay. And I should mention that I chose to go with a minimal design here, so we don't even have a menu bar. And I think it looks pretty slick. So yeah, it's going to work. So inside here, we're going to be creating multiple sections now because this is our first full large-scale project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first link my global style sheet, which is the index.css in my root folder. So /index.css. And then I'm going to link my style sheet called styles.css. And then below the body, I'm going to create a section that has a class of showcase, and I'm using Emmet. And then inside this showcase, I'm going to create a div with a class of overlay. And then this div with a class of overlay is going to have an h1 that says dining of sorts. So dining of sorts, like so. And then below this h1, we're going to have a paragraph that says this. So let me just copy it. So grab this and then just copy it. So you can pause the video to type this in, or you can just generate your own type of text, or you can also generate random text using Emmet and just say lorem20, for example. And then below this, we're going to have a button. And now this button is going to have a class of btn, because as you can see, the button styling for this is also the same styling for this one and this one, as well as for this one. So we're just going to style it once, and then we're going to be reusing that style. So once we have that, then this button is going to say today's menu, like so. And then I'm going to save this, and then inside our styles.css, we are going to style it out. So I don't know how I'm going to do this. I'm thinking of just writing out all the HTML and then styling it out once in a CSS, or just styling it out section by section. But we're going to see how that is going to go. So I'm going to place it to the left, and then I want to open this up with live server. So let me open this up with live server. So there we go. And then place this to the right. Okay. So by default, this is what we're going to have. Now let's go ahead into our styles.css and we can begin styling our showcase class. So our showcase class has a background color, which is a linear gradient. And in CSS, in order to add a linear gradient, we use a property called background image. And we set the background image into linear gradient, so linear gradient. And we specify what direction we want it to go to. So for example, if I want it to go to the right, I can say to right. Or if I don't want to use words, I can specify a degree. So like 120 degrees, for example. Or if I wanted to go from the top to the bottom, I can say 180 degrees. If I wanted to go to the left, I can say to left. And if I wanted to go to the left using degrees, I can just say this is 90, 180, 270. So I can say 270 degrees. And so on and so forth. So I want it to go in this direction. So from the top left to the bottom right. And that is about 120 degrees. So I can say 120 degrees. And then I'm going to specify my first color here. So first color. And then place a comma. And then this is going to be the second color. And that is the syntax of how you add a linear gradient. Okay. So right inside here, I want to grab this first color. So let me go ahead into my design. And the first color is going to be this hashtag right here. It's a bit too small to see, so I'm just going to paste it in and then you can copy it. So this is the first color that we have, the blue color. And then for the second color is this one right here. So copy this, oops. This one, copy this one. And then just paste it inside here. Okay. And then I'm going to set the height for this to calculate 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels. And once again, the reason why I'm using this is because the computed value is going to be returned in pixels. And the reason why I want it to be returned in pixels is because viewport heights are not well supported on mobile. So every time that the viewpoint changes, or every time that the size of the viewpoint changes, then the content in your website is going to be restructured, which gives a shaky feeling on mobile. So you always want to avoid that. So I'm going to save this and we should see something on the screen, and this is what we see on the screen, even on mobile screen. So it's always going to take up 100 viewport heights minus 1 pixel, and you can see that the minus 0.1 pixels is so small that it is completely negligible. So once I do this, what I want to do is I want to increase the size of this purple color to go all the way up to somewhere like around here, and you can do that by adding a percentage right after this color and say something like 75%. And then once I say that, you can see that now the intensity or the size of the purple color now increases. Okay, and so if I want this purple color to go even more to the left, then I can reduce this to about like 25%. And then this is what happens. So the blue is only here, and then the purple starts from about here. But I don't want that, so let me reduce it to about 50%. This is still too big, so let me just leave it at 75. That's manageable enough. And then once we have that, then I want to move this text. So all of this text, I want to move it to the middle. So let me place this to the right, and then let's do that. So I'm going to go into the showcase, and I have a class of overlay inside the showcase. So the class of overlay inside the showcase is the div that is holding this text, so the h1, the paragraph, and so on and so forth. So what I'm going to do is inside here, I'm just going to say display flex and align item center, and this is something that I've done multiple times by now, and then justify content to the center as well, and then this is going to push it to the center. And remember that by default, because we're using flexbox, then the default behavior is to align items in row form. So if you want them to go one on top of the other, then you change the flex direction. So flex direction and set this to column, and they're going to go one on top of the other. And then I also want the text to be aligned to the center. So I'm just going to say text align center, like so. And then now I want it to move to the complete center. So you do that by adding a fixed height, and the fixed height that I'm going to add is the same as this. So copy this and paste it inside here, which moves it to the center. And then next, let's go ahead and style our h1. So I'm going to copy this because the h1 is inside the overlay. Okay, so inside the overlay, I want to access the h1, and I'm going to change the color to white. So hashtag FFF, like so. And then I want to increase the font size. So font size, increase this to about 1.5 rem, or you know what, that is too small, 2 rem. Okay, 2 rem is good enough on mobile screens. And then I want to increase the letter spacing because they're a bit too close to one another. So I'm going to say letter spacing, increase this by 0.2 rem, push them out just a bit. Let me say 0.1. Okay, and then I'm going to set the margin on the bottom. So margin bottom 1 rem, push this upwards, pushed away from this paragraph. And then I want to add a media query, so that on bigger screens, then the size of the h1 is going to increase. So right around here, I'm going to say at media for a min width of, first of all, 640 pixels. Then what I want to do is access this container h1. So inside here, and I just want to increase the font size to, let's say this is 2 rem by default, so let's say 3 rem, which is going to increase it, as you can see. And then less than 640 pixels, then it reduces. So this is how we can add responsiveness. We add responsiveness by adding media queries using the media rule. And what this means is that we are accessing a device whose minimum width is greater than 640 pixels. So if your device width is less than this, then you are never going to see these styles applying. And the default styles that you're going to see applying are these ones. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it downwards, and I'm going to say that for about 992 pixels once again, which is a min width that you get from Bootstrap. If you have experience with Bootstrap, then I want to change the font size into 4 rem, and 992 pixels is right around here. You can see that the font size changes. And then finally, I want to add a final media query, and I'm going to check that for 1280 pixels, which is about a MacBook or like the newer MacBooks or something. And I'm going to change this into 6 rem to make it even bigger. There you go. So this is going to be our h1, like so. And then now I want to change the color of this paragraph into white. So I'm going to go back to the top here. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to access the paragraph, and I'm going to say set the color to white. So once I change the color to white, then I want to add a margin on the bottom. So margin bottom of the, so that it pushes away from the button. So I'm going to say margin bottom 2 rem. And then by default, I want this font size to reduce. So I'm going to say font size, set this to 0.9 rem. And then we are going to increase it when we get to larger widths. But for now, I just want to increase the line height as well. So line height, set this to about 1.8. That's too big, 1.6. Okay. And then now let's increase it when we get to about 992 pixels. So I'm going to say that for the dot showcase and for the dot overlay class, I want to access the paragraph, and say that for the paragraph, I want the font size to be 1 rem. So that now when I increase it up to around here, you can see that now the paragraph goes back into 1 rem. And then I want to limit this paragraph so that it doesn't go all the way to the end, because these long lines are usually harder to read. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to set the paragraph here to have a width, let me say a max width of 400 pixels. Let me see how this looks. So this is 400 pixels, right around that. Yeah, I think that looks pretty nice. And now what I want to do is I want to add this line height as a kind of global attribute, so that all the paragraphs are going to have this line height, and I don't have to keep on adding them for every section that we're going to create. So I'm going to remove it from here, and then I'm going to go above, right on top of this, and I'm going to say that for all the paragraphs, I want the line height to be 1.8, which is going to do this. And you know what I've just realized? We're going to use this for all of our projects. So instead of adding it in this single CSS file, which is only accessible in this project, then I'm going to add it inside our global CSS. So I'm going to cut it out from here, and then I'm going to go inside our index.css here, and then right below this, I'm just going to paste it in, so that now all the projects are going to have access to this. And I hope that by adding this inside, that it doesn't break any of our previous projects, because now even the previous projects are going to have access to this line height, which is going to change the line height. So I'm going to close this down, and then we can continue by styling in our button. And our button is also going to be a global style, so I'm going to add it on top. That for the btn, I want the background color to be this blue color, so this one right here. Copy this and paste it inside here. And then I want to change the text color into white, and then I want to change the font size into 1 rem, and then I want to add the padding, so padding of 0.625 rem on the top and bottom, and 2 rem on the left and right, and then add a border radius, so border dash radius of 0.625 rem, which is 10 pixels. So that we're going to have this, and then change the cursor into pointer, so cursor pointer, like so. And then we want to remove this border that it has by default, so border none, like so. And we're going to have this, and then we want to access the hover state of this button. So for the btn, when it has the hover state applied on it, then I want the opacity to reduce to 75%, and then I just don't want it to pop in like this, so I want it to transition. So I'm going to say transition by 0.3 seconds. So that now is going to just slide in just a bit, and there we have it. And you know what? Instead of having the transition here, let me make this color darker, because the transition makes it transparent just a bit, and it becomes a bit harder to see. So inside here, instead of transitioning the opacity, I'm going to say transition the background color, and then I'm just going to grab this, paste it here, and then I just want to make this a darker color by just moving this slider downwards right around here, so that now when I hover over it, then the button becomes darker. I think this is much better. And now a challenge that I want to pose to you: try that when you click on this button, it's going to pop up like a model that shows the menu of the restaurant. That's easy enough to do, because we have done the model project. So this is our showcase, and you can see that even on large screens, it's looking fantastic. Let me increase this max width on large screens, and I applied the max width right here. So I need to access the showcase overlay paragraph right around here, and I'm going to say increase the max width, max dash width to 600 pixels. And by the way, I should mention that when using media queries, the way you access an element on top before the media query is always the way you need to access it when you're adding the media query. Otherwise, the styles will not apply. Okay. And I'm going to give you an example. So On top, I'm accessing the showcase overlay paragraph and setting the font size to 0.9 rem and a max width of this. In my media query, if I happen to forget this class, for example, and I remove this, and I'm still accessing the showcase paragraph, now we do know that the paragraph exists inside the showcase, right? But we are accessing it differently in the media query than we are on top of the media query. Now, if I save this, these styles will not apply. So let's go ahead and save it and look what happens on the screen. So this is reduced and then it still has a max width of 400 pixels. But if I go ahead and add the dot overlay class, then you'll see that now this happens. Okay, so take note of that. This can be quite annoying because it's not easily detectable. So the next section that we're going to create is our cuisine section, which is going to be relatively easy as well. So let's go ahead and create our section. So back inside our index.html, below now this section is a class of showcase. I'm going to create another section that has a class of cuisine, like so. And then inside here, we're going to have an h2 that says exciting cuisine. And then below this h2, we're going to have a div, which is going to be holding our two items here, which are going to be grids. Okay, so inside here, we're going to have a div that has a class of cards. And then this div with the class of cards is going to have an article. And then inside this article, we're going to have our first image, and our image source is coming from /images/cuisine1. And then the alt attribute, in case it fails to load, you can add it in and can just say a picture showing some cuisine on a table. And then below this, we're going to have an h3 that says what? Delightful unreserved. So delightful unreserved, like so. And then below this h3, we're going to have a paragraph that has some text, which I'm going to get from randomtextgenerator.com. So you can navigate to this website and then can just copy in a bunch of text and then just paste it in. Okay. And then below this paragraph, we're going to have a button with the class of btn, which we have created. So we are just reusing the styles. And then this button is going to say show me. Is it show me? What did I have it to be? Yeah, show me. Okay. So I'm going to save this, and you'll notice that the styles for the button are going to apply, but these ones are not going to apply. So let's go ahead into our website, and you'll notice that we have this one. We have our h2 and our button is here. Okay. And then now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and paste in this article one more time. So copy and paste, and then we need to change this image to cuisine2, and the alt attribute can remain the same. And then we can change the h3 into something like, let's go ahead and copy some other random text. So this one right here, and then just paste it inside our paragraph. And then we can take some text like this and then just paste it inside our h3. And there we go. So when I save this, then what we should have on the screen are two images, like so. Now, I should mention that this is not the default behavior of images. And the reason why they are behaving like this is because in our global CSS file, inside our index.css, we are setting a max width of 100%, which means that the images are never going to overflow outside of the container in which they are placed. And then setting the width to 100% makes sure that the images are always going to take up 100% of their container. So I'm going to disable this, and you're going to see what I mean. So just comment this out, and then now look at this. So this is what happens. So this is the default behavior. And then if I reduce it up to a certain device width, you can see that now it introduces a horizontal scroll bar. So let me show you what each one of these does. So I'm going to comment this out, and setting the max width to 100% does this. It just makes sure that they always take up 100% and not more than the device width. Okay. And then setting the width to 100%, you can see that the image is a bit smaller here. So setting the width to 100% makes sure that it will always take up the remaining space of the container. So I'm going to save this, and this is what happens. And there we go. So let's go ahead and style this section. So right above our media query here, I'm going to access the class of cuisine, like so. And inside here, I want to access the div with the class of cards, but first the h2. So for the quizzing, I want to add a padding on the top and bottom first of all. So I'm going to say add a padding of, let's say, 4 rem, which is 64 pixels. 16 times 4, yeah, 64 pixels. 4 rem on the top and bottom, and 1.5 rem on the left and right to push this downwards and inwards. Okay, so once I do that, then you can try to view this on a bigger screen, and you can see that the spacing is going to be just a bit smaller. So we're going to increase it in a few moments. And then now what I want to do is access this h2 to increase its size. So for the dot quizzing h2, I'm going to say increase the font size to 1.5 rem. Oh, wait a minute, is it already 1.5 rem? So let's say 1.8. Okay, and then I'm going to set the margin on the bottom, so increase the margin on the bottom so that it pushes away from this image. Set it to 2 rem, like so. And then now I'm going to go inside this class of cards so that we can now display these 2 items as a grid. So let me close this, and then inside our styles.css, I'm going to say that for the quizzing, for the class of cards, I want to say display grid. And remember, grid has to have another property here called grid template columns, or you can use template rows as well. And I want them to be 1 fractional column by default on mobile screens first. Okay, and then I'm going to increase the grid gap to 2 rem so that each of these articles are going to separate one after the other. So this is the grid gap of 2 rem. And then I want to go inside these articles and style them a bit differently. So inside the dot quizzing, inside the dot class, and then inside the articles, I want to give these articles a background color of white. And you know what, I've just realized something. The body has a very slight blue background color. That's why this white can be visible enough. So let's add a slight blue background color on the body. So let's go back on top, and on top of this, I'm just going to say that for the body, I want a background color of, let's say, hashtag white first of all, so that now I can select it, and I'm going to drag this slider up to around here, right here, and then I'm going to select this color. Very slight, but you can see that it's visible because now this one has a background color of white and it is a bit more prominent, so just to increase the contrast. And then we can go back into our articles, and you can see that right here, you can see that our h3s look good even on mobile screen, so we're not going to mess with that. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to access the quizzing. I'm going to go back into this article and add a padding of 1.25 rem all round, so that all the content inside here is going to move inwards. Okay, and then now what I'm going to do is I want to access this image, and then now what I'm going to do is I want to add a border radius on each of these articles. So I'm going to say border radius, and I'm going to have this at about what is 16 times 3? 48. So 3 rem, so 48 pixels. Let me see that. Okay, 48 pixels. Let's say 2.5. And then now what I want to do is I want to access these images and add the same border radius here so that it's going to give this kind of design, as you can see. So let's go back inside here and let's display this. And I'm going to copy this, and I want to access the images inside here, and I'm going to say give this a border radius. So border radius all round of 2.5 rem. And then I want to increase the margin on the bottom to push away from this heading. So I'm going to say margin dash bottom of 1 rem. Let me say 2 rem. Yeah. And there we go. Would you look at that? And then let's access this h3 to push away from this paragraph. So I'm going to copy this, paste it below this, and I want to access the h3 and say margin bottom, set this to 1 rem, and then I want to access the paragraphs inside here. So paragraphs, just to turn them into like a slight gray, so I'm going to say change this color into hashtag 333, like so. And then I want to say margin bottom of 2 rem so that it pushes away from this button. So I'm going to save this, and there we go. Would you look at that? Now for small screens, I want this paragraph to be smaller, and then we're going to increase the size on bigger screens. So I'm going to set the font size here into 0.9 rem, which is going to shrink them up a bit. and then on larger screens, then we're going to increase it. Okay, so we can do that right away by just grabbing this and going into about 992 pixels once again, and inside here I can just say set the font size into 1 rem, which is going to take them back into 1 rem, which is the default. So right around here you can see that now the paragraphs are 1 rem. And then what you can do is that on large screens as well, we can increase the size of these. So I can go above this, I can paste this in and change this into H3 so that you can target the H3. And I'm going to say set the font size into 2 rem. What is the size of H3? 2 rem is a bit big, so let's say 1.5 rem. How big is that? That is much better. So just slightly bigger than the paragraph so that it has a bit of hierarchy once again. And now what we want to do is add a box shadow, a slight box shadow on these cards inside here so that they are more prominent. So let's go back inside the article right here, and I'm going to say box shadow of 0.2 rem, 0.2 rem, 0.2 rem, and RGBA 0.2, like so. And then once again, this is 0.2 rem on the horizontal, vertical, and the blur radius, and then the color that you want, which is a transparent black or any other color that you want really. And you can see that it is going to change as well. Okay, so let's take it back to black, and then let's reduce the opacity here. Take it back to black. Okay, so that we're going to have this. And now the only thing that is remaining for this section is that we want to increase the padding on the top and bottom for large screens. So increase this padding a bit and then increase the size of this H2 and then display these two articles side by side. So let's start with the H2 because it's the first item. And you know what, let's start with the padding because it's actually the first item. So we added the padding on the cuisine, right? So we just want to increase the padding on the top. So right around 992 pixels once again. Above this, I want to access the cuisine. And I want to say padding of, let's say 6 rem on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right. So there we go. So padding is increased. And then let's also increase the size of this H2. So I'm going to say that for the dot cuisine, and access the H2 and increase the font size. What did I have on top? I've forgotten. So let me just check it out. We had 1.8 rem. So we want to increase it to about, let's see. So 1.8 rem, let's say 3 rem on large screens, and we're going to have this. Okay, probably we can change this color into like a very dark gray instead of it being completely black. So let's go on top where we have defined it here and change this color into hashtag 111827, which is a very dark gray, as you can see right here. And then we can do the same probably even for this. Let me just copy this and define it on the H3s as well right here. So that now even the H3s are going to have a very dark gray. And then now let's go ahead and grab these two articles to display them side by side. And you remember in the div with the class of cards right here, we set the grid template columns into one fractional column. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another media query, which is going to check for tablet size screens. And tablet size screens are about 768 pixels. And by the way, if you want to know how I'm getting these sizes, then you can just click on F12 and you can click on this icon right here, which is the responsive tab, and then you can just change this up. So if you want a small iPhone, you can look at this and you can see this is how it's going to display on an iPhone. If you want to check for a Samsung Galaxy, which is just a bit smaller, then this is how it's going to display. If you want to check for an iPad, which is 820 pixels, then you can check this is how it's going to display. And there's another one which is 768 pixels, which was the iPad mini, and this is how it's going to display. So right around here, what I want to do is I want this to be 2 grids. Okay, so I'm going to leave this in for a moment, and then inside our code editor, I'm going to say art media for a mean width of 768 pixels. Then I want to access the cuisine and then the cards class, and then I want to change the grid template columns, so grid template columns to repeat twice, and each of them should be 1 fractional column. And then this is what is going to happen. So they're going to repeat 1 and 2. And then if I close this down, then this is what is going to happen even on larger screens. And then now what I want to do is I want to limit this content so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. So I'm going to go inside the .cuisine class, which is right here. And then I'm going to apply a max width on this. So max width, I'm going to say, I want this to have a max width of 1100 pixels. And 1100 pixels looks like this. And then I want to move this text to the center by just saying set the margin here to auto, which is going to center everything like so. Would you look at that? Looking amazing. And you know what, 1100 pixels is a bit too small to me. Let's say 1300 pixels. How does that look? I think this is much more manageable for me. So we're going to work with 1300 pixels. And you can see that we styled our button once and we just changed the text, and there we go. Okay. Now, technically what you'd want to do is change this into links so that when you click on them, it takes you to another website, or another page rather. So the next section that we're going to be building is our book your stay section, and let's go ahead and create it inside our HTML first. So I'm going to go inside the index.html, and outside this section with the class of cuisine. Inside here, what I can do is look at this, something interesting. So I can create another section here with the class of cuisine, right? Okay, so I'm creating a section with the class of cuisine. So basically using all the styles that we have inside here. And then I'm going to create an h2 that says book your stay. So book your stay. Okay, and then inside here, I'm going to create another div with a class of cards. So once again, we're using this class of cards. Okay, and then inside here, we're going to have an article. So basically the same structure. So article, and then an image, and this image is coming from ./images/bed1, and then the alt is just going to say an image showing one of the beds at the hotel, like so. And then below this image, we're going to have an h3 that says some text, and then below this h3, we're going to have a paragraph that shows some text. So let's go ahead and go into random text generator. We can grab this text, copy it and paste it inside here, and then we can just grab these 3 lines and then just copy it, and that is going to act as our h1. And then we can copy this article downwards. And by the way, I didn't mention that if you want to copy things downwards in VS Code, then you can just select the text and then you say Shift Alt and then the down or up arrow key. So down or up is going to copy them. Okay, so you can use that as well if you don't want to use copy and paste. And then I want to change this text, so I'm going to grab this text here, copy it and paste it inside here. And then I'm just going to grab these 3 and it's going to act as our h3, like so. Okay, and then once we have that, then we need our buttons here. So our buttons, so a button in the class of btn, and the button says what? Show me. So class of btn here, and the button says show me. Is it capitalized? Yes, it is. So show me. And then below this, we're going to have another button with the class of btn that says show me, like so. So I'm going to save this. Now look what is going to happen on the screen. We're going to have another section with styling already applied to it. So we don't have to repeat some of the styling, right? We only need to change the background color here. And then we just need to change the color of the h2 into white. So we're going to do that. And I'm going to show you how we're going to do that. We're going to do that by adding another class on this particular section. So right here, we're going to add another class called book. And then we're going to style it differently. And the first thing that we're going to do is go inside our styles.css, and on the top where we have our showcase, I'm going to copy this line, which is going to be our linear gradient. And then I'm going to go back to the bottom right around here before our first media query. And I'm going to access the class of books. And then I'm going to paste this in. And then now instead of this being 120 degrees, I'm going to change this into 90 degrees, like so. And then I'm going to save this. So once I save this, then we should have something on the screen, but we don't because this is book without an S. So save this, and there we go. And then now what I want to do is access this H2. So the book H2, change this color into white, like so. And now in case you're wondering why this style applies even though we are reusing the styles from this one, is because once again of CSS specificity, because the more to the bottom you are of the CSS file, then the more specificity you have. That's why this applies and the top one doesn't apply. Okay, now you will notice something. When I increase this past around, what did I have on the cuisine? I had what, 1300 pixels on the max width. When I increase this past 1300 pixels, then you'll notice that the background color doesn't go all the way to the end. Okay, so what you can do is, in order to reset the styles, then we can go back into the book section here. So inside here we can set the max width into 100%, but then you'll notice something, that the content now goes all the way to the end, yet we want to limit it to right around here. So we can do that by just going inside this H2 and saying that the max width for the H2 should be 1300 pixels as well, which is going to move it right around here, but it doesn't because we need to center it using margin auto, which is going to bring it right here. Okay, and then we need to do the same for these two cards. So I'm going to say that for the book and for the cards class, then I'm going to say that set the max width to 1300 pixels, and then I'm going to say set the margin to auto, which is going to bring it to the center. Now you will notice something, that the margin on the heading here has reduced, right? The reason for that is because if you go up top where we have our cards H2, we have a margin bottom of 2 rem, and then we are resetting the styles here by setting the margin to auto. So what we want to do is we want a margin of 0 on the top, auto on the left and right, which now is going to center it, and then 2 rem on the bottom, which is going to push it away from this. Okay, so this is going to be our book ST section, and that is a very simple use case of how you can reuse styles. And then for the next section that we're going to create is going to be, we need to add this in. We need to add this in. So all contactors to make a reservation. So I'm going to paste it. Let's check where we need to do it. So outside of this div with a class of cards, I'm going to have an H2 that says, or contact us to make a reservation. Okay, and by the way, this is how you add text inside elements using Emmet, in case you're wondering how this is possible. So once I save this, then you'll notice something, that this H2 is also going to take the styles of this H2. Interesting, right? Now I'm going to style this using some inline styling. So I'm going to say style equals to margin dash top to rem, and then I'm going to say text dash align center, which is going to move it to the center. And there we go. And on mobile screens, this is how it looks like. Would you look at that? Looking fantastic. So let's go ahead, and now we just need to create our footer, and then we're going to be done with this project. So for the footer, what we're going to do is we're going to use a footer element, so semantics. So I'm going to create a footer inside here, and then this footer is going to have a class of footer. Because we need to style it differently, we need to add this background color. And then inside this footer, we're going to have a div with a class of footer-inner. And the reason why I'm adding this footer-inner is because I want to limit these items. Okay, so inside the footer-inner, I'm going to have a first article, and then this article is going to have an H3 that says dining, okay, which is technically the logo, or dinings with an S. And then we're going to have another article inside here, and this article is going to have an unordered list. So this is going to be list items. So I'm going to have an unordered list with list items that are 4 of them. And because they're not technically linking to anywhere, I'm just going to add them as hrefs, but they're going to have hashtags inside here so that they don't go to any page. And this first one says make a reservation. So make a reservation. And then this second one says menu, or it says check menu, right? Check menu, and then browse rooms and facilities. So browse rooms, and this one says facilities, like so. And by the way, if you're going to take up my challenge to make this into a model, when you click on it, then you can also link this link, so that when you click on this, then it also pops up the menu, because it's technically the same thing. And then we're going to have two more articles. So I'm just going to copy this article, copy it once, and then we're going to remove one link. And then we're going to change this into tour guide, premises, and neighborhood. So tour guide, there's a plane flying overhead, if you can hear it. Then premises and neighborhood. Okay, and then we're going to copy this one last time, paste it here. We're going to remove this link. This says terms and conditions and privacy policy. So terms and conditions, and then this is privacy policy. Okay, and then once we have that, then we have one more article to copy down. So one more article, and then this one is going to be a button with a class of btn that says sign me up. And there we go. Okay, so when I save this and I try to open up our project, then you'll see that we have links inside here, and then our button of class sign me up of class btn is already styled up because it's technically the same styling as this one. So let's go ahead and style our footer. So inside here, I'm going to access our footer right about here. So for the dot footer, I want to add a padding of 4 rem on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right. And then I want to access the dot footer dash inner class, and I want to say display grid with the grid template columns, and we're going to have one fractional column for each. And then I'm going to add a grid gap of 2 rem. And I've just noticed something that I did not mention, and the thing is that HTML and CSS are not case sensitive. So even if I have this to be display grid, you'll notice that it's still going to work, and because I'm using prettier, it's going to format this into small or into lowercase. Okay, but even if you want to write all of this in capital letters, then it is still going to work because CSS is not case sensitive and HTML is not case sensitive. So once you change this into a grid, you can see that now we have this first grid, and then the second grid, and then the third grid, and the fourth grid, and the fifth one, each of them separated by 2 rems of gap right here inside. And then let's change the color of the footer. So inside here, let's change the background color into hashtag 111827. And we're going to have this, and then let's access this h3. So the footer h3, how did I structure it? So the footer inner h3, so the footer inner dot footer dash inner. For the h3, I want to change this color into white, and it is going to do this. Okay, and then now what I want to do is I want this to have a max width of 1300 pixels, and then I want to center it to the center. So margin auto is going to bring it to the center right here. So let's go ahead and now display these items as grid items, even on larger screens. And what I'm going to do is, first of all, let me increase the font size of this because it's too small for me. So font size, I'm going to set it to 1.8 rem. Let me see how this looks. Yeah, this is much better. And then now let's go ahead and go into our first media query, which is going to be this one. And I'm going to say that for the dot footer inner class, then I want the grid template columns here to repeat twice and 1 fractional column each. And when I save this, then on about 640 pixel screens, right? So right around here, there we go. So now they're going to display as 2 grids. And then what I want to do is just copy this downwards. And then for 768 pixel screens, then I want to change this into 3. And then for 992 pixel screens right here, I want to change this into 4. So let's try and increase that, and let's see how it's going to look. So 3 grids, there we go. And then let's see, 4 grids. And then finally we need to add a 5th grid so that this one moves here. So right around here, paste this in, change this into 5. There we go. And we should see that. Now I'm going to place this full screen, and then I want to style all of these links all at once. So I can target all the links by just going inside my footer inner here. So the footer inner, I want to access the article, and then the ULs, and then the LIs, and then the anchor tags inside. That's how the structure is in the HTML. And I want to change the color into white first of all, which is going to change them into white. And then I want to remove these underlines, right? So to remove the underlines, we use a property called text decoration, and we can just change this into none, and it removes the underlines. And then for each one of these list items, I want to increase the margin so that they're separated out a bit. So I'm just going to copy this and move above it. And then I'm going to say margin dash bottom of 1 rem. And we're going to have this. Okay, fantastic. And then finally, I want that when I hover over one of these links, then the opacity changes just a bit. So I'm going to access this one and say that for the hover state, then I want the opacity to be 0.75. And I'm going to save this. And now look at this. Now the opacity changes just a bit. Okay, just a bit. And I can show you something interesting here, which we have already seen before, and it is called the state of focus. So I can say that when I focus on the links right here, when I focus on them, focus, then I want the outline to be 2 pixels, dotted, and white. So just the way that we add the border, we can also add the outline. So I'm going to save this, and then now look, when I click on this, now the outline is this one right here. And by the way, the reason why it has popped me back to the top is because we are linking this to let me show you, we are linking them to hashtags, and hashtags will always pop you back to the top of the page. So just like that. Okay, so that's a simple way that you can do it. It's a very simple way, and you can see that now it provides some kind of feedback that you have clicked on this link. So that's pretty nice. And then when you click outside of it, then it disappears. Okay, so in this next project, we're going to be building a front-end web developer's portfolio website, and we're going to be using a very simplistic design. So we're going to have the logo or the name of the person on the top left, a call to action button on the top right, and then for the hero section, we're going to have 2 articles displayed using grid with some text on the left and then this image on the right. And then we're going to have some images where we're going to be showcasing projects, for example, and we're going to be using this alternating kind of design, which is going to be the challenge for this project. And we're going to see how to create these alternating sections. And then below the projects, we have this call to action section. And then for the footer, we just have 3 social media icons, and you can add some more if you want, but then that is going to be the project. So let's begin. So in my workspace, I have a new folder called project 6 portfolio. And inside this folder, I have a folder of images, which contain all the images that we're going to use. So for the project images, these are the images. And then for the social media icons, we have them here. And then for the arrow, which is going to be this yellow arrow. And then we have a hero image, which is this mobile phone that looks like this. And then this is the only project where I built the desktop design and the mobile design. Okay, so if you want to take a look at those, they are also available for you. So what I'm going to do is inside here, I'm going to create a new file called index.html. And then I'm also going to create another file inside the portfolio, and I'm going to call this styles.css. And then in my index.html, as always, I'm just going to say exclamation and enter. And then I'm going to change this document title into project 6 portfolio. And then I'm going to link my global style sheet. So link into /index.css. And then I'm going to link my style sheet. So link into styles.css. Okay, and then we can begin building this out. So to begin, we now have a header. Remember, in the last project we built, which was this one inside here, we did not have a header. But for this project, we're going to begin with our header, which is just going to contain these 2 items. So I'm going to say create a header element with a class of header. And then inside here, we're going to create a div with a class of logo. And then this div with a class of logo is going to be an anchor tag, which is going to be linking back to the top of the web page, or linking back to the home page rather. And then inside here, I'm just going to say Sankara, which is my name. And then below this, we're going to have a div with a class of CTA, which means call to action. And then inside here, we're going to have a button with a class of BTN. And we're going to call this button contact me. And inside here, I'm using a button because this is not going to be linking to any other page. But if you want to link into another page, then you have to use an href inside here. And you can link it into, for example, something like contact us.html, which is a file that you can create, and then you can link it inside here so that when you click on this, it's going to go into contact us.html. So once we have that, this is going to be our header. Then we're going to create our next section, which is going to be a section with a class of hero. And then inside here, we're going to have an article. And the reason I'm having an article is because I want to have two articles. So the first article is going to be all of this. And then the second article is going to be this image. So what I'm going to do is right below this, I'm going to say display another article. And this article is going to have an image. And the source for this image is going to be /images/hero.svg. And by the way, I'm using SVG images because you can scale them up or down without losing quality, without them becoming blurry. And then I'm just going to leave the alt attribute blank because this is just for decoration. And then inside here, I'm going to have an h1. And this h1, look at this. Now, this entire thing is the h1, but you can see that this is styled differently than this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this text inside a span so that I can style it differently. And then this is going to be inside the rest of the h1. So I'm going to say display a span inside here that says, welcome to my man cave. And then for the rest of the h1, I'm just going to say front-end web developer. So front-end web developer, like so. And then I'm going to remove the space. And then below the h1, we're going to have a paragraph that says, I design professional UIs. So let's say, I design professional UIs and web experiences using Figma and React.js. And then below this paragraph, we're going to have an anchor tag, which is going to be linking to this section. So this anchor tag that says browse projects is going to be linking to this section right here. And I'm going to show you how we're going to do that. So here we're just going to say browse projects. And then at the end of this anchor tag, we want to append this image, which is our arrow.svg. And I'm going to say add an image here. The source for this image is going to be from the images folder, and it's called arrow.svg, like so. And then once I have this, then I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to right click and say open with the live server. Okay, so you can see that this is how it's going to look once it opens up. Okay, fantastic. So let's go ahead and let's style this out. So I'm going to place this to the right, and I'm going to place this to the left. Okay, and then inside our styles.css, if you check the mobile design, this image does not show on the mobile, so I'm just going to hide it. So inside the styles.css, I want to say access the showcase, not the showcase really, but the hero. And then for the hero, I want to access the article, which is the last child, like so. And I just want to say display none, which is going to hide our hero image on mobile. And then I'm going to add a media query here, and I'm going to say that for a min width of 1024 pixels, then I want to access the hero and say for the article last child, then I want this to display as a block element, which means that when I increase it up to past 1024 pixels, then our image is going to show, and then less than that, it's going to disappear. Okay, so that's the behavior that we want from it. And then now what I'm going to do is I want to access the header so that we can style the header. And before we style the header, you know what, I'm just going to begin by styling our button, because it's going to be one of the global styles that we have. So I'm going to say that for the .btn class, I want a background color here of this kind of yellow. So let me get this yellow from here. The yellow color is this one, and it is this one. So you can go ahead and just copy this hex value, which is going to give you the yellow color. So this should say background, and then the text color is going to be white. So text hashtag FFF, and then I want the font weight to be bold, font weight bold. And then I want a padding of 0.625 rem all round. And then I want to remove the border that it has by default, so border none. And this is what we're going to have. And then of course, let's say cursor, set this into pointer. Fantastic. And then something interesting that you can do is that we can access the hover state here, and you can say that for the hover state, I want the letter spacing on the button to be 1 rem. And then let's also add a transition so that it doesn't pop in and out. So transition everything, so all the elements by 0.5 seconds. And then now when I hover over the button, look at this. Okay, so this is going to happen. This is a bit too big. Okay, this is a bit too big. So let's say 0.3 rem. and we should have this. Yeah, that's much more manageable. And then now let's access the header. So the header has a class of header inside here. So what I'm going to do is right below the button, I'm going to say that for the dot header class, I'm going to say display flex, and by default remember that flex displays items in raw form, and then I want them to go to the end, so I can just say justify content to space between. Okay, and then notice how this button takes up a bit more space than this, so I want these two to be aligned center to center, so I'm going to say align dash items center, and then that is going to happen. And then I want to have a padding on the header all round, so I'm going to say add a padding of 1.5 rem all round, which is going to push this downwards and inwards. And then now what I want to do is I want to access all the links that I'm going to have on this website, and then I want to remove the underline on them. So right above the header, I'm going to say that for all anchor tags, I want the text decoration to be none. And when I save this, then this is what is going to happen. So now they're not going to have any underline on them. And then another thing that I can do is that I can change the color of all these tags into white. And the reason why I've chosen white is because we are building a website that is dark, meaning black in color. So all the anchor tags that are white are going to appear because of the contrast. So let's style out our logo now. And you know what, we actually can't see it, so let's go ahead into the body. Let's access the body, and the body is going to have a background color of black. So background color, we can have it as black here if you want, or you can have it as the hex value, which is #000, and we're going to have this. So you can see that now our links being white are now all visible. So let's go ahead and style our logo here. So inside the header, we have a div with a class of logo and then the anchor tag. So inside here, I'm going to say that for the header and for the div that has a class of logo, I want to access the anchor tag, and I want to make it bold. So font weight, I'm going to say bold, and then font size, I'm going to say 1.8 rem, make it bigger like so. And then let's increase the letter spacing. So letter spacing, let's say 0.1 rem, just a bit to separate out the letters. And we're going to have that for our header, so that now even if we increase it, then our header is going to look like that. Okay, and then let's go ahead and style our hero section. So right below, actually right above this, I'm going to say that for the hero, and let me see something. So for the hero, for the article, I want to access the h1. Okay, and I can just say that for the hero, then let me change all the text color into white, and that is going to do this. And then now I can say that for the hero, for the article, and the h1, then I want to say that for the h1, I want this to have a font size of 3 rem, which is 48 pixels. That's a bit too big on mobile, so 2 rem, 32 pixels on mobile. And then remember that this is a span, right? So what I want to do is access the h1 and then access the span inside the h1, okay, which is this text right here. So the span, where are you? This text right here. And what I'm going to do is first I want to say text transform uppercase, which is going to make it capitalized. So uppercase, like so. Okay, and then I want to reduce the font weight. So I'm going to say font weight, set this into, what is it? Is it normal or regular? Normal. Let me see. Okay, and then let's say font size. Let's reduce this into 1 rem. And then change the color for this into our yellow color right here, like so. And then I want to say display block so that it comes on a new line. And then now what we need to do is inside the hero, because I don't want this content to push all the way to the end. So inside the hero, I'm going to say that I want a padding of 4 rem on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right, which is going to push this inwards and downwards. And then once we have that, then I want to increase the margin on this span, so the margin on the bottom. So I'm going to say margin dash bottom, set this to 2 rem, pushed away from this just a bit. Let me see how this looks. That's a bit too small, so let me reduce this as well. So let's say 1.5 rem. And then let's go inside this h1 now. So inside here, and then I'm going to say text transform and change this into capitalized text so that this is going to be capitalized. And then now we can go inside this h1 again, and let's increase the margin on the bottom. So I'm going to say margin dash bottom, set this to 1 rem, move it upwards like so. And then now let's access this paragraph. And the paragraph, we can do that by just going into this, below this, and say hero article paragraph, and I'm going to say margin dash bottom, set this into 2 rem, and then let's add an opacity on the paragraph, so opacity 0.75, so that it's a bit grayed out from this, so that we have this. Okay, and then I'm going to say that right here, I'm going to say that the font size for this is going to be 0.9 rem, make it smaller on small screens, and then we are going to increase it. So I'm just going to copy this, and then let's say right around here on top of this, then I'm going to increase the font size back into 1 rem. Okay, and then now let's style this button because we want this arrow to appear here. So let's go ahead and let's find our button is inside this href. So let's go inside the below this. So let's say hero article, and the anchor tag, we want to say display flex, which is going to place the arrow on this side. And then I'm going to say align item center, which is going to push this downwards and align this perfectly to the center. And then I'm just going to say justify content to let's say what is a flex start, like so. And then we're going to have that. And then now I want to reduce the width of this image. So let me copy this once again and paste it inside here. And I'm going to say that for the image, I want to access the image inside here, img. Let's set the width into 1 rem, and that reduces it too much. Let's say 4 rem. Okay, and then I can also say margin on the left, so margin left, let's say 2 rem, pushed away from this text just a bit. Okay, and when you look at that, that is our hero section. And you know what, this padding is a bit too small for me, so let's go back inside here. Let's increase this to 6 rem. And then now what we need to do is I want to add this slight whitish grayish background here, right? So I'm going to do that using absolute positioning, and I'm going to go inside my index.html, and I'm going to say that right below the header, I want to create a div with a class of bg gray, like so, so the gray background. And then I'm going to save this, and then we're going to style it out. So right above here, I'm going to say that for the bg dash gray, I want the width for this to be, what is it? What is 16 by 20? 320. So 20 rem, which is 320 pixels. And then the height for this is also going to be 20 rem to make it square. And then let me say background color, set this into white. And you'll notice that it appears right here. But I don't want it to push content downwards. Instead, I want this content to appear on top of it. So I can do that by just saying position this as absolute, and you can see that now the content appears, and it technically appears behind it. The paragraph appears on top of it, but this heading appears behind it. So in order to fix that, what you can do is go inside the hero section and just say position this as relative. And when I save that, then the content is going to come above it. And the reason why position relative here works and brings this content forwards is because relative positioning has a higher z index than absolute positioning. And remember, this one doesn't have a parent, and the parent for this is actually the body. So let me move this upwards. And then now what I'm going to do is I want to gray this out. Okay, so let me say FFF. And then now I'm going to use something in CSS called filter. It's a property called filter, and then I'm going to say blur it. So blur it by, let's say, about 500 pixels. How does this look? That's too much. It's already disappeared. So let's say 200 pixels. So right around there, let's say 300 pixels. Let's say 250. Okay, so right around there, you can see that it appears slightly to the back, and it gives some kind of like a futuristic view of this. Okay, and so now what I want to do is I want to add some kind of fallback, because this doesn't work on all browsers. So what I'm going to do is just say add a what's it called, a vendor prefix. So I'm going to say --webkit -filter, and this I think is for Firefox. So we're just going to say webkit filter 250 pixels. So this is just in case the browser doesn't support this property, then it should support this one. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and you can see that nothing changes on the screen. And then now we can create our next section, and our next section is going to be our projects. And you know what, before we create our projects, let's actually just scale this up. So we are going to add a media query where we are now going to display this image to appear here. So right at around 1024 pixels right here, what I want to do is I want to access the hero section, and I want to say display this as a grid. So display grid, and I'm going to say grid template columns to repeat twice and one fractional column each, so that they're going to display side by side. And then once we have this, what I want to happen is I want this article to move downwards. So I can do that by saying place items center. So place items and saying center, and this moves downwards here. And then now what I'm going to do is I want to reduce the padding that we had on the top, because we had some kind of top padding. So let me figure out whether I added that, which is here on the hero. So let's just say that right here, let's say padding of 1 rem on the top and 1.5 rem on the left and right. So we're just reducing the padding on the top, and this should go back to the top just a bit. And then now what I want to do is I also want to limit this section so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. And I can do that by just adding a max width here. So on the hero, I'm just going to say max width of, let's say, 1100 pixels. Okay, so that this is going to happen. And then I'm going to say margin, set this to auto, which is going to center it. And then now we can increase the font size of this. And then this is already fine as it is. So let's see. Did I increase the font size of this back to 1 rem? Oh yeah, I did right here. Okay, fantastic. So let's target the H1 inside here. So let's say that for the hero, let's say for the hero article H1, then I want this font size to go up to 5 rem. How big is that? Too big. Let's say 4 rem. And would you look at that? We have this. So front-end web developer, looking fantastic. And probably I also want to do the same thing on the header, where I'm going to limit this. So let's do that for the header as well. And right above this, I'm just going to say that for the dot header class, I'm going to set the max width to 1100 pixels, not 110, 1100, like so. And then I'm going to set the margin into auto so that it centers it, like so. Fantastic. And just to mention something, the reason why this image doesn't go to the end right here is because this image technically takes up this space, and it takes up this space because of how I designed it in Figma. So this space is technically part of the image. That's why it doesn't go all the way to the end. So we're going to have this, and now what I want to do is 1100 pixels is looking a bit too small for me. So let's change it into 1200 and 1200. Let me see how this looks. Yeah, let's work with 1200. And now let's create our project section. So back inside our index.html, below the section of class hero, we're going to create another section with a class of projects. And then inside here, does it have an h2? It doesn't have an h2. Okay, it doesn't. So we're all going to right away start with our articles, which are these items. So the first that I want to do is create a div with a class of cards once again. And inside this div with a class of cards, I'm going to create another div with a class of single card, like so. And single card is now going to be this entire thing. Okay, so inside here, I'm going to have an article, and this first article is going to be an image, and the source for this image is going to be /images and project 1, like so. And then I'm going to have another article, and this second article is now going to hold this text. Okay, so inside here, I'm going to have an h2 that says something, and then we're going to have a paragraph that says something. We're going to get the text, and then below this, we're going to have a ul with 2 list items, so an unordered list, like so, with 2 list items. So copy this down, and then this first list item is going to be an anchor tag that is going to go to a link, which we don't technically have, but I'm going to show you how we can add a link inside here. And then we're going to give this a class of btn so that it takes the class of the buttons as we have styled it on top. And then this second item is going to be another link that links to the GitHub repository of the project, for example, right? So inside here, let's just say, what does it say? View demo website. So view demo website. And then below this, we're going to have another anchor tag that says, let's just link this into https github.com/, let's say And now we can just link it to GitHub. Most people have never even seen GitHub's homepage. So I'm going to say this is going to be an image. The source for this image is going to be /images and /GitHub, like so. And then when I save this, and we actually need to add this text. So let's go into random text generator. Let's generate some random text once again. And then now what I'm going to do is just copy this first two words and paste them inside here. And then I'm going to grab this remaining text and then just paste it inside the paragraph. So inside the paragraph here. Okay. Now I'm going to save this and I'm going to style this out first, that we see how it's going to look. So right inside here, you can see that these are our images. This is the GitHub image and we have nothing else, but you can see that our button is working as we expect it to work because it's just taking up the styles of this button on top. So I'm going to place it to the left. And then once we have that, notice that our text is black. So we need to change that as well. So inside our styles.css, what I want to do is access this class of cards and then the single card. And you know what? I can just access the single card right away so that I can just deal with this. So right above our media query, I'm going to say that for the single dash card, what I want to do is this. Let me just check this out. So the single card and then the article. So inside here, I'm going to add a padding of 1.5 rem all around, 1.5 rem. And then I want to change all the text inside here into white. So I'm just going to say change the color into white. And the reason why this works, by the way, I don't know whether I mentioned it, is because this is the parent of the articles and the H2s are the paragraphs. So because we're changing the color of the parent element, then it also applies to the children inside the element. And then once we have this, then I want to access this H2. So let's say dot single dash card H2, and I'm going to say margin of 0. Let's say margin of 1 rem on the top, 0 on the left and right, and 0.625 rem on the bottom, like so. So it adds this margin on top and the bottom. And then let's access this paragraph. So for the dot single card paragraph, let's reduce the opacity to 0.75. Let's reduce the font size to 0.9 rem. And then let's say margin dash bottom to 2 rem to push it away from this button. And then once we have this, then let's access the dot single card and let's access the list items. So the UL, which is this button and this GitHub icon, and we're just going to say display flex, which is going to place them side by side like so. And then we're going to say align item center, which is going to center them properly, as you can see. And then now what I want to do is access the second element, so the second list item inside the UL. So I'm going to say li, and I'm just going to say last child, because the last child is the second item, which is also with the GitHub icon. And I'm going to say margin on the left, set this to 2 rem to push it away from this. Okay, so this is what we're going to have for our articles, and this is looking quite nice, right? And then now what I want to do is I want to go inside this parent, which is the cards, and I want to display the cards as a grid. So right above this, I'm going to say that for the cards, I want to say display grid with grid template columns, grid template dash columns, and I'm going to set this into 1FR by default. Columns has an N, there we go. And then now what I want to do is for about 768 pixels, which are tablets, then I want these to be 2 template columns. So I'm going to add another media query on top of this, and I'm going to say at media for a min width of 768 pixels, which are tablets. Then I'm going to paste this in, and then I'm going to remove this because we don't need to declare it twice. And then I'm going to change this into repeat, 2 fractional columns, 1FR each. And we're going to have this. So when we add the second card, then it's going to appear here. And you know what I've just realized? I've just realized that I'm styling this wrongly because our design is not stacked one on top of the other. It's actually this text going here and then the next card coming here. So I've just styled this wrongly. So let's fix that. Let's just comment this out actually. And then let's go back to the top where we have our cards. And what we need to do now is inside the single card, then we need this to display as a grid. So I'm going to cut this out, and then I'm going to paste it on top of this, and we should have this, okay, which is working correctly, by the way. We just need to go to the bottom and change this media query. So change this media query, and this should now say dot single dash card, and we should have this. Would you look at that? Fantastic. And then now what we need to do is this text needs to move downwards. So I'm going to say place items dash center, not dash. This is not a dash, come on. And then now I want to add a bit of margin on the left of this text. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to access the single dash card, right? And then I'm going to say that for the article, which is the first child, which is the image, then I'm going to say margin on the right of 2 rem, which is going to push it away from this. Okay, so this is going to be our first card. And now what I want to do once again is limit this so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. So right inside here, I'm just going to say set a max width. Actually, not on this, but on the parent element, which is the cards. So inside here, I'm just going to access the dot cards. And I'm going to say that set a max width here of 1300 pixels, which is going to do this. And then I want this to move to the right. So I'm going to say margin of auto, which is going to center it. And there we go. So now we can go ahead and we can begin adding more cards. So inside here, what I'm going to do is this div with a class of single card, I'm going to copy it. So it ends right here. So copy this, okay, and paste it here. And then change this into project 2. And then this can remain the same. And then we just need to change the text. So let's go into random text generator, copy the second paragraph and paste it inside here. And then just copy this up to here and paste it inside here. Okay, so when I save this, then we should see 2 projects on the screen right inside here. Okay. Okay, so now what we need to happen is that for this second div, then we want the text to go to the right and the image to come to the left. So we can do that using toggling in CSS, where we're going to say that for when these ones are displayed as a grid, because remember that on mobile screens, they're just going to be stacked one on top of the other. So on mobile screens, this is how they're going to look. So for large screens, what we want to do is that we want to access either the even divs or the odd divs, and then we just want to change the layout so that this comes first. And an easy way to do that is to just go inside your index.html, and then you can just grab, where is it? You can just grab this article that has the image, cut it out and paste it on the bottom of this article right here. And you'll see that this already fits in perfectly, right? But then I want to show you a way that you can do this using CSS Flexbox. So for now, what I want to do is just copy these 2 divs 2 more times so that we have 4 projects. And then the reason why we have this space here is because I added a padding somewhere. Let me just figure out where that padding is. It should be on the single card somewhere. This one. Okay. So what we want to do is on large screens, then we want to remove this padding. So let's go ahead and write around here. Then we're just going to say padding, set this to 0. Okay. So padding is set to 0, but then these images are still separated out because of this margin. I wanted the images to touch. So let me see right here. Let's remove this. Nope, still not yet. So the padding is removed, but there's still some space here. Did I add some kind of space somewhere? Even this one, even if I remove this one, then the space still remains. Where did I add this space? Let me check this out. Select this tool and let's see. Where is this space? Because the grid, as you can see, the grid here is this line. So this line separates these 2 items. So this image should take up this entire space. But I can see that even here, it doesn't take up this space. Is it because of some pseudo styles that I added in and I didn't even realize? I added some styles to the images. Oh, yes, I did. Where are the images? Or did I? Where are the images? This was on the hero image only, so this shouldn't affect it. And it's because of this. So let's disable this first of all. And then let's say I want to access the dot single card, the article, and the image, and let's say with set this to 100%, but it's going to affect our images as well. And then let me go ahead and copy this div down. So this div, right inside this div, the class of single card. So from here up to here, copy these two divs and just paste them below this. And when we save this, then we should have projects 3 and 4, and we should change these images as well. So we should change these images. Let's go ahead and what is it? Come on, this is project 4, and then this top one should be project 3. Okay, so we have this and we have this. Okay, so now because our design isn't really going to work because these images are a bit squeezed up, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the grid gap on each one of these divs so that they separate out just a bit. So right inside here, instead of removing the padding, I'm going to say add a grid gap here of 2 rem, add the 2 pixels, so they just separate out just a bit. And you know what, something interesting that we can do even further is we can say something like give this a background color, background dash color of hashtag 222, which is a very almost black but not completely black, so that we are going to have this, and let's say 111, like so. And then once we have this, then wait, doesn't this apply? Oh, you know what, it should apply inside here. It should be on these cards. Let me check something. Where's the cards? So the cards is the parent of the single cards. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this, and then inside here I'm going to say display this as a grid. So display grid with grid template columns. They're going to be 1 fractional column, and then add the grid gap here to 2 rem, like so, so that now these are going to be separated by this grid gap. So because we were not able to achieve that layout of our like a falling staircase, then now you separate them out so that it doesn't like really break the how do you say like the immersion, so to speak, you know. Okay, so just by adding this background color, then you can see that now the image, the website is a bit more appealing and more tolerable. Okay, and then once we have this layout, then let's go ahead and create our call to action section. And our call to action section is going to be outside of this projects, so outside of this section, and I'm going to call this section dash CTA. And wait a minute, did I give this CTA's class somewhere else? Here. Okay, so we have not used it yet, so I can just, in fact, you know what, I can just remove it from here. And then on the bottom right here, I'm just going to say for the CTA, I'm going to have an H2 that says hire a web developer, exclamation, not one. And then here we're going to have a button with a class of btn that says, let's say, hire me, like so. And then let's go ahead and style this out. So inside our project we should have this, so hire web developer. So inside our style.css, right above the media query, we're going to say that for the .cta class, I want this background color to be hashtag 111. I want the padding to be 4 rem on the top and bottom, and 1.5 rem on the left and right to push it inwards. And then inside here now, what I want to do is I want to change the text color of this to white. So for the .cta, for the h2, I want to say change the color for this into hashtag FFF, which is white, like so. Okay, and then probably we can increase the font size. So font size, increase this to 2 rem. Fantastic. And then once we have this, then I can increase the font size even further for larger screens. So right about here below this, I'm going to increase the font size into, let's say, 4 rem, and then we can remove this color because we already defined it on top. Too big. Is this too big? too big, let's say 3 rem. Okay, and then let's add a margin on the top of this so that it separates out from this div. So let's go back into our CTA right here, and then I can say margin dash top of 2 rem. Okay, there we go. And then now I want to display this and the button as a flexbox. And you know what? I want this button to be bigger than these other buttons. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to access the button. So for the .cta, I want to access the button inside here. And I can also access it using the .btn class. It's the very same thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say transform and scale this by 1.25, which is going to make it just a bit bigger. Okay. And you know, let me also increase the padding. So I'm going to say it has a padding of 0.625 rem on the top and bottom, and let's say 3 rem on the left and right. So that is going to be like this. And then let's also increase the font size. So font size, increase this to 1.25 rem, like so. And then let's bring it to the center. So inside our CTA, we can just say display flex and align item center and justify content to the center, like so, which is going to do this. And then of course the default behavior that I want is that the title should go on top and then the button on the bottom. So I'm going to change the flex direction and set this into column. Fantastic. And then let's go inside this H2. Let's say margin dash bottom, increase this to 2 rem to push away from the button. And then on larger screens, we're going to reset this. So right around here where we had our font size, we're just going to say margin dash bottom, set this back to 0. And the reason why I'm setting it back to 0 here is because I want this one and this one to align as a flexbox on larger screens. So right around here, above this, I'm going to say that for the .cta class, I'm going to say flex direction, so change it back to row. Okay, and then I want to add justify content, so justify content, and I'm going to say space around here. There we go. So that we're going to have this. So that's looking fantastic. And then now let's go ahead and create our footer. So for the footer, we're just going to add the footer element here. And the footer element is very simple. We just have a UL with 3 list items. So UL into LI times 3. And then these are going to be anchor tags and they're going to have images. So using Emmet, I'm just saying create a UL which has 3 list items, so LI times 3, and each of these list items is going to have an anchor tag, and each of these anchor tags is going to have an image, so like so. And these images are not going to be linking to anywhere, and the source for the first image is going to be Facebook, so images /Facebook, and then this second one is going to be ./images /Twitter. I think Twitter, was it Twitter? Does Twitter exist? I don't have Twitter. It does exist. Twitter.svg. And then this third one is going to be, oh, you know what? I'm writing this on the alt. Come on. So inside here, and then this is going to be ./images /GitHub. So we're going to save this, and we should have something on the screen which has the resemblance of this. So very big images, which we're going to reduce right away. So right above our media queries right here, I'm going to say that for the footer, I just want to say display flex, and not for the footer really, but for the footer UL. So for the unordered list, I want to say display flex, and then align until center and justify content to the center, which is going to push this to the center. And then let's access the list items inside here. So for the footer UL and for the list items, I want to say set a margin of 0 on the top and bottom, and 1 rem on the left and right, which is going to separate them out. And then let's increase the margin of the footer or the padding. We can say for the footer element, we can have a padding of 4 rem on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right, so that we are now going to have this. So this is our very cool looking footer, and what you'll notice is that this is completely responsive even on mobile screens, so you can reduce it and you can see that it is completely responsive. However, you do notice something, right? So you have your first project here, which is the image, and then the title of the project, and then the text, and then the buttons. Okay, but for the second image, for the second project, sorry, it is the title first, and then the description, and then the image, and then for the third one it is corrected, and then for the fourth one it is not corrected. Okay, so that is what I want to fix now, and I want to fix that, and I also want to attempt to achieve the proper design for these ones. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back where we had our projects, which is inside the single cards, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove all of this grid, and then I need to find where I added grid once again, and I added it somewhere in the media queries right inside here. So I'm going to remove this as well, and then let's see, I'm going to disable this for a moment. So save this, and it's going to break a bit, as you can see. And then now what I want to do is I don't want to structure these images in HTML. Instead, I want to be toggling them using CSS. And then you know what, I also want to remove this margin that I placed on the right of this image, so this one right here. So just remove that margin, and then let's go ahead and let's do this. So inside our HTML, for every second project that we had to restructure the image. So for this fourth one, I want to cut this out, this article, and place it back to the top, so that the image is always going to appear first. And then for this one as well, I want to cut it out, place it back to the top, so that the image appears first. Okay, so I always going to have image and then text, and then image and then text, and then image, text, and image, text. And so now what I'm going to do is I want to also remove this background color. So I added the background color on a media query here, so remove this as well. Okay, so we're going to have this. So let's begin styling it out. So right inside the single cards inside here, let me say display flex. Let me see what happens. Okay, so we have this by default, where the image is to the left and then the text is to the right. So now what I want to do is that for the first child, which is this article here and this article, so we are inside the single card class. So I'm saying that for this first child, I want it to grow by a flex grow of 1. And then for this second one, I also want it to grow by a flex grow of 1. So inside here, I'm just going to say flex 1. And you know what? I can just remove this. I can just remove this because I'm applying the flex of 1 on both articles. So now the articles all grow by 1. And then what I want to do is push this text downwards. So inside here, I'm going to say align at center and just find content to the center. And that is going to happen. Okay. And then now what I want to do is that for every second article, so this second one and this fourth one, then I want the image to appear second. So I'm going to say that for the dot single dash card class, I want to access the nth child, and I want to access the nth child of even. So every even number, and I'm going to say flex direction. I'm going to change this into row reverse, which means just reverse the order in which the elements appear. And would you look at this? Would you look at this? Oh, man. So we're going to have this. And then now what I want to do is for every second article. So for every second article, then I want to add a margin on the right of this text. How do I do that actually? Okay, so now what I'm going to do is just to make this styling a bit easier, these articles that has the text, I'm going to give these articles a class of text. So inside my index.html, inside here, I'm going to give this a class of text. And then I'm just going to copy this and paste it on top of this first one inside here, and paste it on this third one inside here, and then paste it on this fourth one inside here. So save this. And then now what I'm going to do is I want to access the single dash card, and then I want to access the article of text. And then I'm going to say that I want this to have a margin on the left of 2 rem, which is going to separate this out. But notice something. I have 2 rem here and I have 2 rem here. So this is pushed inwards a bit, and then we don't have spacing here. And you know what? I've just noticed something. Adding the margin of 2 rem here is what separates this out as well. I don't want these images to be separated. So I'm going to remove this, and let's figure this out. So I can display this div as a grid, and then I can add a grid gap because this grid gap here won't affect this one. So let's go ahead and do this. So inside the single card, let me see. Okay, so when you have this, because these are flex items, then flex, we can also do something like gap here and set this to 2 rem, but it's going to separate the images out still. Why can't I figure this out? And you know what the worst part is? I've done this before. I've done this in a different project, and now I can't seem to figure it out. The gaps in our knowledge, come on. Let's see how this looks on mobile. And I can already see that something does break. Yep, something breaks. So we want this article to move inwards just a bit. So let's say that for the single card article on top of this, for the single card article, dot single dash card article, let's have a padding all round of 1 rem to push the content inwards, so that we're going to have this. And what padding did I have on? I had 1.5, so let's say 1.5 rem. Okay, and you know what, it should be 0 on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right, and then let's say 1.5 rem on the bottom as well, so that it pushes away from this. And you know what, let's say 2 rem on the bottom, 2 rem. Okay. So this is mobile. So right around here, then things begin to break. And now the reason why this is breaking here is because of this padding, right? Or not? So let's reset this padding in the single card article. Right inside here, single card article, let's reset the padding to 0. And now what is adding this extra padding? I can't really seem to understand it. It's 2 rem here, that adds that, and I'm actually very stumped right now. All my CSS knowledge just seemed to like disappear off my brain. Oh my goodness. Well, this is embarrassing. Okay, so let me do this. Let's say here that let's access the dot single card, and let's say that for the nth child and even we want to access the dot text class and say margin on the right of 2 rem. Margin on the right. Okay, so it applies the margin on the right here. And then we need to do this for the odd ones. So for the odd ones here, odd, then let's say margin on the left of 2 rem, which adds this margin, which is basically just adding margin on the articles. Oh my god, I'm not thinking. I am seriously not thinking. What? Okay, you know what? I'm just going to leave it at this because I can't seem to figure out what is happening here. I really can't, and I don't know why. This has not happened in any of the projects we have built so far. Let me blame it on being tired, because I've been recording for quite a while right now. And I've just remembered something. I want this button to link into this section. So we can do that using IDs, where I'm going to go on top right here. And inside this section, the class of projects, I'm going to give this an ID of projects. And then inside here, I'm now going to link this into hashtag projects, so that now when I click on this, it's going to take me into the projects. And I don't want it to pop in like so. So I just want it to slide in. So I can do that in CSS by going to the top of my CSS file and just accessing the asterisk, so the alt selector, and saying scroll behavior and setting this to smooth. And then now when I click on this, watch, it now slides in. Okay, so you can add that without using any JavaScript. That's looking quite nice. And what is this? Cards, we can remove this. Okay, so for this project, I can't seem to figure this out, and if you can figure this out, then please leave a comment because it is very interesting, and I'm pretty sure that I'm going to figure this out like in a few hours once I take a break. But if you do see it in the video, then it means that I just decided to leave it in, which is not really bad, by the way. It just bothers me that I couldn't get it as close to the design as I could. And yeah, so this is the portfolio, and you can go ahead and deploy it if you want. And in the next project, we're going to be dealing with our first kind of complex project, which is the image gallery, because we're going to be using the Unsplash image API to get a bunch of images, and then we're going to be displaying them on the screen. So we're going to be working with the JavaScript fetch API, and if you've never worked with that, then don't worry about it because we're going to go step by step. So this next project is going to be an image gallery, and it's going to involve a bit more setup before we can begin, because we're going to be using an API from Unsplash to get the images, and we're going to be using the JavaScript fetch API to get the images. So in order to set up our Unsplash account, we have to go into unsplash.com, and I already have an account with them, but if you don't have an account, then it's going to show you a sign up button. And then once you sign up, then you're going to have access to this tab right here, which says Developers API. So if you go into this link, then you're going to have this, and then you can go into your apps. And then I have two apps created here, and for this particular demonstration, I'm going to be using the image gallery 2. But if you don't have an application, then you can just go ahead and say new application, which is going to create a new application for you. You just have to follow the steps. So inside here, we need access to something, and we need access to our access key, which is this right here, because this is what we're going to be using to send GET requests to the API so that we can actually get back some data. So right away, I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to show you an example of the data that we're going to get back by going into documentation. And inside documentation, what we're going to need is a list of photos. So you can see that the GET request that we're going to be sending goes to /photos as the endpoint. So for example, for this one, I can just copy this, and then I can just say go to this link, and then of course it's going to give me an error because I don't have the access token. So at the end of this, I'm going to append client_ID, and then I'm going to paste this in, so equals to this. And then when I send this, then you notice that now we get back some data. So we get back the ID created at, and so on and so forth. And if I close this down, you see that we get 10 items by default. By the way, this is an extension called JSON formatter. That's why I can see these items as they are. So what we're going to do is, using JavaScript, we're going to be sending a GET request to this link. And then once we send that GET request, we're going to be getting back a few items, and the items we're going to get back is the image that we see here. And then we're going to get back the tags. Does this have tags? I don't know if it has tags. Let me just confirm. Okay, so it doesn't have tags, but what you can do is we can use a tagline here. We can use the tagline to display it here instead of these tags, and then we're going to get the number of likes, and the number of likes is right here, and then that's what we're going to display on the right. So pretty simple enough project, but it has a bit of complexity to it. So yeah, let's get started. And the first thing that I'm going to do is, inside here I've created a new folder, and this new folder is called image gallery. And inside here you can see it is empty. So the first thing that I'm going to do is create an index.html file. So index.html, and inside here I'm also going to create a new file called style.css, styles.css, and then I'm also going to create my index.js, and then in my index.html I'm going to say exclamation and enter, and then I'm going to link my global style sheet, which is /index.css, and then I'm also going to link my internal style sheet, which is styles.css. And then just before the closing body tag, I want to link my script file, which is coming from index.js. And then I'm going to change this title into project 7, and I'm going to say image gallery. And then inside here, we're going to have an H1 that says recommended for you. And then below this, we're going to have a div with a class of image-gallery, like so. And then inside this div with a class of image gallery, I'm going to have an article. And this article is going to be an image which is going to be coming from this image here, which is coming from the API. And you know what I can do is I can just copy a random image here. Where is it? Just a random image. Let me see. Okay, so let me copy this image. Okay, just open this link and copy this link, and then just paste in this link here. And below this, we're going to have a UL with 2 list items. This first one is going to say the tagline. This is going to say the tagline, like so. I almost jumped into programming in React. That's why you saw my curly brackets. And then this second one is going to say the number of likes, like so. And then I'm going to save this and open this up with Live Server. Okay, and you can see that this is what you have on the screen, but our image is not showing. So let me just get the correct download image. So this one, let me just paste it inside here so that we can see our image. Let's see. Okay, so there we go. So this is our image. So what I want to do is we want to style this out before we actually send our GET request. So what I'm going to do is inside our styles, I just want to say that for the H1, I want to have a padding of 4 rem on the top, 1.5 rem on the left and right, and 2 rem on the bottom. And then I want to change the color into into 333, not F. F is white. And then on top of this, I want the body to have a background color of hashtag F1, which is a very slight gray, so that we're going to have this. Okay, and then once we have that, then I want to go into, where is it, into this div with a class of image gallery, and I want to say that for the dot image gallery class, then I want to say display grid with grid template columns. For mobile screens first, they're going to be 1 fractional column, and then I'm going to add a grid gap of 2 rem. Okay, and then I want to add a padding on the x-axis of 1.5, so padding on the top of 0 and padding on the x of 1.5 rem, like so, so that it pushes inwards. And then I want to go inside, let me see, inside this article, so that I can give this article a background color of white. So for the dot image gallery and for the article, I want to say background color, set this to white, hashtag FFF. Okay, so that we're going to have this, and then let's add a padding of 1.5 rem, and then let's add a border radius of 2 rem. That is going to be rounded, as you can see. And then let's also add a slight box shadow, so box shadow of 0.2 rem on the horizontal, sorry, then 0.2 rem on the vertical, and then 0.2 rem on the blur, and then RGBA of 0.2 for our box shadow for the color. There we go. And then the next thing that we want to do is access this image so that we can give this image a rounded border as well. So for the dot image gallery, for the article, I want to access the image and say border radius, set this to 2 rem as well. Okay, and then I can say margin dash bottom of 2 rem once again to push it away from this tagline, and that's a bit too big, let's say 1 rem. And then let's access the UL. So for the dot image gallery, I want to say that for the article, for the UL and for the list items, I want to do this. I want to have a background dash color of hashtag F1. Let me see how that looks. Okay, let me see, actually, you know what, let me see this color. What color is this? What color did I use? 999 with an opacity of 45%. So let's use hashtag 999, and then we need to add an opacity of 45%, so 0.45. There we go. Okay, so we are going to have this, And then for the text, I want the text color to be hashtag 333. Okay, so we're going to have that. And then now what I want to do is I want to display these two items as inline blocks. So I'm going to say display inline block, and watch what happens. They're now going to display like this. Okay, and then let's add some padding. Let's add a padding of 0.01 rem all round. Actually, that's barely visible. 0.1 rem. Let's say 0.5 rem. Okay, so let's say 0.2 rem on the top and bottom, and 0.5 rem on the left and right. This is rem, like so. And then let's add a border radius of 0.625 rem all round, so that we're going to have that. Let's reduce the font size. Reduce this to 0.9 rem, and then move this upwards. Okay, so we're going to have that for mobile. And you know what, instead of having display block here, because I want this to go all the way to the end, I'm going to access this URL, and I'm going to say display flex, and then align item center and justify content to space between, which is going to move them to the end, like so. And then I'm also going to add a flex wrap of wrap here, so that just in case the tagline goes all the way to the end, then this line, the number of likes here is going to automatically go into the next line. And we're going to see that in action once we get our data. And then now I just want to scale this up. So where I had my grid, and my grid is somewhere here, I just want to change the grid template columns to 2 and to 3 for larger screens. So I'm going to say that for art media, for a min width of 768 pixels, then I want to access my image gallery, and I want to change this into repeat twice and 1 fractional column each, so that now this is going to be the another grid, a separate grid. And then for about, let's say for about 1280 pixels, let's say 1280 pixels, let me just copy this downwards, and let's say for 1280 pixels, 1280, let's repeat these 3 fractional columns. Okay, so we're going to have that. You can barely see it, but once you get more images, then you're going to see how it's going to work. Okay, so right here are 2 grids, and then right here are 3 grids. So let's increase the size of this h1 as well. So right around here, let's have an h1, oops, not 1h, so h1, let's say the font size, and set this to 3 rem. How big is that? That's much better. Okay, so let's go ahead and now let's get the data from our API. And the first that I'm going to do is just copy this link. And by the way, I should mention that please go ahead and create your own application, because if you try to use this when you're watching the video, then it's going to give you an error, because I am going to delete this application, or rather I'm going to disable this API key once we are done. So inside here, let's go inside our index.js. So to fetch our data, I'm going to be using arrow functions and an asynchronous function, which returns a promise. So I'm going to be using async await as our keywords. So I'm going to say const fetch images is equal to async, so an asynchronous function. And then I'm going to say that const response that we get back from the API. And you can think of an API like a waiter in a restaurant, where they come to you, they get your order, and then they go to the kitchen, they get your food, and then they return the food to you. So basically just how a server works, really. So that's what we're doing. So we are sending a get request to the API. It's going to send a request to the server, and then it's going to give us back a response. So we're saying that for the response, we're going to say await fetch, and we are fetching in, we're going to pass in this as a string, and we are fetching the data from this link. And then I'm going to say const data, which is the data that we get back. I'm going to say await response.json, like so, which means convert the response into JSON format. And JSON stands for JavaScript object notation. So you can read more about that if you want. And then once I do this, then I just want to say console.log the data. And then I'm just going to call the function. So call the function fetch images. So save this. And then let's see what we have on the screen by opening up our console. So F12, and we should see something in the console. You can see that we get an array of 10 items. So there we go. So this is all the data that we get back from the API. So we want to get it from here and then display it on the screen. So now that we've confirmed that we're getting back something from the API, what I want to do is I want to get this div right here, because we are going to be appending the data from the API into this div, which is the image gallery. So let's go ahead into our index.js, and on top of this, I'm just going to say const image gallery is equal to document dot query selector, and I'm selecting the dot image dash gallery. And then below this, what I'm going to do is I want to create an element called an article. So I'm going to say const create article is equal to, let me just call it article element is equal to document dot create element, and we're creating an article. And then now what I want to do is the data that we get back, because it is an array of 10 items, I want to loop over each of the items in the array and then display an article. So I can do that using an array method called map. So before I do that, what I want to do is I want to append this article element to the image gallery. So I'm going to say image gallery dot append child, and I am appending the article element. So when I save this, you can see that now our article appears. So now that this is visible on the screen, then what I want to do is I want to add the inner HTML of this article element. So I'm going to say article element dot inner HTML is equal to, and I'm going to place it inside backticks like so. And backticks just allow us to add in variables more easily. And so what I'm going to do inside here is I'm going to place my $sign and curly brackets, and this is how you add a variable inside backticks. And here I'm going to say data dot map, because the data is what we are getting back here, where we are saying await response.json. So data dot map, and I want to say that for every item that I get back, okay, so every item that I get back, I want to place in my brackets like this and place in other backticks. And then once I place in these backticks, then I want to return, I want to get back an image. So image, and the source for this image is going to be from $item. Okay, so now we get it from item because we are mapping over it. So item dot urls dot full, which is coming from the API. And in case the image fails to load, then I just want to display the name of the person, which is coming from item dot user dot name, and then close this out. And remember, this is coming from the API, so you can go through the API, and you see user is right here, and then we get the name of the user, which is this one. And then once we have this, then we're going to create ULs. So close it out as well, ULs. And this structure, by the way, if it's a bit hard to understand, the structure is basically the same thing that I did inside here. So that's why I have this, just for like a reference. And then inside here, we're going to have two list items. So close them out. So paste the second one. And then this first list item is going to say item dot, we want to get the tagline, right? So the tagline is, where is it? Sponsorship. Okay, here it is. So the tagline is inside the sponsorship dot tagline. So here I'm going to say item dot sponsorship dot tagline. And then this second one is going to say item dot likes, and then how many likes. Then we just want to add some text that says likes, so the number of likes, so like 67 likes. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen. And we have nothing on the screen. We should have at least something. We should have, let's check our console. Let's say cannot read properties of null reading tagline, so it can't access tagline. So let's do this. So instead of rendering tagline, let's say item.user.name. So just show the name of the person instead of the tagline. So let's see. So we are getting back 10 items, and would you look at this, something is wrong though. Something is wrong. We shouldn't be having this, so something is wrong. First of all, let's fix this, and let's first begin by removing this. So we can just go ahead and remove this article because we no longer need it, as all the data is now passed in from the API. And let's see. So how is this styling applied? So it's taking this one as one grid and then appending 10 images to it, as you can see, right? It's appending 10 images here. So what is happening? What is happening? What do I need to do here? So I think we're going to have to restructure a bit. So I want to append it inside the image gallery because the image gallery is the one that has the grid. Okay, so the image gallery has the grid inside here. Okay. So now what we want to do is create an element here. So let me try this. Here, let's change this into a div, okay? And then let's grab all of this and then wrap it inside an article. So close it out. And then let's wrap it inside an article and paste this in. Let me see if that is going to make a difference. Okay, look at this now. So we are wrapping it inside an article, and now we can separate the single articles, okay? And then now I just need to figure out what is this? What is this? I can't seem to find it even in my code. What is happening? Grab this. I can't even grab it. Really, I can't even access it. Okay. I'm going to find it, don't worry. So now what we need to do is we need to go inside this div. Remember, we are creating an element called div. So now instead of displaying the image gallery as a grid, we're going to display the image gallery div, and then we're going to do the same thing on the bottom. So image gallery div, and then here image gallery div. So when I save this, then they should appear. And my internet is down. My internet is down. Okay. Okay, so okay, now look at this. They are displaying as 1, 2, 3 divs. Okay, so this is a div, but it is a div with this with this thing on the top left. And you can see even for these ones when programming can be so annoying sometimes. Okay. Now before this annoys me, let me first fix our images because I want our images to all have a fixed height. So where we have our images is right here. I'm going to set the height to, let's say, 320 pixels, or let's say 20 rem, and then the width is going to be 100%. And then I'm going to say object fit and set this into cover, and I'm going to disable this so that you can see why we need to add it in. So save this, and we should see this. Okay, now look at the images that are long. You can see they are a bit stretched out or like thinned out, right? So adding object fit of cover, just make sure that the image covers the entire space without being thinned out or stretched out too much. Okay, so this is what we're going to have. For example, if my computer is going to load in, now let me just figure out what is this, because I can't seem to find it, because now this is the only thing that is spoiling the layout. So once I remove it, then it's going to come back inside here, and it is somewhere in our JavaScript. Let's remove this console log. Which is this one right here. Alright guys, so after about 30 minutes of trying to figure this out by myself, I went to the internet and into Stack Overflow, and I found a similar question here that says unexpected comma when using map, which is what we are using inside here. And then the explanation is quite simple that I feel so stupid. And the explanation is that template literals use the toString method, which by default joins the returned array by map with a comma. So it's because of that, it's because we're using template literals here that we have an extra comma in our application. So in order to remove that, then we just need to add the dot join. Where is it? We just need to add dot join at the end of this. Okay, so inside here we just need to add dot join like so that it removes the trailing comma, and then now our application should work correctly. Okay, so would you look at that? And just in case you were wondering whether I practiced beforehand, you can see that now for real I had not built any of these projects, so I hadn't even tested out some of these things. So yeah, and now what I want to do is I just want to limit this on large screens. So I'm going to go inside my, which one is this? So I'm going to go inside my, should be the body. Let's just go inside the body, and I'm just going to give the body a max width of 1600 pixels, and then I'm going to set the margin to auto. That is going to center. Okay, so when the body is greater than 1600 pixels, then this content is going to be centered, as you can see right there. We are cruising along, and as you can see, we are only left with 4 more projects. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 is going to be the Google homepage clone. And so in the next video, we're going to start on the admin portal. So in this next project, we're going to be building the admin portal. And the challenge for this is going to come in the layout. So getting the layout to look like this, as well as these grids right inside here. And then on the bottom, we're going to be using an API once again to generate a random quote, and then we're going to be displaying it on the bottom. Okay, so let's get started. So once again, in my workspace, I have created a new folder by going right here and saying create a new folder, and I've called it project 8 admin dashboard. And inside here, I have imported the design file. So when you clone this repository, you're going to have the design file. And then I also have the profile.png, and the profile.png is this image right here. So right away, the first thing that I'm going to do is right click right here and create a new file called index.html. And then I'm going to create another new file called dashboard.html. So this is the first project where we're going to be linking 2 HTML pages, and then we're going to be toggling in between them. Because what I want to do is I want to create just a button that when you click on it, then it's going to take you into this page. Okay, and then once I create those 2 files, then I'm going to create a new file called styles.css, and then I'm going to create another new file called index.js. Okay, and then now I can close up this side, and in our index.html, I'm just going to say exclamation, and then I'm going to change this title into project. What project is this? Project 8. So project 8, and it's called admin dashboard. Okay, and then inside here, I'm just going to have an anchor tag that links into ./dashboard.html, and I'm just going to say log in. I mean, obviously, in a real project, you want this to be like a form that you can submit and then validate the data and then check whether the user exists and then log them in and so on and so forth. And by the way, you can achieve this using Netlify. And then on top of this, I'm going to link my global index.css. So link href into /index.css. And then I'm going to link my style sheet. So link into styles.css like so. And then inside my dashboard.html, I'm going to do the same thing. So exclamation. And then I'm going to link my global /index.css. And then below this, I'm going to link styles.css. Because we are just going to use one style sheet to style both pages. And then inside here, I'm going to say admin dashboard for the title. Okay, and then inside here is going to be our dashboard, but for now I'm just going to have an H1 that says dashboard. Okay, and then I'm going to save this, And then now I need to link our JavaScript. So this JavaScript file is only going to be used in the admin dashboard. So I'm going to only link it inside here, and I'm going to say index.js like so. So I'm going to go inside my index.html, and I'm going to right click and say open with live server. Okay, and when this opens up, you can see that we have a link here, and when I click on this link, it takes me into the dashboard page, and you can see that now the link shows as dashboard.html. So I'm going to go back inside here, and I want to style this link so that it comes to the center. And what I'm going to do is go inside my styles.css, and you know what, let me give this link a class name, or a class, sorry, a class of, let's say, btn once again. And then let's access the class of btn, and then let's give it a background color of #111827. Let's give it a padding of 0.625 rem on the top and bottom, and 2 rem on the left and right. Let's say transform and scale this up to about 1.3. And then let's change the text color into white, so color into white #FFF. Let's add a border radius, so border dash radius, change this to 0.625 rem, and then let's remove the border that it has, so border none, and then outline, set this to none as well. And then I'm going to save this, and then let's also say cursor pointer, so cursor, change this into pointer, move this downwards, and then let's access the hover state. And for the hover state, what I want to do is, you know what, let me do something different for this one. So let me change this border into 2 pixels and solid and #111827, so that when I hover over this, so for the hover state, I'm going to say change the background color to be transparent, and then change the text color into #111827. And then on top of this, we can say transition everything by 0.5 seconds. Okay, so let's save this, and then let's see. So we're going to have this, look at that. So that is our transition. And then of course, let's remove this underline right here. So I'm just going to say, for all the anchor tags, I'm going to say text decoration, set this to none. And that removes the underline. And then next, I want to access this so that it moves to the center. So what I'm going to do is, inside my index.html, I'm going to grab this. Let me grab this, cut it out, and then I'm going to give it a div. And this div is going to have a class of, let me see, because I don't want the classes to conflict with our dashboard. So I want to say, give this div a class of what? Let's just say login button, like so, so that now I can go inside my styles.css, and I can say that for the .login dash button, I can say display flex, and then align item center and justify content to the center, and then give it a height of 100 viewport heights, which is going to move it to the center. There we go. So you can click on login, and it's going to take you into the dashboard page, and then we can now begin working on the dashboard page. And if you're wondering, I can just say df, which means display flex, because as you can see, it says emmet. So if you use emmet, you can just say display flex, and then aic to align it and center, and then jcc to justify content to the center, and then height, you can just set the height to 100 viewport heights. So once I have that, then I want to place a comment here and say dashboard page, which means right here is where we're beginning to style our dashboard page. So the first thing that I'm going to do is first remove this h1, and then I'm going to place an article here, and sorry, not an article, but an aside tag. And this aside tag is going to have a class of sidebar, like so. And then here inside this aside, we're going to have an article, and then this article is going to have an image, and the image for this is going to be from from profile.png. And then beside this image is going to be an h2 that says my name, and you can change that into anything that you want. Okay, so I'm just using this for the design. And then we're going to add another article that has these 4 items, and then this one is going to be on the end. So we're going to have another article, so article, which is going to have a UL with list items times 4. And because they are not going to be linked, so I'm just going to leave them as this. And this first one says add, remove, update, and view. Add, remove, update, So view all tasks, this is update tasks, and then remove tasks like so. And then we're going to have another article at the end of this, and this article is going to be an anchor tag that links back into the index.html, and it's just going to say logout, which is this one right here. So now I'm going to save this, and inside our dashboard, okay, we're going to have this image which is messed up a bit, but I can click on the logout, which is at the bottom right here, and when I click on it, it takes me out into the index.html page, and then when I click on the login, it logs me back in. Okay, and then now we can style our sidebar. So let's go ahead into our sidebar. Let me access the class of sidebar, give this a background color of #111H27, and then change the text color inside into white, so FFF. And then for small screens, how do I want this to look? Let me see. First, let me limit this image. So I'm going to go into the dot sidebar, and I want just the image inside, and I'm going to set the width here into 2 rem. How small is that? Too small, so let's say 4 rem. Okay, so you know what, let's style this sidebar for desktop screens, and what I'm going to do is, let's check this out. It is inside here. We can close the index.html file. So inside the sidebar, I want to say display flex, and this is what will happen. And then I want to say flex direction, change it to column so that they stack one on top of the other. And then I'm going to say justify content, justify content to space between. Okay, and then I'm going to set this height to 100 heights, and then this is what is going to happen. And then I want this sidebar to be limited to a certain width, so I'm going to set the width here to, let's say, 400 pixels. That's too big. Let's say 300, or let's say 350. Okay, and then we want to add a border radius, which is right here on the top right and on the bottom right. So we can do that by doing the following. You can just say border dash radius, and when you specify 4 values, then this is how the border radius is going to apply. So just like padding, this is going to be on the top left, and then on the top right, and then on the bottom right, and then on the bottom left. Okay, and if you want to do it one by one, you can just say border top left radius, and then apply it, and then do the same thing. So border top right radius, and then border bottom right radius, and then border bottom left radius. But as you can see, that is writing too much, and you can just use a shorthand property here. So border radius, set this to 0 on the top left, set it to 4 rem on the top right, set it to 4 rem on the bottom right, and then 0 on the bottom left. And we're going to have this. Okay, and then now what I want to do is increase the padding so that these items push inwards. So I'm going to say increase this padding to 1.5 rem. Okay, so we're going to have that. And then now I want to access this first article and display these 2 items as a flexbox. So inside the sidebar, I'm just going to go below this. I'm going to say for the sidebar, I want the article, which is the first child, and I'm going to say display flex, and this is going to happen. So I want this text to move to the center, and we do that by saying align item center, like so. And then inside this first child, I want to access the h2. So access the h2 here, and I'm going to say margin dash left, set this to 2 rem, push it away just a bit, let's say 1.5. Okay, and then I want to go inside this second article. So inside the second article, which is the nth child of 2, so I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, and then change this into nth child brackets 2, and I'm going to say I want to access the UL and then the list items. So that I'm going to say margin dash bottom of 1 rem, push them away from one another. So we're going to have this, and then I want to access this final one and change this link color to white. So I'm going to go inside here, and I'm going to say that for the sidebar, I want to access the article, which is the last dash child, and I'm going to say that for the anchor tag inside here, I want to change this color to hashtag FFF, which is white. And there we go. Okay. So we're going to have this as our dashboard. So we can log out, and once again, we can log in. And then the next section that we're going to have is the card section, which we're going to display inside here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that. And you know what, let me reduce this width a bit because it just looks too big, right? So let's reduce the width here to about, let's see how 200 looks like. Too small, let's say 300. Okay, 300 works much better. Okay, so let's go ahead and create one article so that we can style it out, and then we can just copy paste it for the other articles. So let's go ahead, and this is how our design looks like. So we're going to be referencing this. So inside the dashboard.html, right below the sidebar, I'm going to create a section, and this section is going to have a class of cards like so. And then we're going to have an article like so, and then this article is going to have an h2, and this h2 is going to have a span. And the reason why I'm adding a span is because I want the span to be styled differently. So these numbers are going to be the span. So this first one says 506, so 506, and then the text says lifetime tasks completed, so lifetime tasks completed. And then there's a button at the bottom that says view list. So below this we have a button, and I'm going to give this button a class of btn light, or let me say btn white, so that doesn't confuse me. And then it says view list. Okay, so this is going to be our card. So I'm going to save this, and then we can style it out. So for the cards class, I'm just going to go below this. For the cards class, I want to access the article, and then this article has a background color of, this is blue, but I added an opacity to it. Let me see. Yeah, it has an opacity of 25%. So I'm going to copy this color, and I'm going to say this one is going to have a background color of this. Okay, but it needs an opacity of 25%. So let me reduce it. Wait a minute, let me just change this into RGBA, so 0.25, which is 25%. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and you'll notice that this is going to be a problem, and you're going to see why it is going to be a problem first of all. And of course, our article doesn't appear because it is technically behind this sidebar, and we're going to fix that in a moment. And you know what, we need to fix it right now because we can't continue studying it if we are not seeing this. So what we're going to do is we're going to go inside the .cards class, and we're going to give this a max width of 700 pixels, and then I'm going to say margin dash left, set this to auto, so that it's going to push it inwards, or not. Oh, here it is. Okay, so here it is. So what we need to do now is we want this sidebar to be positioned absolute within the body, so that this one is going to come on top. So inside the sidebar right around here, I'm just going to add a space, and I'm going to say position this as absolute, take it to the left by 0 and to the top by 0, and there we go. So that this is going to happen now. So this is now positioned absolute, and then I want to increase, or yeah, I want to increase the margin of this so that this is going to push to the left just a bit more. So where we had this, I'm going to set this into 1300 pixels, and there we go. Let's say 1200. So this is going to be our first article. Okay, let me change this to 1250. Okay, so this is going to be our first article, and how I'm going to do this is that I'm going to place these cards to be a grid. So I'm going to say display grid with grid template columns to repeat 3 times and 1 fraction column each. So they're going to be 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5 for the 5 grids that we're going to have. And then I want these to move downwards just a bit. So I'm going to say that for the cards, I want to place a margin on top of, let's say, 10 rem, which is 160 pixels. So too big, let's say 7 rem. Okay, and then now let's style out this article to be much better looking. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add a padding, and then we're going to change the styling as well. So for the article, let's go inside this article, let's say add a padding of 1.5 rem all round. let's add a border dash radius of 3 rem all round. See how that looks. 3 rem is too big, let's say 2 rem. And then let's go inside this h2. So for the article h2 here, we're going to say we want to change the color of this. Let me check what this color is. 111827. Okay, so that's the color I used. So let's change the color into hashtag 111827. Okay, change it up a bit, and then let's access the span so that we can display it as a block element. So inside here, the h2 has a span. So let's say display block, and then let's change the font size. So font size, we're going to change this into about 4 rem. And then you know what, we also need to reduce the font size of this h2. So font size, reduce it to about 1.25 rem. See how that looks. Okay, and then we want this to be a lightened font. So we're going to say font dash weight, change this into normal. Okay, and then this one needs to be boldened, because if I save this, you'll see that this also changes into a lighter font. So I want to say font dash weight, change this into bold, which is going to bolden this, and this is going to remain lightened. And am I scaling something up? Why does this look big? Let me change this into 1 rem instead of 1.25 rem, or let's say 1.2 rem, 1.1. Okay, and then let's add a margin on the bottom to push it away from this button. So right inside here, we're going to say margin dash bottom of 2 rem, pushed away from the button. And then let's go ahead and style this button to be white in color. And let me see how this looks. So it is white and it has a slight border. Okay, so let's go inside here, and then let's say that for the cards, for the article, I want to access the .btn dash white, btn dash white, and I'm going to give this a background color of hashtag white with a text color of hashtag 111827. And then I'm going to give it a padding of 0.625 rem on the top and bottom, and 1 rem on the left and right, and then add a border radius of, let's say, 1.25 rem all around. And then let's change the cursor to pointer like so. So save this, and we should see this on the screen. 2 rem is a bit too big. 2 rem is, what did I have at the border is? Oh, let's change this into 0.625 rem. Just reduce it just a bit, and then we need to remove the border. So you can remove the border, set this to none, and then the outline as well, we can set it to none, so that we're going to have this. Fantastic. And then now I want to show you another state that we can have on elements. So we're going to access this btn of white inside here, and then we're going to say that for the active state, and the active state is triggered when you click on it. Okay, so what I want to do is that for the active state, I want to say transform, and let's say scale it down to about 0.8. Okay, so when I click on it, notice that it scales down, and then when I remove click, then it is back to normal. So that's what happens on the active state. And of course, if you want to add a transition to this, you can. So you can just go up here and say transition, and transition the transform property by 0.3 seconds. And then this is going to happen, so it just slides in just a bit in and out. Okay, so this is our first article. So let's go ahead and create our second article. And you know what, actually the rest of the articles. So inside our dashboard, I'm just going to copy this article inside here and paste it inside here. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we're going to change these numbers up. So let me just get these numbers. So 8, 4, 2, and 75%. So 8, 4, 2, and 75%. Okay, and then the text is a bit different. So this says tasks completed today. So tasks completed today. This one says pending tasks today. This one next says cancelled tasks. And then the final one says of tasks completed. Of tasks completed. change this into a capital letter. Okay, so once I save this, then you're going to notice a problem, and this is the problem right here. And I've just realized that I need to add a box shadow. Do I have a box shadow? I do. So let's add a box shadow on all the articles, and the articles are these ones right here. So let's add a box shadow, and the box shadow that we have been adding all along. So 0.2 rem on the horizontal, 0.2 rem on the vertical, 0.2 rem on the blur radius, and RGBA on the color, so 0, 0, 0, 0.2. And we're going to have this. So first of all, let's add a grid gap to separate these items out. So right where we have display grid inside here, we're going to add a grid gap of 2 rem. There we go. And you know what, I also don't want this to go all the way to the end. Like, I want this to have a spacing inside here, so I'm going to say margin right, set this to about 2 rem, push it inwards. There we go. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to use pseudo selectors to change the background colors of each one of these cards. Okay, so now instead of having the background color here, I'm going to cut this out, and then I'm going to go right around, actually not just below this, and I'm going to say that for the cards article, for the first child, this is going to be the background color, so that the background color only applies to this one. And then we're going to do the same thing for the second child, the third, the fourth, and the fifth, or the last child. So the second child is this color of yellow with an opacity of 45%. What? 49%, not 45. So we're going to just do the same. So I'm going to say for the cards article and nth dash child 2. And you know what? Let me just copy this downwards. So 3 and 4 and 5. So this is going to be 3 and 4 and 5. And then inside here, we're going to have a background color. So I need to copy this again. So background color, set it into this color, and then drag this into HCSL, or so change this into, or even RGB, and change this into 0.49. So that we're going to have this on the yellow. And then for the next one, this is blue with 58%. So inside here, we have background color of this one, changes into RGB by clicking on this, so RGBA, and changing this into 0.58. And then for the fourth one, we need this red one, which is 75% opacity. So inside here, background color, set it into this, change it into RGBA to add the alpha value, change this into 0.75, and change this into RGBA. And finally, for the fifth one is this green color, which is 100%. So background dash color changes into this. Okay, so separate this out just a bit. There we go. So I'm going to save this, and we should have this on the screen. Would you look at that? And then the text for this is white in color, right? For the text for this, so we can do that easily. But then I'm just realizing that this is readable even if this background is green. But just for the sake of uniformity in the design as well, I'm going to change this color here on the last article, change the color into white, so that we're going to have this doesn't work. It doesn't work because the declaration here is above this one, so this one has more specificity than this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to be accessing the nth child of 5. So nth child of 5, I'm going to be accessing it here first of all, and I'm going to say that for the H2, I'm going to change the color into white. So now this one has more specificity than this, which means this is going to apply on the fifth article. So I'm going to save this, and we are going to have this on the screen. And then now we're going to add our random quote generator. And for our random quotes, we're going to be using an API. And the API we're going to be using is from a GitHub repository by, let me remember the name. What's his name? The API is called quote. Is it quotable or what? What's the quotable? I've forgotten the name. Okay, here it is. This is the API. Okay, so we're going to be sending a GET request. We're going to be sending a GET request to get random quotes. And this is an example. So if I try to run this in the browser, then we're going to get a random quote here with some content and then the author, and then we can add a flag here and just say tags equals to technology, so that we get technology quotes. And if you want to read more about this, then please go to this repository as well. It is by Luke PV and the repository is called Quotable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this link, and then inside our dashboard.html, right below this, so right below this section, I'm going to create another section, and this section is going to have a class of quotes like so. And then inside this section, I'm going to have an h3, and this h3 is going to have an ID of author, okay, and it's going to be empty. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph with an ID of quote like so, and it's going to be empty. And for now, we can just have something like lorem2 here and then lorem2 here as well, so that we can see it on the screen. And remember that we are not going to be able to see it first of all, because it is technically behind this aside tag, this sidebar. So what we need to do is we need to go inside this class of quotes. So inside the class of quotes, let's go inside the quotes and set a max width here of 1250 pixels like we did on top. And where is it? I can't see it. I can't see it because I need to set a margin here, so margin left of auto. Okay, so here it goes. Okay, and now what I want to do is push it away from these articles. So I'm going to say margin dash top, set this to about 3 rem. There we go. And then now we're going to send a get request using JavaScript, and then we're going to populate this. So let's go ahead inside our index.js, and then what I'm going to do is using async and await, I'm going to create a function here. So const fetch quote, or let's say let me call this get random quote. So get random quote is equal to an asynchronous function like so. And then I'm going to say that const the response that I get back, response is equal to await fetch, and we're going to be fetching from this link right here from the API. And then I'm going to say const data, so the data that we get back is equal to await response.json, meaning convert it to JSON. And then once I get this, then I want to get my h3 with the ID of author and then the paragraph with the ID of quote, and then I want to populate them. So I'm going to say const author is equal to document.get element by ID, and we're going to be getting the ID of author. And then I'm going to say const quote is equal to document.get element by ID, and it's called quote. And then I'm going to say author dot text content. And you know what, let me start with inner HTML. I'm going to show you 3 ways that you can populate this. So inner HTML is equal to data dot, let's get the API. So we are accessing data dot author inside here. So data dot author, okay, and then the quote dot inner HTML is equal to data dot content. There we go. And then I'm going to save this, and we should see something on the screen. Okay, so right inside here we should see something. Wait a minute, I haven't called my function. Yeah, that's it. So get random quote. So always remember to call your functions when you define them. So now we should see something on the screen. And there we go. So we have Albert Einstein, and this is the quote that he has given. Now let's style this out a bit. And remember, I said that these are going to be empty. So let's remove this text. Okay. So let's go inside the styles.css, and then let's access the ID of author and the paragraph. So right below this, I'm going to say that for the ID of author, I want the font size of this to be 3 rem with a margin bottom of 1 rem. And then right inside the quotes, I want to limit the width because I don't want this to go all the way to the end. So I'm going to say set the width to about 400 pixels. Okay, that is not what I want. So I want this to align back here. And the reason why it is aligned to the left is because I have set the margin left to be auto. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say set the margin to 3 rem on the top and then auto on the left and right. And that pushes it here. Is that correct? So something is wrong here. So 3 rem on the top, 3 rem on the top, and then we should see, I want this to, and by the way, if you're wondering, the reason why this has moved closer to this is because the scroll bar has been introduced. Okay, so if I increase this to 500 where it doesn't introduce the scroll bar, you can see now the spacing is back to normal. So now what I need to do therefore is I need to reduce this to 650. Does that help? Actually, does that help? This doesn't do anything, so we can remove this. So let's increase this to 600. Let me see how this looks. Okay, so I'm noticing something. So let's get it to 900. Okay, let's get it to 1000. So 950. Okay, 950, not 9500. And there we go. So 950, just style it just enough so that it's like this. And then what do we need to do? Probably just change this color into the same color as these other ones. So let's go inside our HTML, our CSS, sorry, and then we can change this into a color of #111H27. And then now I want to access the class of quote and change the font size of this to be 0.9 rem, and I want to reduce this as well into 2.5 rem. So one thing that you can add is to change these quotes after a fixed amount of time, right? Because the only way that this is going to reload now is by logging out and then logging back in, which is going to generate another quote. So let me show you how you can do that. You can go inside your JavaScript inside here, and then we can grab this function, and then I'm going to say set interval. So set interval, and what set interval does is that it performs a certain action after a certain time period has passed. So what I want to do is I want to call this function called get random quote, and I want to call it every, let's say 30 seconds, which is 30,000 milliseconds. So I'm going to save this, and we should see we don't see anything. Oh, we don't see anything because this function hasn't run yet, and it's only going to run when 30 seconds have passed. So if I change this into 1 second, which is 1000 milliseconds, then we're going to see a quote here, and then another one, and then another one, and another one. So we want this to run every 30 seconds, which is 30,000 milliseconds, but we want it to run first of all. So get random quote, we want it to run at least once so that we get something on the screen, and then after 30 seconds, then it's going to run again, and then it's going to get another quote, and then it's going to display it right here. So I'm going to fast forward for 30 seconds, and then you will see another quote. Okay, and did you see that after 30 seconds, then it ran another get request, and then it displayed it here. Okay, fantastic. So you'll notice something, and what you'll notice is that I have not built the mobile version for this, and I've only built the desktop version. That is because building the mobile version is going to be your challenge for this project, and I hope to see what you come up with, and you can tag me on Twitter once you complete it. So for this next project, we're going to have this single page looking website, and the challenge for this one is just going to be adding the background image here, and then displaying the text over the background image and adding a slight overlay so that the text is readable. So let's get started. In my workspace, I've created a new folder called project 9, and I've called this Fullscreen. And inside this folder, I have the design image and I have the showcase image, which is basically this background image. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file inside here called index.html. And then I'm going to create another file called styles.css, styles.css. Okay, and then I'm going to close this down, and then inside my index.html, I'm going to have my exclamation, and then I'm going to link my two style sheets. So link into /index.css, and then link into styles.css. And I'm doing this, by the way, I don't know whether I explained it in previous videos, but I'm doing this because I want this style sheet to load in first and then this one to load in second, because HTML is evaluated from the top to the bottom. And then I'm going to change this title into project 9, and I'm going to call this full screen background. And then to begin with, inside here, we're going to have a header with a class of header, and this is going to be creating this header with the logo on this side and this links on these other sides. And then inside here, we're going to have a div with a class of logo, and we're going to have an h2, and not really an h2, sorry, but an anchor tag that links back into the .index.html file. And then we're going to call this il.array. Okay, and then outside of this div, we're going to have a navbar with a ul with list items inside here that are how many? 4 of them. Okay, and I'm not adding anchor tags to them because they're not going to be linking to any pages. And they say services, facilities, locations, and speak to a doctor. Services, facilities, locations, and speak to a doctor. Okay, and then outside of this header, we have a section with a class of showcase. And then inside this section of the class of showcase, we're going to have a div with a class of overlay. And then inside here, we're going to have an h1 that says bringing healthcare closer to you. So bringing healthcare closer to you. And notice how healthcare is styled a bit differently with a different color. So we're going to grab this healthcare and place it inside a span so that we can access it differently. And then below this, we're going to have some text here that says because everyone deserves good health, and says because everyone deserves good health. And you can hear that car in the background. I apologize. And then we have a button here, and we're going to give this button a class of btn, and the text says choose outpatient facility, like so. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to open this up with the live server, and this is what we're going to have on the screen. So right away, the first thing that I want to do is add the background image. So inside our styles.css, what I'm going to do is I want to access the class of showcase, and I'm going to give it a background. And because it's an image, I'm going to pass in a URL, and this is coming from /images. Okay, it's coming from /what showcase.jpg. And when I save this, then you're going to see this because the showcase is technically this, but I want it to take up 100 viewport heights. So I'm going to set the height here, height to 100 viewport heights. But remember, because on mobile screens it's not properly supported, then we want to return something in pixels on RAM. So I'm going to say calculate 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels, so that the computed value here, so that the evaluated value returns in pixels instead of viewport heights, which is much better supported on mobile. So when I save this, then this is going to happen. But notice something. If I try to zoom out, when the screen gets bigger, then we're going to have these repeating images. So we don't want this to happen. And we can avoid that using another property here called background repeat. So background repeat, and we're going to set this into no repeat so that the background doesn't repeat. And then we now want it to take up the entire screen. Okay, so we can say background position, and we can set this to the center. And then we're going to add another property called background size, and then we're going to set this to cover, and which means just place it to the center and make sure that it covers the entire screen. And so we're going to have this. Would you look at that? That is much better looking already. And this is zoomed out, by the way. And if I zoom in, you can see that the image doesn't really even change, right? So back to 100%. And then now I want to grab this text and move it to the center. So I'm going to do that by saying for the showcase, for the .overlay class, the first thing that I want to do is align the text to the center, which is going to do this, okay? And then I'm going to say display flex and align item center and justify content to the center. And then I'm going to place the same height that we have inside here, and I'm going to place it here so that it's going to move to the center of this. And then of course I want to display this one on top of the other, and we can do that by just changing the flex direction, changing this into column. Okay, so we're going to have this. Now what I want to do is I want to show you that you can actually have this on one line as well. So I'm going to remove this, and then right at the end of this I'm going to set this to no repeat, so for the background repeat. And then I'm going to set it to the center and /cover, and that's just is the same thing as having all those other properties. You can see that nothing changes. And if I want it to the top, you can just change this into top. And because this image doesn't really have like it's not really all that rectangular, so that you don't really see the effect of changing the position, you can have it to the left as well. And you know, if you have an image that is big enough, then changing its positions is actually going to matter. And then let's go ahead and style this h1. Let's go ahead into the dot showcase, and for the dot overlay class, we want to access the h1 and say font size, set this into 4 rem. Let's say margin dash bottom 2 rem. Let's say change the color into white, and then let's access the span inside here. And then for the span, we're going to say the color is going to be a blue color, which is this color inside here. So let me grab it. The color is this one. And then let's access the paragraph. So for the dot showcase, for the dot overlay class, we want to access the paragraph, change this color into white as well. And then let's access the button. So for the dot btn class, you want to have a background color of white. You want to have a text color of #111h27. We want to have a padding of 0.625 rem on the top and bottom, and 3 rem on the left and right. And then we want to remove the border, so border none. And we want to remove the outline as well, so outline none. And we want to have a cursor of pointer, so cursor pointer. And then when we access the hover state for this, then we want to reduce the opacity to 0.75, and then we can have a transition here, so transition by 0.3 seconds. Okay, so let's see how that looks. And we're going to have this, so choose outpatient facility, looking fantastic. And then let's get this button to be 1 rem. So right here on this button, let's say font size, let's go above this, font size, set it to 1 rem. Okay, and then below this paragraph, we're going to have a margin bottom of 2 rem. And you know what, let me reduce this from 2 rem into 1 rem. Okay, and then now what I want to do is limit this h1. So I'm going to give this h1 a max width of, let's say, 400 pixels. That's too small. Let's say 600 pixels. Too small. Let's say 800 pixels. There we go. So that we're going to have this. And then actually, you know what, I want to increase the size of this h1 on bigger screens. So let's go ahead and add a media query. So I'm going to say add media for a min width of 1024 pixels. Then I want to access the showcase for the dot overlay h1, and I'm going to say increase this font size, font dash size, to about 6 rem. Let's see that. Okay, so we're going to have this, which means that now I'm going to have to increase the max width on the h1, and I can just do it on top where I was doing it right here, and I can just say max width of 1000 pixels. There we go. Now I want to add an overlay to this, which is slightly darker, so that this text can be more visible, because this is white on white and it's not really all that easily readable. So what I'm going to do is, inside my overlay, inside here, I'm going to add a background color, and I'm going to say background dash color, and I'm going to set this into RGBA because I want to add an alpha value which stands for opacity, and I'm going to set this into 000 0.2, and right around here you'll notice that we have an alpha value, and now the text is just a bit more readable. But let me change this into 0.4, and you can see that now it is darker and it is much more readable. Okay, so once we have this, then let's deal with our header. So for our header, what we want to do is we want to position it absolute so that this image goes behind it. So let's go ahead and do that right above this. Right above the showcase, we're going to access the dot header class. Do I have the dot header class? Okay, I do. So for the dot header class, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say position this as absolute. And what you'll notice is this is what is going to happen. So now this background goes behind it. And then now what I want to do is I want to say display flex on it so that I can display flex, and these items, these links here, they're technically supposed to be links because they're linking to other pages, can go all the way here. And then I want to change this into text white. So I'm going to say display flex and align item center and justify content. 2 space between. Now when I save this, you will notice something. You expect this to go all the way to the end, but it is still positioned here. Now if I remove position absolute, then what will happen is that they go to the end. But if I add position absolute, then they're justified to the start. So this is not what I want to happen, and in order to fix this, then we need to add a width of 100%, which means just take up 100% of the device width. So right below this, I'm going to say set the width here into 100%, and we're going to have that. Okay, and then let's access this div with the class of logo. So for the header, I want to access the div with the class of logo. Do I have the div with the class of logo? Okay, and then access the anchor tag, and I'm going to say font size, set this into about 2 rem, and then font weight, make this bold, and then change the color into white, like so, so that we're going to have this, and then remove the text decoration. So text decoration now. Okay, and then for the header, I also want to add a padding all round. So I'm going to add a padding all round of 1.5 rem. Can type to push it inwards and outwards as well. And then I want to access this navbar. So for the UL, so right here I want to access for the header, for the navbar, for the UL. Then I want to say display flex and align item center, and justify content to the center. And it's going to do this. And then I want to access each of the list items. So each of the list items, and I'm going to say set a margin on the right of 2 rem to separate them out like this. And then I want to change this text into white by going here right below this and changing the color here into white, so that we're going to have this, which you look at that, looking fantastic. Now what I want to do is, because on mobile screens this doesn't look all that good, as you can see, right? So on mobile screens I'm going to hide this, and then I'm only going to display it on larger screens. So inside here I want to access the dot header nav, and I'm going to say display none. So, and then right inside my media query, above this I'm going to access the header nav, and I'm going to say display block, and we're going to have this. So on mobile screens it is hidden, and then on larger screens it shows as a block element. And I've just realized something. Notice how right around here that this text goes almost all the way to the edge. Let's fix that by going into the overlay here and adding a padding of 0 on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right, so that now it doesn't go all the way to the end, to the edge, sorry. Okay, so that is it for this project, and in the next project we're going to be cloning the Google homepage. For our next project, we're going to be building a clone of the Google homepage. And before we get started, there are a number of things that we're going to need, such as the images. So I'm going to head over into google.com, and then we can begin. Okay, so if you navigate into google.com in your web browser, then this is the page that we're going to be cloning. And the images that I want are this image on the top right, which is the profile image, your profile image. And then we also need this image right here, which is going to be the Google image. And then for this icon right here, we're going to use a CSS file from Font Awesome, which is going to generate this icon for us. And I'm going to show you how we're going to do that. And then we can also get this image by just right clicking on this and saying open image in new tab, which is this carbon image right here. So I'm going to do the same thing for the Google homepage. So open image in new tab. And then for this one as well, I'm just going to say open image in new tab. And you're going to see that we're going to have these images right here. So I'm just going to say right click on them, and then I'm going to save them. And then as I save them, I'm going to be saving them inside my workspace inside here. So let me first create a folder here, and I'm going to call this project 10. And then I'm going to say Google homepage clone. And then I'm going to be saving these images inside a folder here. So I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this folder images. And then inside this new folder, then I'm going to be saving our images, which we are getting from here. So let me go ahead and do that. Okay, so when you click on save image, then you have to navigate into the folder that you want to save your image. So let me just get it. It should be this one right here. And I'm going to call this carbon because this is the carbon image. And then I'm going to do the same for the Google image. So just save image and say Google. And then for this one, I'm just going to call this profile. So profile. So let's go ahead and we can get started. So inside this main folder, I'm going to right click and say new file, and I'm going to call this file index.html like so. And then you can see that now we have our images folder, and then we have our index.html file, and then back inside the root. So right inside here, I'm going to say new file, and I'm going to create a styles.css. And then inside my index.html, we can begin working this out. So using emmet, I'm just going to say exclamation and enter. And then I want to link my global style sheet. So link into /index.css, and then link also my styles.css, which we have just created. And then the title for this is going to be Google homepage. And actually, what is the title here? It just says Google, so let's just have Google. Okay, and then inside here, we know that we're going to have some kind of navigation bar here, which I'm going to just place inside the header. And then we have the main section here, and then we have the footer on the bottom. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to have a header here. This header is going to have a navbar, and this navbar is going to have ULs, and this navbar is going to have a UL inside here. And then this UL is going to be list items. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let me just copy them downwards 4 times. And then this first one is going to be linking into Gmail. So I want to say link href into https:/gmail.com. And then I'm going to call this Gmail. And then what I want to do is that when I click on this link, I want it to open on a new tab. So I'm going to say target equals to _ blank. And then this just means that open this link on a new tab. But when you use this to open a link on a new tab, always remember to add this attribute called rel and set it into no referrer. Referrer. Is that how you spell it? No referrer. Let me confirm. No referrer. Okay. So no referrer, and the reason why you have this is to prevent what is called cross-site scripting. So cross-site scripting, it is abbreviated like this, and you can read more about it. And then the next link we're going to have is the images, which just goes into this link right here. Okay, so it just goes into this link, which is the Google Images link, and we're just going to link it into google.com. So https:/google.com, and then this is just going to say images. And then this third one is going to be interesting because this is a button, right? So when we click on this, it pops this up, it opens this up, right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to have this, and you know what, I've just realized something. I'm going to remove this from here, and then I'm going to place in another div inside the navbar, and then this div is going to have a button, and this button is going to be this icon right here, which we're going to get it. So I'm just going to say icon is here, and then below this div, below this button, we're going to have an article, and then this article is going to be this that it opens up. Okay, so right inside here, we're going to have a bunch of things, as you can see, quite a few things. And then outside of this div, I'm going to create another div, and then this other div is going to be a button as well, and then this button is going to be our image, which is our profile image. So I'm going to get it from /images/profile.png. And then below this button, I'm going to have an article. And you know what, I'm actually not going to create the article that opens this up, and I don't want to click it because it's going to show all the images that I have, and I don't want to do that. So I'm going to remove this from here. And the concept of adding this and adding the toggle for this is the same as we're going to do above, so don't worry about it. So let's go ahead and let's grab a CSS file from Font Awesome. So let's head over into fontawesome.com. So fontawesome.com, and then we can just say go into icons here, so icons, and then we can search for icons. Now what I want to do is I want to grab the CSS file. So I'm going to head over into another website called cdn.js. So cdn, let's say cdn.js.com, and in cdn.js I'm going to search for Font Awesome. So Font Awesome. This their search bar inside here is a bit weird because when you type fast, like sometimes it doesn't register your keystrokes. So Font Awesome right here, I'm going to copy this link. So copy the link tag, and when you copy the link tag, you can go into the head section of your HTML, and then you can just paste it here. So I'm going to be pasting it below our style sheet because I want this one to load in the last one. So you can go ahead, and if you're willing, you can copy this entire link. You can just pause the video, or you can head over into CDN.js and then just grab it yourself. So I'm going to close this, and then now the icons that we need are going to be quite a few. We first of all need, let me close this. Oh, sorry, don't close this. We first of all need this icon here, which is called a bento menu. It's called bento, so bento menu. And let's search for that. And no icons found, so let's search for menu. And it is possible to create this entire thing using CSS, but I don't want to do that. Let's see, we don't have it. You see, something like this is what I want. Something like this is what I want. Okay, so I can't seem to find this icon. So we are just going to create it using CSS. So let's go ahead, and inside here we're going to have, let's see, we're going to have 9 divs. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. And then inside here, I do not really 9 divs, but 9 list items. So I'm just going to have a UL inside here with 9 list items, so li times 9, like so. And then each of these li's is going to be a dot, which we are going to create. Okay, so inside here, let me give this div a class of bento dash menu. Okay, and then let's go ahead, and inside here we're going to be adding some things, but we're not going to add them just yet. So let's save this, and then we can begin styling this out. So let's style out the bento menu, and you know what, let's just start from the top. So I'm going to set this to the right, to the left, and then this one I'm going to set it to the right, and we're going to have this. Okay, so this is how it looks on mobile screens, and I'm going to start by giving a body the background color of #color of hashtag F1, because if you can tell, this is not completely white. So we're going to have that, and you know what, I've just remembered I need to open this up with the live server so that I can see my changes. And you can see that this is what we have. Okay, and so what we need to do is now we need to remove these underlines from the link. So I'm going to say for the anchor tags, just say text decoration none, and then for the buttons, I want to remove this border that they have by default by saying border none. Okay, that's much better. And then let's go into the header, and then let's say that for the header, let's say display flex, and then I'm going to say align dash items to the center, like so. And then I'm going to say justify content to the flex end so that they go all the way to the end, like so. And then now what we need to do is go into this navbar, and then we need to display the navbar as a flux box as well. So header nav, we're going to say display flex so that that happens. And then I'm going to say align items to the center and justify content to the center as well. And that is not correct. This should be flex end as well, flex end. And then we now need to go inside this UL. And then now we need to go inside this UL so that these two links can be displayed as a flexbox as well, so that they go in raw form. So for the header nav UL, I'm going to say display flex. There we go. And then we can go into each one of the list items. So for the list items, I'm going to say set a margin on the right of 2 rem to separate them out. Okay, and that is not what I wanted, so I can say margin dash left, set this to auto so that it goes back here, but it doesn't go back here. So I'm going to go back into the UL and say justify content to the flex dash end, and that doesn't work. So adding the margin right pushes this one to this other side. So instead of adding the margin right here, let me add it on the list items, on the links, sorry. So header nav ul li, and for the anchor tags, I'm going to say margin dash right of 2 rem. What does that do? There we go. So we can remove this from here, and then we can move this from here as well. Yeah. Okay, which means we don't really need this. And then for the anchor tags, I want to change this color into hashtag 333, which is like almost black but not really black, and then reduce the font size to 0.9 gram. And then I want to access the hover state for this, so that when I hover over them, then they're going to have an underline. So I'm going to say on hover, then I want to say text decoration and set this into underline. Okay, so that they're going to have this. Would you look at that? Okay, and this should say 0.9 rem, not 0.9. There we go. And then we can reduce this margin on the right to about 1.5 rem. And then let's go back inside the header and add a bit of padding so that these move inwards just a bit. So inside the header, I'm going to say that set a padding all around of 1.5 rem. Okay, like so. And then now let's access this image, make it a bit bigger, and then make it rounded. So let's get where we have the image, and the image is inside here. So inside the nav bar, we want to access the div, the button, the image. So let's go that for inside the nav bar, we want to access the nav. Inside the header, sorry, we want to access the nav, the div, the button, and then the image inside the button, so that we access this one image. And we are going to say set the width for this into 2 rem. How does that look? Or let's say 4 rem. So let's reduce it to 3, and then we can also set the height to 3 rem, so that it's completely square, like so. And then I'm going to say border radius and set this to 50%, which means just make it rounded. And now let's go ahead and create our menu, which is in between this. So let's go above this, and I want to access this div that has a class of bento menu. So I'm going to say that for the header, for the nav, and for the div that has a class of bento dash menu, then I want to access the UL inside and the list items, like so. And for these list items, I'm going to give them a width of 0.2 rem and a height of 0.2 rem. And then I'm going to give them a background dash color of hashtag 333, so that we can see what we have. And you can see that we have each of them are right here, but you can't really see them because we need to display them some kind of way. So I'm going to copy this, and then right above this, I'm going to say display this as a grid. So display as a grid with grid template columns to repeat 3 times and 1 fractional column. And so what it's going to do is that it's going to check for the number of items that are inside here, and it's going to find them as 9, and then it's going to display them as 3 functional columns. So the first one, this is going to be the first, the second, the third, and then the fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on and so forth. And then now when you add a gap here of like 0.2 rem, then they're going to separate out, as you can see right there, right? And then now what I want to do is, let me increase this, let me make this bigger into 0.3 rem. There we go, much better. And so now what we're going to do is go inside this div with the class of bento menu. So just copy this and go above this, and then I'm going to say set a margin on the right of, what did I have, 1.5 rem. There we go, to push it downwards. And then here I want this to move, I want this text to move downwards a bit. And then let me show you something interesting that you can do with margins. So you can add negative margins, but you can't add negative padding. So if I want this to move upwards just a bit, I can say set a margin on the top of -1 rem, and that happens, but I don't want it to go by -1 rem, so I want to say like something like 0.5 rem, -0.5 rem. So just, you can just play around with this, or you can still use flexbox and grid to find the correct layout. But as you can see, this works. And then now I want each of these list items to be rounded, so I'm going to go back inside here and say border radius, set this into 50%. There we go. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to access the hover state of this UL. So for the hover state, I'm going to say on hover. Then see how this looks. Look at this. When I hover over it, then it has like a very slight background, right? So inside here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say for the hover state, I want the background color to be hashtag, let's say 999. How does this look? Save that. And we have that. That's a bit too dark. So let's just use our color picker and just push it upwards right around here. Right around here. And then what we need to do now is inside the UL, we're going to add the padding. So padding, we're going to say padding of 1 rem all around. And that is going to happen. Now look at this. Now the padding is applied on the inside, and now we can see this box much better. But as you can see, 1 rem is a bit too big, so let's say 0.5 rem. Okay, and then we also need this to be rounded, so we're going to say add a border radius of 50% to make it completely rounded. There we go. Okay, and you know what, let's make this 0.7, make it just a bit bigger. Okay, fantastic. And then now once we add this in, then it means that we don't need to add the negative margin on top, so we can disable it, and you can see that it looks like this. Okay, there we go. And then now when I hover over this, I want this to change into a cursor of pointer. So inside here, I'm just going to say cursor changes into pointer. So we are going to have this. Fantastic. So this is our header. As you can see, that our header looks quite nice. So next, let's go ahead and deal with our search box, which is this image, and then our search bar right here. So back inside our index.html, I'm going to go right in below the header. So below the header, I'm going to say create a section with a class of search dash bar, so search bar. And then inside here, we're going to have an image which is coming from /images/google.png. And then below this image, we're going to have a form, okay. And then the action for this is not going to be there because the form is not going to be submittable. And then we're going to have an input, so input with a type of search. So you can have a search input with a name of search with an ID of search, like so. You can set, does it have a placeholder? It doesn't, but you can set it to required so that you can't search without typing inside here. So you can just set this into required, and you know what, you can just even remove the required. And you know what, let's just remove it because we don't really need it. And then it doesn't have a submit button, okay. And so what we're going to do is now we need to add in this icon, and we're going to use font awesome to do that. So I'm going to add a label, and the label for this is going to go inside the search bar. So when you click on this label, then it's going to highlight the search bar, and then the text inside here is going to be an icon. And using font awesome, we can search for an icon called search bar, so search, like so. And then you're going to see that we're going to get something like this. So when you click on this icon, you can add it in HTML by using this class. And by the way, I should mention that this class of I, this element of I, means italic. Okay, so if you add anything inside the element of I, it's going to be italic. But when you're using font awesome, because you have linked it in your HTML, then when you add this in, it's going to create this icon for you. So I'm going to copy this, and then inside here, I'm going to paste it in like so, which is going to create a magnifying glass. And then I'm going to save this, and then we can go back into our application right here. And you can see that we have our big Google image, and then we have our search bar right there, our search icon, sorry. Okay, so let's go ahead and style this out. So inside our styles.css, I want to go to the bottom and say that for the dot, what was it? Search bar, for the dot search dash bar, I want to say, I want to access the image inside, and I want to have this image to have a width of, let's say 10 rem on mobile. Okay, let's say 20 rem on mobile. Okay, that's too big on mobile. Actually, you know what, we can just check this out. Let's open F12, and then let's go into the responsive tab, and then let's say that for Samsung. Okay, so it's a bit too big, just a bit too big. So let's say about 16 rem. Okay, so that we're going to have this, and then we want to move this to the center. So we can just say text align center here, and sorry, not here, not on the image. So not on the image, but on the search bar for the dot search dash bar, you can just say text align center, like so, so that it now moves to the center. Okay, fantastic. And you can see that even on bigger screens that the width is maintained. Now what I want to do is I want to increase this size of this image on larger screens. So I'm going to add is a media query by just copying this downwards, and I'm going to add the at media rule, and I'm going to say that for the mean width of 768 pixels, which are tablets, then I want the width of this search bar to increase to 24 rem. Okay, that's much bigger. Fantastic. And so next, what I want to do is I want to add a bit of padding on the top and the bottom so that this moves downwards. So inside the search bar, I'm going to say add a padding of 6 rem on the top and bottom, and 1.5 rem on the left and right, so that just in case on small devices that this content goes all the way to the end, then they're not going to be touching the edges of the screen. So I'm going to save this, and we're going to have this. Okay, so next, let's go ahead and style our form. And first of all, let me add a bit of margin on the bottom of this image to push it away from the form. So I'm going to say margin dash bottom, set this to 2rem. So let's go inside the form, and I'm going to say for the search bar form, I want to position this as relative, like so. And then I want to go inside the label. So for the dot search bar, for the form and for the label, I want to position this label as absolute within the form, like so, so that now the label moves inward, as you can see. And then let's access the input for the dot search bar and for the form. And for the input, what I want to do is I want to add a padding of 0.625 rem on the top and bottom and 1 rem on the left and right, like so. And then I want the width of this to always go to the end, so 100%. Okay, so because I want to limit this just a bit, I'm just going to set a max width here of, let's say, 700 pixels. And let's see how this looks. So increase this and look at that. So 700 pixels right there. And 700 is a bit too big, right? Yeah, it's a bit too big. Let's use 600. There we go. And then we want this to be rounded just a bit, just like in the design. So we want it to be rounded just a bit. So let's go ahead and do that by going into this input and saying border radius, setting this to about 30 pixels. There we go. And then we want to remove this border that it has by replacing it with a border of our own. So let's say border 1 pixel solid and hashtag. Let's use a color called E5, 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 which is still very, very, very slightly gray. And you know what? I want to increase the size of this input by increasing the padding. So let's say padding on the top and the bottom right here. Let's set it to 1 rem. And now that we have 1 rem and 1 rem, there's no need to repeat it, so we can just have 1 rem all around. Okay, and then when I hover over it, look at this. When I hover over this, it has a box shadow. See that? Okay, so we want to add that as well. So I'm going to access the hover state for the input and go set that for the colon hover state. Then I want the box shadow to be, let's say, 2 pixels, 2 pixels, 2 pixels, and RGBA 0000.1. Let me see how this looks. Look at that. Okay, and then we can add a slight transition, so I can say transition by 0.3 seconds. So it's going to have that. And by the way, if you don't understand this, the box shadow takes in some properties inside here, some values. So the first one is going to be the horizontal offset, and then the vertical offset, and then the blur radius, and then you can add another 4th value called the spread radius. So how far is the box shadow going to spread? And then the 5th one that you can take in is the color, and I'm adding a transparent color here because if I add the same, then it's just going to be black, which we don't want. So I add an alpha value here so that it's just going to be a bit transparent. What? This is very interesting. So I don't know whether you saw it, but my computer just shut down, and I'm surprised that OBS is still recording. Okay, you know what? I don't trust this, so I'm going to stop it and then I'm going to start again. So something interesting just happened. My computer just shut down by itself, and then when I boot it up, it just placed me back to where I was, and OBS was still recording as well. So I'm just going to continue. So the next thing that I want to do is I want to move this icon downwards and then leftwards. So remember that we positioned it absolute within the form. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say move it 50% from the top. And is this working? Okay, so 50% from the top right there, and then move it left by, let's say, 1 rem, that it pushes inwards just a bit. And then I'm going to say transform and translate on the y-axis by -50%, which is going to move it perfectly to the center. Okay, and then let me check this color. So it is a very slight gray color. So I'm going to say set this color into hashtag E5, 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 like so. And we should have that. That's a bit too dark, so let's say DDD. Still too dark. Let's say what's the next color? DDD. Let's move this downwards right around here. Okay, yeah, that's much better. So we have the Google icon, and then of course you can add this icon if you want. I'm going to leave that up to you. And then below this we have these two buttons, so let's go ahead and create those. So below this search bar we have a div inside here. I'm just going to create a div with a UL with two list items, and the list items are going to be buttons. And then this first button is going to say Google search, and then this second one is going to say I'm feeling lucky, like so. Okay, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph. Let me make it into a small tag that says Google offered in, and then this language here is going to be dependent on your region, so mine is Kiswahili. So I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to give this div a class of buttons. So save this and we can style this out. Let's see. So we're going to have this. So let's go right below this, and then let's say that for the div with the class of buttons, I just want to say text align, set this to the center. Okay, and then I want to go inside the buttons class and inside the UL, and I'm going to say display flex, which is going to display, which is going to set them in row form by default. And then I'm going to say align dash items and set this to the center, and then justify content, set this to the center as well, which is going to push them to the center. Okay, and then I'm going to set a margin on the bottom, so margin bottom of 2 rem, like so. And then I want to access each of the buttons. So for the dot buttons for the UL, there are list items inside, and I want to access the buttons, like so. And then I'm going to give these buttons a background color of hashtag, this one, which is the same as, oops, okay, remove this. Okay, and then this is a bit too dark, so let me change this into E5, E5, E5. There we go. Let's give them a padding of, let's say, 0.6 to 5 rem on the top and bottom, and 1 rem on the left and right. And then for each of the list items, so I want to add a margin on the left of this button only. So I'm going to grab this right here, and I'm going to say for the list item, which is the first child, then I want to say set a margin on the right of 0.6 to 5 rem, which is going to just add a bit of separation. And then let me check something. So when you hover over it, it also has a box shadow, and the box shadow, we're just going to copy it. It's going to be the same as this one. So I'm going to say that for the dot buttons class, for the UL, for the LI, and for the button, then I want to paste in this box shadow, so that when I hover over it, then oh sorry, this is for the hover state, sorry for that. So they're going to have this. Okay, maybe probably make this a bit darker, 0.3, and there we go. And then we want to add a select transition and the box shadow as well. So I'm going to say transition all the elements by 0.3 seconds, and then I want to add a border radius on the buttons, so border dash radius. Oh, I said box shadow, I meant border radius, so border radius of 0.2 rem. There we go. So there we go. And then let's change the cursor into pointer, so cursor, set this into pointer. And remember that in our design, this is a link, so we can style it out to look like a link by going right inside the buttons div, so for the dot buttons, and then I can access the small tag, and I can change the color for this into indigo right here, and then I can say text decoration changes into underline, and we're going to have this is the small tag. Or what am I doing? The small tag, let me place this inside a span, cut it out, place it inside a span like so that I can style it differently. Okay, so inside here I want to access the span, so that now this is the only one that is going to have the underline, and then I can have the cursor into pointer like so. And of course this does nothing because it doesn't link to any other page. However, if you're on the Google homepage, then you can see that this is going to be linking somewhere, as you can see. So now what I want to do is I want to reduce this padding a bit, okay, because these are a bit closer. So reduce this padding by just going, where is it, into this search bar section where I have it here. So I have 6 rem on the top, 1.5 rem on the left and right, and I want to say just 2 rem on the bottom, which is going to reduce it. Okay, and then I've just realized something. This color is a bit lighter, and actually, is it white? Let me just confirm this. Is this color white? It's not completely white, so it's FEFFFE. Okay, and this extension is called what's its name? It's called Color Picker Eyedropper. So when I activate it, then if whenever I hover anywhere on the website, it's going to give me the color of that particular section, as you can see. Okay, so this is blue, it says it is hashtag 428, and you can see the red one also changes, and so on and so forth. So let's copy this color inside here, and then let me go back to the top on the body and change this color. There we go. So that now when I save this, then this is much better. Okay, and something is wrong. What is this? What is this? What is this? What are these boundaries that are here? Oh, you know what? The boundary on this image, this is because of the image itself. Let me check something. Let me go and disable this. Disable this. Yeah, so the boundary that is here is because of this image. And then for here, did I add a default padding on the UL? Where is it? Justify content here for the UL LIA. And what is this color? I'm wondering what is this color. Okay, so you know what? I think I've added a background color on some button somewhere. So let me just try to find where that button is. For the buttons, is it this one? Disable this. No, it's not this one. For the buttons, where did I add the background color on the buttons? This is the input. This is the label. The buttons. Where are the buttons? I can't seem to find them. Border none. Let me see. So that is the border on the button. So you know what? I can just go here and say background color, set this to transparent. And you can see that that fixes it, so that now we no longer have them, because remember these two items are placed inside buttons. Okay, so once we have this, then we can go inside these buttons and make them just a bit lighter. As you can see, just a bit lighter. So let's go inside where we have our buttons, change this color here to make it just a bit lighter. Let's see how this looks. So I think that works. So yeah, we are going to have this. And now what we're going to do is build our footer, which is on the bottom. And this the footer here is going to be positioned absolute to the bottom, so that it is never going to move, because you know you never have to scroll down a Google homepage. So let's go ahead and right below this, so right below this div, and in order just to be uniform, I can change this into a section, like so, to be uniform with these others. And I'm going to create a footer element with a class of footer. And then inside here, we want to say the first item is going to be a div with a class of location. And inside here, I'm just going to say Kenya. And then below this div, we're going to have a paragraph that has an image. And this image is going to be from /images, and it is called carbon. And then the text, it says carbon neutral since 2007. Okay. And then below this paragraph, we have a UL that has 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 list items, so LI times 4. And then these are links. So if you want to add in links, then you can add them in using anchor tags. But for now, I'm just going to have them as this. So this one says about, this is an advertising. This one says business. And this one says how such works. Okay. And then below this UL, we have another UL. And this one has 3 list items. The first one saying privacy. The second one saying terms. And the third one saying settings. And we can begin studying this out. So I'm going to save this. And we should have this on the screen. Okay. So let's go ahead and insert our footer. So right around here, I'm going to access the .footer class. And I'm going to say position this as absolute. And position to the bottom by 0. And then we want to access this image to make it smaller, but let's first begin by adding a background color So background color, set this into, what do I have? The same color that I have on the buttons, which is this one. So right inside here, set it like this, and then set the width to full so that it goes all the way to the end. So with 100%, like so. And then let's add a padding of, let's say 2 rem on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right. So that we're going to have this. Okay. And then let's go inside this paragraph and access this image. So for the dot footer, class, and then the paragraph image. So for the dot footer, the paragraph, and the image, I want to set this width into 1 rem, reduce it massively, as you can see. Let's say 0.9 rem. And then I want the footer to align to the center. So I'm going to go above this and access the footer paragraph. Then I'm just going to say text align center, like so. And then change the text color into this kind of gray. So I'm going to say change this text color into hashtag, let's say E5, and then we're going to just increase the intensity by dragging this downwards right around here. Still too small here. Nope, around here. Yeah, we're going to use this color for the footer. Let's see how this looks. So it has a bit of padding. So for the footer, we're going to add a padding of 1 rem on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. And then for this div with the class of location, we want to add this horizontal line. So I'm going to access the footer and then the div with the class of location. And then I'm going to say border dash bottom 2 pixels solid, and let's say hashtag 6f. So 6f, like so. And then what, this div should be just a bit lighter, okay. And then the reason why it doesn't go all the way to the end is because we have added a padding of 1.5 rem on the left and right. So if I remove this from here, it's going to go all the way to the end, but it doesn't because I need to add this to be 0. CSS. And then now what you can do is let's see, because I want this text to move inwards. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this, place it inside an H4, like so. And then inside here, I'm going to access the location H4. And then I'm going to say change the color into hashtag 6f. And then change the font weight into normal. And then I'm going to say add a padding of 0 on the top, 0 on the right, and then 2 rem on the bottom and 1.5 rem on the left. Like so. 2 rem on the bottom is a bit too big, so let's say 1.5 rem. 1.5. And then let's reduce this to 1 pixel. And then let's deal with our ULs, which are these 2 ULs, which are this one and this one. So for our ULs, I'm just going to say below this, I'm going to say that for the footer, for the ULs, so both of them, I'm just going to say display flex and align item center and justify content with the center, which is going to do that. And then I'm going to add a padding. So let's see, for the first UL, I don't want a padding, but I do want a padding for the second UL. So you know what, let me do it like this. I'm going to access this one and I'm going to use the first child. So for the UL, which is the first child, I want a padding of 0 on the top, 1.5 on the left and right, and 2 rem on the bottom, pushed away from this one. But it doesn't work for some reason. So UL first child, let me see. For the footer UL, and let's see, it doesn't work. So let me grab both of these, place them inside an article, and then inside this article I'm going to place them inside here. And then let's go ahead and would you now look at that, now it works. Okay, so let's say padding of 0.5 rem on the top to push it downwards just a bit. And then I'm going to access, for the footer ULs, I'm going to access the list items inside here, change the color into hashtag 6f, like so. And then I want to reduce the font size as well. So font size, reduce this to 0.8 rem. That's too small. Let's say 0.9 rem. Okay. And then for the list items, I just want to separate them out just a bit. So I'm going to say margin on the right of 1 rem. like so. And then on small screens, let me show you something. So on small screens, what is going to happen is this. So I want that if this content reaches the end, then this one automatically goes into the next line. So I can do that right here by saying flex wrap and setting this into wrap. And it's going to do that, which means now I need to have a margin. Let me replace this margin and say that set a margin of 0 on the top, and then let's say 1 rem on the right, and then let's say 0.5 rem on the bottom, and 0 on the left, and we can have this. So there we go. So it's just going to separate it out just a bit. Now, would you look at this? Would you look at this? So now what I need to do, I've just realized, is on mobile screens, I need to reduce this padding just a bit. So let's go ahead where we have our search bar, reduce this padding into 4 rem, move it upwards just a bit. Does it? Is it here? Padding 1 rem. Yeah, let's move it into about 3 rem. Okay. And then let me see. We also need to reduce the padding on the footer on mobile screens. So on the footer, right here, I'm going to say padding of 1 rem on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right to reduce it just a bit. Okay. And then now what I'm going to do, what we need to do, let's see this. What we need to do is just to scale it up, I think, right? Just scale it up. So let me see how this looks on bigger screens. Okay, so on bigger screens we have this text aligning all the way. Okay, so now I've just realized that what I need to do is grab these elements, grab all of these elements, and then place them inside one article. So I'm going to move this article upwards, and let's see if anything breaks. Nothing breaks. Fantastic. And then now what I'm going to do is these three elements that are inside the articles. So the first one is these links of 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to say display flex on them. But before I do that, let me reduce the size of this paragraph. So inside the footer paragraph, I'm going to say the font size is going to be 0.9 rem. Then push it upwards, and then push this downwards. Okay. And then now this image is a bit to the top. I don't know whether you can see it, but we can fix that by just saying display flex here. So display flex, okay, which does that. And then I'm going to say align item center, which is going to now move it to the center. And then I want to bring it back here by saying justify content to the center. There we go. And then let's access this image and then just add a bit of margin on the right. So right here, I'm going to say margin dash right of 0.2 rem, just to push it away just a bit. And then let's scale this up. So let's access the art media, and I'm going to say that for a min width of 1024 pixels. Then I want to access the dot footer and the article here, and I'm going to say display flex, which is going to do this. Okay. And something is missing. So about advertising, what is missing here? Oh, nothing is missing, but this, I want this text to come first. Interesting. So when I save this, then this is going to happen. So it goes all the way to the end. And then I'm going to say align item center. Okay, and then I'm going to say justify content. So justify content to space evenly. You can use space evenly or space around. Okay. So that we're going to have this, and then once we have this, then what I want to do is we had a margin on the bottom of these links. That's why this, I don't know whether you can see it, but I feel like now I'm becoming a perfectionist, which is not good. But because we added a margin on the bottom of about 0.2 rem, so this is pushed upward just a bit. So the margin that we added is, where is it? Can't even seem to find it. So we added a margin on the bottom right here. So what I'm going to say is for the footer UL, so for the footer ULLI, I'm going to say margin bottom, set this to 0, which is going to remove it. And then now you can see that now they are perfectly aligned. Now I do know that in the design that this is to the center and then this is to the right. but you can see that it also works. And you know what, instead of using justify around, I'm going to say justify between. Sorry, not justify around, but space around. I'm going to say space between, that now they're going to go all the way to the end as well, like so. And then let's add a padding here. Let's add a padding of 0 on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right, so that they push inwards. And would you look at that? That is looking amazing. Now I do realize something. Our icon is to the left when I want it to be inside the form. So let me see where I added the max width. I added the max width on the input. Yes, I added it on the input. Okay, so I'm going to cut this out from here, and I'm going to add the max width on the form instead. Okay, because this label here, this search icon, is positioned absolute within this form. So I'm going to save this, and it should go back inside here. And then now this form pushes to the left because I need to add a margin of auto so that it goes back to the center. So now the final thing that we need to do is we need to add our bento menu, right? And that we are going to do is just create this. We're not going to add all these elements inside, but I'm just going to add a few of them, so maybe like 9 of them. And then I'm going to add our toggle. So on the top where we have our, where is it? We had an empty article here. So inside this empty article, I'm going to have a UL with list items that are going to be 9. And this first list items, they're going to be coming from Font Awesome. We're going to be getting a few of these icons from Font Awesome. Let's go back into Font Awesome. And then we want to get this one. We're just going to use our image. So first of all, let's just add our first image. Oops. Let's add our image. The source for this is going to be /images/profile.png. And then for the art, it's just going to be empty because this image is decorative. And then for the second one, we're going to have, let's see, the Google image, then the business, Google business, then maps. So let's search for this. So let's get Google. Okay, and you can see that we're not really getting the correct images inside here, right? Like we're not getting the exact images. So I'm just going to use the closest ones. So this should be FA Google, FA brands, FA Google. So copy this, paste it inside here. The third one is Google business. So Google business, or let's just get business. And if I don't get the image inside here, then I'm just going to use the closest one. So the closest one, let's just use, how does this look? Looks like a house. Okay, let's check this out. Nothing on the bottom, definitely. So I'm just going to use this briefcase. So briefcase, let's see how this we can add it in like this. Paste it inside here. Then the fourth one we need is the Google Maps, and then YouTube and Play. So Google Maps. We don't have an icon for that. So maps. So maps. Okay, so Google Maps, how does this icon look like? Like a location icon. So like a location icon, let's use this one, location dot. Copy this, paste it inside here. And then the next one is the YouTube and Google Play. So YouTube, right here, YouTube. Copy this link, paste it inside here, and then Google Play, which is this one right here. Copy this, paste it inside here, and then we need 3 more. So the news, the Gmail, and Google Meet. And you know what, I'm pretty sure we're not going to get this. So in case we don't get this, then I'm going to use this chat one. So news, Gmail, and Google Meet. So news, or let's say Google News. Nothing. So news. Let me get the chat one, the chat icon first. And the chat icon looks like, where is it? Almost like this, right? Almost like this. So let's get this one, copy this link, and paste it inside here, which is going to, is it? Yeah, okay, paste it inside here. And then we need to get the, what was the next one? It was the Gmail and Google Meet. So Gmail, we don't have one for Gmail, so let's get the closest one. Let's just use the envelope, copy this, paste it inside here, and then we need the Google Meet. Was the last one? So Google Meet, we don't have one. So we have our envelope, which is going to be our Gmail. And then for the FA video, I've used this to represent Google Meet. So I'm going to save this, and we're going to have these images on the screen. So we are going to style them out. Okay, so let me give this article a class of icons so that I can style it differently. And then let's go inside this styles.css, and then let's go, because this article comes after the UL, so I'm going to go inside the bento menu, and I want to access the article. So right below this, and say that for the header, for the nav, for the .bento menu, I want to access the article, and I want to have this article to have a min width of 400 pixels. Okay, because we're going to be using display grid on it. And then let's say I want to position it as absolute, so position absolute, so that now it won't affect this navbar on top, but it does affect this. As you can see, it introduces a scroll bar. So I want to push it back into the body, so I'm going to say set it to the right by 2 rem. Okay, so now it comes here. And why do we have the hover on this? Oh, you know what, it's because of, let me show you, where is it, it's because of this. Okay, so we are inside the class of bento menu. We have a UL inside here, and we have the list items, and the list items are the dots. As you can see right here, you can see the dots 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6. So we are really creating another bento menu. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside here, inside this UL, give this a class of menu, like so. And then I'm going to go inside my CSS, and then inside here I'm going to say that for the UL that has a class of menu, I only want these styles to be applied. And then I'm going to do the same for this one right here, for the UL with the class of menu, then access the hover state, and then right inside here as well for the UL with the class of menu, like so. And then that should fix it. So let's save this, and there we go. Okay, so now we have our icons right there. Now what I want to do is access each of the icons and make them just a bit bigger. So for the article right here, copy this, paste it downwards, and then I'm going to say that for the UL, LI, and for the icons, I want this font size to increase to about 3 rem. How does that look? Okay, so we're going to have that. That's too big, so 2 rem. So that we're going to have that. And then I'm going to go into each of the ULs. So right below this, for the UL, and not below it, but above it. So right here, I'm going to say for this one, then let's say display grid. Okay, and then I'm going to say grid template columns. I want this to repeat 3 times and 1 fractional column each, 1 FR. So that we're going to have this. And then I want to reduce the size of this image. So I'm going to go inside the list items inside here, and I'm going to say that for the image, then I want this width to be 2 rem, the same as the font size, so that it's going to reduce like so. And what icon is supposed to be here? This is the Google Play icon. So after the Google Play, we have messages. So messages is not showing. So let's say, let's get another icon for the chat. Okay, let's see which one. Let's say message dots. Copy this one and replace it with this. So replace this I with this. Okay, and wait, nothing shows. Still nothing shows. Interesting. I'm going to fix that later. For now, let's just style this out. And then what I'm going to do is I want each of these icons to have a color of hashtag 333 instead of being completely black. And then let's see what we can do. So repeat 1FR. Let's add a grid gap here of 1 rem to separate them out just a bit. Let me see how this looks. Okay, so when you hover over them, it has a blue background color, a bluish background color. So I'm going to access the list items inside here. So above this, and I'm going to say that when I hover over the list items, then I want the background color to be hashtag FFF, and then let's select the blue color using our color picker. So right around here, let's select this color, very slight blue. Okay, and we're going to have this. Okay, and then I want these items to move to the center. So let's see if we can do that by saying place item center here. So place items to the center. Okay, so that we're going to have this, and then let's add some padding on the list items, and not even on the list items but on the icons. Let's add a padding all around of about 2 rem. Okay, we are now making it bigger. 2 rem is a bit big, so let's say 1 rem. Okay, we're going to have this, and then I'm going to reduce the min width. Where did I have the min width? Here, I'm going to reduce this to 300 pixels. Okay, would you look at that? And then I want to do the same for this image because I want the image to also have the same padding, right? So let's go ahead into this image. I'm going to have a padding of 1 rem. Okay, and the image moves out. Oh, you know what? The image is shrunk because the padding is applied inside the image. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, so we can work with this, and then let's just change the cursor to pointer right inside here. Let's say cursor, change it to pointer. Okay, there we go. And then now what I want to do is inside this entire article, I want it to have a background color of white. Is it? Yeah, and then I want it to have a box shadow. So inside the UL, which is not the UL, sorry, but the article, I'm going to say give this a background color of white, and then give it a box shadow of 2 pixels, 2 pixels, 2 pixels, and RGBA this one, let's say 0.3. Okay, so that we're going to have this, and you know what, let me add a spread radius here of 2 pixels as well, so that we can see this other edge as well. And then let's add a border radius. So border dash radius, set this to about 0.625 rem. And then now that is set to the right, I also want to set it to the top by 2 rem so that it moves downwards. And you know what, I've just realized something, that this is positioned absolute, but the menu, the actual parent, is not positioned relative. That's why it goes on top of it. So I want to go inside the bento menu here, and then I'm going to say position relative, like so. So now it's going to be positioned within the bento menu, and you can see that now that it is positioned within the bento menu, then we need to go back inside our article, and we don't need to have this right of 2 rem, or we do. Okay, so let's reduce this to 1.5 rem, let's say 1 rem, and then let's increase this top to about 4 rem, push it even downwards. Okay, so that we're going to have this. Okay, so this is just a simple enough menu. Now what we need to do is add the toggle for it, right? So now what we need to do is we need to add a class on this article that is going to check for whether it is open or not. So I'm going to add a class here and say that when the article has a class of open, then what I want to do is see these classes right here. So for this one, as well as for this one, and right inside here, and you know what, probably all of these classes, you know what, let me just cut them out and paste them inside here. And then here I'm going to say set the opacity to 0 and set it to the top by minus let's say minus 100 viewport heights to push it outwards. And okay, that breaks things, so let's remove this. And let's see. So this still needs to be positioned absolute. That's what's happening. And then let's remove this. Let's add this back in, sorry, not remove it, like so. And so now we're going to be checking using our JavaScript for whether the article has a class of open. So inside here, I want to access this article that has a class of icons in our JavaScript. So we created an index.js file. No, we did not. So let's create an index.js file, index.js, and then let's link it on the bottom right here before the closing body tag. Let's link our script / index.js. And then what we're going to do is inside here, I want to get the article that has a class of icons, and then I also want to get the bento menu. And let me just check this out. The bento menu should be this class right here, but I want to access this button. So I'm going to give this button an ID of menu. Okay, so this is an ID of menu. This is a class of menu. I hope that doesn't confuse you. So I'm going to save this, and then inside here I want to grab our button first. So I'm going to say const bento menu. Let me just call this menu is equal to document dot query, sorry, not query select, but get element by ID, get element by ID, and it's called menu. And then we want to get the icon, so we want to get the article. So const article is equal to document dot query selector, and I want to get the class of dot icons. Okay. And then I'm going to add an event listener on the menu button. So add event listener, and we're listening for a click event. So when I click on the button, then I want to add the class on this article. So I'm going to say article dot class list dot toggle, and we're toggling the class of open. And when I save this, I can try it out by clicking on this. Okay, so something does happen, and I realize that something happens because this horizontal scroll bar is introduced, right? So that would mean, oops, so that would mean that I have not reset the style that brings it downwards, because I set it to the top by minus 100 viewport heights. So let's see what is happening. Actually, I have set it here. So what we need to do is, the opacity is set to 0 here. So right here, I'm going to say below this, I'm going to say set the opacity to 1. Okay, so let's try it out. And there we go. Would you look at that? So we have our icons working correctly. And something is wrong. Why do we have this scroll bar? Is it because of this one? Let's see. Let's also set it to the right here by 1 rem. Okay, there we go. So it gets rid of that scroll bar. And then now what we need to do is just maybe style this out a bit better. So let's reduce the what's it called, the width of this article, just to style it out a bit better. Let's reduce it to 200. Okay, and then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside these list items and add a slight border radius. So where we have our hover here, let's also add a border radius. Oh, sorry, not on hover really, but on the list items. So I'm going to copy this upwards, and I'm going to say that for the add a border radius of 0.6 to 5 rem. Okay, so that we're going to have that. That is looking much better. And I don't know why this icon is not appearing, but as you can see that this grid is also showing, and that is our bento menu. So in the next project, we're going to be dealing with our final project, which is going to be another website, another full-scale website. So see you in a few. And now would you look at that, we are on the 11th. Yes, we are on the 11th and final project, which is going to be our tech website. And it's very simple in design, and it does have a bit of functionality, and we are going to be doing that as well. So this is the entire website that we're going to be building, as you can see, looking very nice. So let's go ahead and let's begin this. First of all, I'm going to get all the images that we're going to need, and then I'm going to be placing them inside a folder, so that when you clone the folder, when you clone the repository, then you're going to have access to the images. So let me first do that, and then we can begin. So inside my workspace, I've created a new folder called project 11 Techie. And inside here, I have an images folder that contains all the images that we're going to be using in this project. And then now the first thing that I want to do is create an index.html file. So index.html. And then right inside here, once again, I'm going to create a styles.css. So styles.css. And then inside my index.html, what I'm going to do is just say exclamation and enter. And then I'm going to link my global style sheet /index.css. And then I'm going to link my other style sheet, which is styles.css. And then inside here, I'm just going to leave a title that says project 11 and just set this to Techie like so. And then inside here, we're going to have a header, and inside here, we're going to have a div, which is going to be our logo. And then this logo is going to be linking back to our index.html, and the text is just going to say Techie. And then below this header, we're going to have a section with a class of showcase. And then inside this section, we're going to have a div with a class of overlay, like so. And then inside this div with a class of overlay, we're going to have an h1 that says coffee, cakes, and code. And then below this h1, we're going to have a paragraph that says this. So let me just copy it and paste it inside here. You can pause the video and write it in. And then below this, we're going to have a button with a class of .btn. And then this is going to say show me how. Okay, so we're going to have this, and I'm going to save this and open this up with live server. And then this is what we're going to have on the website. So the first thing that I'm going to do is just place this to the right and then place this to the left, so that we're going to have this, and we can begin styling this out. So let me first check something. Okay, so the body doesn't have a default background color, so that's okay. So now what we're going to do is, so we're going to create a rectangle, and then we're going to position that rectangle absolute, and then we're going to give it a linear gradient, and then we're going to blur it out, which is going to give this background this kind of blue and purple background. So let's start by just styling our header first of all. So I'm going to say that for the header, the first thing that I want to do is position this as absolute, like so, which is going to do that. And then I'm going to set the width to 100%. And then I want to access the header and the anchor tag inside, which is our logo. And I want to say font weight, set this to bold. And then font size, set this to 2 rem. And then change the color into white. And then remove the underline that it has because it's a link. So I'm going to say text declaration none. Okay, so we're going to have that. And then let's go inside the showcase. And the showcase is going to have a background color of, let me just grab it. So this one right here is going to have, let's see, where is it? This one is going to be RGB, this one. So just copy it and paste it inside here. So it has an opacity of 0.87. Save this. And what we should see on the screen is something like this. Okay. And then now what I want to do is set the height to calculate 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels, so that the returned height is evaluated in pixels. So I'm going to save this. And then this is what we're going to have on the screen. And then I want to grab this text and move it to the center. So this text is inside a class of overlay, like so. Oops. So I'm going to say display flex and then align in center and justify content to the center, and then change the flex direction into column, like so. And then set the same height here. So height, paste it here. And then this is going to move to the center. And then inside here, let me add a padding of 0 on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right to push it inwards. And then right below this, let me also say text align center, which is going to align the text to the center. Okay. And then back inside the header, let me add a padding a bit. So padding of 1 rem on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right to push it inwards. Okay, and then let's grab this h1, which is inside the overlay. So for the dot showcase, for the dot overlay class, I want to access the h1, change this color into white, add a margin on the bottom, so margin bottom 1 rem, and then let's say increase the font size to 2 rem. Is it 2 rem? Let me say, let's see how 2 rem looks like. Okay, and then we're going to increase it as we add our media queries. And then let's also access the paragraph. So showcase.overlay paragraph. We're going to say change this color into #FFF, change the font size into 0.9 rem, make it a bit smaller like so, and then add a margin on the bottom, so margin bottom of 1 rem. There we go, or let's say 2 rem. And then once you have that, let's access this btn class, which is going to be a global style. And then next, let's access this button, and we're going to create it as a global style because we're going to be reusing the classes. So right above, let's go above the header. Let's say that for the .btn, and say add a padding all round, or a padding of 0.65 rem on the top and bottom and 1.25 rem on the left and right. Remove the border that it has by default, so border none, and then also remove the outline, so outline none. And then I want to reduce the font size, so font size, to increase the font size, so font size, set this to 1 rem. Okay, and then let's set the background color here into our purple color, which is this one right here. So let's just grab this color right there, paste it inside. Oops, I didn't copy it. There we go. And then let's change the text color to white, so color #FFF, and then let's see what we have. So we have this, and then let's add a border radius here, so border dash radius, change it to 0.625 rem. And then let's have a cursor of pointer, so cursor pointer. And then now let's scale this up so that the H1 is a bit bigger on larger screens. So let's go and add a media query here, and I'm going to say for art media for a min width of, let's say, 1024 pixels, 1024. Then I'm going to say that for the showcase and for the dot overlay for the H1, I want to increase this font size into 3 rem. Make it a bit bigger, and 3 rem is a bit too small, let's say 4 rem. Okay, so that we're going to have this. And now next, let's go ahead and add this rectangle. And now next, let's go ahead and add this rectangle with this linear gradient. So let me just grab the linear gradient, and it's going to be this one right here. So copy this linear gradient. And then now what I'm going to do is above the showcase, I'm going to create a class of bg-gradient, and I'm going to give this a background of linear gradient like so. And then I'm going to create this class. So let's go ahead and create this class right above the showcase, and it is going to be a div with a class of bg-gradient like so, and then just save it. And then you can go back inside here. And then now what I'm going to do is give this div, a width of 90%, and then I'm going to set the height into, let's say, 300 pixels, so that we're going to have this. And then I'm going to say filter, and we're going to blur it by 200 pixels. Okay, that's a bit too little, so 100. And then I want to position this as absolute, so position absolute like so, so that this is going to happen. And then I want to bring it downwards, so I'm going to say position to the top by 50%, and then transform and translate on the y-axis by -50%. And there we go, so that is going to be technically it's now on top of this, but we want the showcase to be above it. So we can do that by going inside the showcase here, inside the overlay, and setting the overlay to position relative. So position relative, and relative positioning has a higher z index than absolute positioning, so this is moved closer to the user, and we have that as our gradient, and we can scale it up, and this is what we're going to have. Would you look at that? Looking amazing. Okay, and then now let's go ahead and create our next section, which is going to be these articles that are grids. Okay, and you can see that they go all the way to the end. So in order to do that, then we're going to create a section here. So let's create a section below this showcase, and this section is going to be with a class of grid like so. And then inside here we're going to have an article, and this article is going to have an image. This first image is coming from images/tutorials, and then below this we're going to have an h2 that says tutorials. Okay, so I'm going to style this out first, and then we're just going to do some copying and pasting. Okay, so when I save this, then you should see this appear right here. And now what I want to do is I want to position this h2 relative within this article. So what I'm going to do is right below this, I'm going to access the class of grid, and then I want to go inside the article, and then I want to give this article a position of relative, and then I want to go inside the grid, the article, and the h2, and I want to say position this h2 as absolute. Okay, and then what will happen is nothing really changes. Now I want to position it to the bottom right here. Okay, so I'm going to say position to the bottom by around 1 rem, so that it's not completely to the bottom, and then move it inwards just a bit by saying move it to the left by 1 rem, so that we're going to have this, and then change the text color to white, so color #FFF. And would you look at that, we already have our first grid. As simple as that, really. And then now what we want to do is go inside this class of grid and display it as a grid. So display grid with grid template columns to one fractional column on mobile screens. And then we're going to add a media query. So at about 768 pixels. So I'm going to say for a mean width of 768 pixels. Then this class is going to repeat twice. So repeat twice, and one fractional column each. And you'll notice that this is going to happen. And then for larger screens, then I want them to be 3 grids. So right around here, I'm going to paste this in. And by the way, I don't need to repeat this because it is already a grid, because we have defined it on top. And then this is going to say repeat 3 times and one fractional column each. And you'll see that now this is going to be the 3rd grid. Okay, and now we can paste in our other grids. So right inside here, I can grab this article. So copy this article, 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5. Those are 6. So this second one is going to say courses, then consultation. So this is going to say courses, then consultation, then web design, then web development, and this is going to say programming. And then when you change these icons, this should say programming. This should say web development. So web development, the first one, not the web development 2. And then this should say web design. So the first one once again. And then this should say consultation. And then this should say courses. There we go. So these are our images that we have in our images folder. So you're going to have access to them when you clone the repository. So when I save this, now look what happens on the screen. So now we have our text right here. So our text is technically here, you can see it right here, and then this other one is right here. So courses, then consultation. And the reason why it behaves like that is because the images are of different widths. As you can see, this image is bigger than the rest of them. So what we need to do now is, and I can even scale this down on mobile. On mobile, it looks okay, as you can see, right? On mobile, it is completely fine. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go where we have our articles, and I'm going to go grab our images. So inside here, so for the articles, I want to grab the images, and I'm going to set the images to a height of, let's say, 300 pixels. How does that look? Okay, there we go. And then on larger screens, how does this look? Probably we're going to scale them up on larger screens. But what I want to do is, I want them to have an object fit of cover, so that they're just going to be like zoomed in and they're not going to stretch out, because as you can see, they're a bit stretchy, right? So I'm going to say object fit and set this into cover, so that now they're going to zoom in and they're just going to take up the entire space like so. Okay, fantasy. That's looking okay actually. And then now what we're going to do is, let me see something. Probably just increase the height of the images on larger screens. So let me copy this, and right around here, I'm going to remove this because we've already defined it on top, and I'm going to increase this height to 400 pixels. So right around here, okay, you can see that the height increases to 400 pixels, and there we go. Okay, probably this isn't really good, so let's say 350. Okay, so that we're going to have this. Okay, that's looking much better. So this spacing right here, I think, is on the articles. Why did I have? Is it because of this position relative? So what I'm going to do is, let me do something cheesy here where I'm going to say margin top, and I'm going to say minus 0.5 rem, minus 0.5 rem. That's going to push it upwards. There we go. So you can become very cheesy with CSS as well. As you can see, that's looking much better. I mean, yeah, right? Okay, and then the next section we're going to create is the software solutions, which is going to have this cool looking underline, and then we're going to have a grid once again, but this grid is a bit different from the one on top, being that it has some bit of grid gap. So let's go ahead and create that section. So we can go inside here, and below this section is the class of grid. So here I'm going to create another section. Okay, and then this section I'm just going to call this a class of, let's say, section -2. And then inside here we're going to have an h2 that says software solutions, and then below this we're going to have a div with a class of underline, which is going to be our underline div right here. And then we're going to have our articles. So below this we're going to have a div with a class of cards, and then each of these div is going to have an article, and the first thing is going to be the image. Let me see how this looks. Okay, so the image, and then this one, the source for this is going to be /images / and it is called SaaS, so software as a service, SaaS.jpg. And then below this image we're going to have a div which is going to have this other text. So we're going to have an h3 that says software as a service, and then below this h3 we're going to have some dummy text. So lorem, let's just say lorem 15, like so. And then below this we're going to have a button which is going to say read case study. This button I'm going to call this btn-white, and I'm just going to say read case study, like so. And you probably want to link this into other parts of your website if you want, so you can just do that by changing this into an anchor tag. So let me save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen. And we have this. So obviously we're going to start out one of them first of all, and then we're going to do the rest. So inside here I want to go into section 2. So right above this I'm going to say that for the dot section 2 I'm going to say add a padding of 4 rem on the top and bottom, and 1.5 rem on the left and right. Add a background color of #333. So that we're going to have this. Okay, now the images, because I exported them from Figma, they have this kind of edge right here, this white edge, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to add a border radius on top of the images. And first of all, let me add the section 2. Let me access the h2. Let me say give this color of white, and change the font size into 2 rem. Okay, and then let's add a margin on the bottom, so margin bottom of 1 rem. And then let's add the underline, so the section 2, and then let's access the class of underline. Let's give this a width of 4 rem, and then a height of 2 pixels, and then a background color of white. Okay, so section 2 underline doesn't work, so section 2 class underline, is that correct? Dot underline. Okay, so why can't I see it? A height of 2 pixels is too small. Let's say 4. Oh, here it is. Let's add a margin bottom of 3 rem to push it away from this image. There we go. And then let's increase the width to about 7 rem. How does that look? Okay, and then what we need to do is just reduce this height to about 2 pixels, make it a bit thinner, or let's say 2.5. okay, and then let's go inside these articles. So inside the class of cards and inside the articles, so I want to access the class of cards and then the articles, and then the image I want to say border radius of, let's say, 3 rem on the top left, 3 rem on the top right, and then 0 on the bottom right and 0 on the bottom left. So we're going to have this 3 rem is a bit big, let's say 2.5 rem, or let's say 2 rem. How does that look? Yeah, 2 rem is manageable. So we're going to have this, and then remember that inside the article we also have a div which holds our text. So inside the article I want to access the div, and then I want to say change this color into white, and then add a padding all round of 1.25 rem to push the content inwards just a bit. And then inside the div we want to access the h3, and then say margin bottom bottom of 1 rem, and then let's access the paragraph. So copy this downwards, access the paragraph, and then let's say that for the paragraph I want a font size of 0.9 rem and a margin bottom of 2 rem pushed away from the button. And then now let's access the button. So copy this once again and access the button. And then let's say that for the button, let me just copy these styles on top for this one. Copy the styles and paste them inside here. And then we're going to change this color into white, so hashtag FFF, and then we're going to change the text color into a dark gray, which is 111827. So save this, and we're going to have this for our button. Okay, fantastic. And then what I want to do is these articles have a lighter background color, which is the divs, really, not the articles. So inside the divs, which is this one right here, I want to add a background color. So background color, set this into about, let's say, let me see how 999 looks. That is too light. So let's move this upwards a bit. Sorry, not upwards, but downwards. And then change this into hexa values. So let's say 31 is a bit dark. So let's say 444. Okay, that's much more manageable. And then notice that the reason, by the way, we have these kind of small spaces is because of the image. Okay, it's because of how I exported the image. So in order to remove this, then let's add a negative margin on top of this div. So I'm going to say margin top of minus 0.5 rem, 0.5 rem, which is going to push it upwards just a bit so that it is attached to this image. And then let's add a border radius on the bottom of this div to make it just a bit curved, just like the image on top. So I'm going to say border radius of 0 and 0 on the top left and top right, and then 2 rem on the bottom right and 2 rem on the bottom left, which are the values that we added on the image. So we're going to have this. Would you look at that? That is looking much better. And then once we have this, then we can just go ahead and copy paste this article. So go inside this article, paste it 1 2 3 4 5, and then we can change this text. So the first one is software as a service, the second one is testing as a service, and the image is TAAS, and this is testing as a service. And then the third one is cloud services, so the image is called cloud services. Change this h3 into cloud services. Okay, and then the fourth one is web design. So web design, now we're going to be using web design 2, and then change this h3 into web design. And then the next one is web development, and finally web hosting. So web development, we're going to be using the second image, so web development -2, and then this is going to say web development, and then this is going to say web hosting, so web hosting. Okay, change this into web hosting. And did I miss something? How many articles are there? I think should be fine. So 1 2 3 4 5, and 1 is missing. This is testing, this is cloud. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I started with testing as a service. Oh, I changed the first article. Sorry, my bad. This is software as a service, this is software. There we go. So save this, and we should have this on the screen. Let's save it, and when it reloads, then we have this. Okay, and then now what we're going to do is just scale it up by displaying this as a grid. So inside our styles.css, I'm going to go inside the cards class. So right above this one, I'm going to say that for the cards class, I want this to display as a grid with grid template columns. For mobile screens, first of all, they're going to be one fractional column each with a grid gap of 1.25 rem, and we're going to have this slight grid gap for each of the articles. And then we're going to scale this up by changing this property here. So at about 768 pixels, then I want to access the cards class and change this into to repeat twice and one fractional column. And I want to show you something interesting now that I've just seen it. Okay, so you can see right there. Now when you're accessing multiple elements, you can see that I'm displaying the grid, which is our top grid, using this same property, and then the cards class using the same property. So if I don't want to keep on repeating this, then I can just go ahead here, place a comma, and say that for the cards class, and save it. So it's going to, so this property is going to apply on the grid as well as on the cards. And we're going to have this, as you can see, nothing breaks. And then we can do the same thing right here by just placing a comma and saying for the cards class. And then when I increase it, it's going to turn into 3 grids right around there. Okay, would you look at that? That's looking quite nice. It does look quite nice. And then probably what you can do is just increase the size of this paragraph on larger screens. So I'm going to say, how did I do it on top? The cards article div p. So I'm going to go below this and access this class, and I'm going to say, let's say the font size back to 1 rem. So set it back to 1 rem, and probably, you know what, let me really reduce the opacity for this paragraph. So on top of this, I'm going to say set the opacity to 0.75, make it just a bit grayed out. And then another thing that you can do is just increase the size of this h3 on larger screen. So you can just copy this class and say right above here, you can see that increase the font size to 1.5 rem. How big is that? Yeah, that is much better. That is much better. Would you look at that? And then the next section we're going to create is our testimonial sections. And no, I apologize, we're not going to create this slider. This is just going to be for the UI. So let's create this section. And I'm going to create a section right below this one. And I'm going to create a section with a class of testimonials, like so. And then inside here, we're going to have another h2 that says what our clients say. What our clients say about us. And then below this, we're going to have a div with a class of underline, which is going to be our underline. And yes, we have created this class, but it is not going to appear in our HTML because the way we are styling it only for this particular section. Where is it? Only for this particular section. So for the next section, because the underline is a bit different, it is now darker in color and no longer white, then we're going to style it differently. That's why this style does not apply to this section. Okay, however, if I just reference this as underline, what you'll notice is that in our HTML right inside here, we increase the space because the underline also appears. And we can do that, but I don't want to do that because it's going to involve a lot of playing around with specificity, which usually isn't really a good idea. Okay, and then once we have this, then what we're going to do is we're going to have a div, and then this div is going to have a button, and then this first button is going to be an image that comes from /images/arrow left, like so. And then we're going to have an article, and not really an article, but a div with a class of testimonials -inner, which is going to have articles, and these articles are now going to be this section here and this other testimonial. And so the way we want to structure it is we want to add this image and then add these 2 items as list items. So we're going to have our first image here, which comes from .images/profile1, and then we're going to have a UL, and then inside this UL we're going to have 2 list items. So copy this down, and then this one says a name of a person here, and then this one below says front end web developer. So what I want to do is grab these 2 and place them inside another div, like so. And then outside of this div, I'm going to have a paragraph that says this text. So let me just copy this text right here and paste it in. So you might be wondering why I'm using a div, article, div, article. It's because I like alternating them so that I know in which section I am working in. Okay, and you remember that an article can be the parent of a div and a div can be the parent of an article. It doesn't really matter. So once we have this is the testimonials inner, then we want to copy this class one more time. This article, sorry, want to copy it one more time. So right around here, change this into profile2, change this into the name of a person, and then this is developer of front end, and then the text is just going to remain the same. And then at the end of this, we want to add in our second arrow, which is going to be, oops, didn't mean to do that. So we're just going to copy this button, and at the end of this div, the testimonials inner, we're going to place in this and change this into arrow right dot svg. And then we're going to give this div a class of testimonials dash container, so that we can style it differently. So save this and let's see what we have on the screen. Okay, so we have a really big image, obviously, and then we have these icons here and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's place this to the right. And I should mention that by default, these icons are not going to be, the arrows are not going to be visible on mobile screens. So let's go inside here. Let's go into, before our media query, let's access the testimonials, change this to have a background color of white, and then add a padding of 4 rem on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right. Push it inwards. And then what we want to do is access this h2 and push it to the center. So for the dot testimonials h2 class, I'm going to say text align center, and then change the color into hashtag 333, make it just a bit grayed out. And then we want to access the underline class inside here. So for the div with the class of underline, I'm going to do the very same thing that I did on top, which was for the underline class right here. So just copy this and paste it right here. And then now the background color of this is going to be 333 to make it darker. And we're going to have this, and then I want to push it to the center by saying margin of 0 on the top, auto on the left and right, and then 3 rem on the bottom, so that I can remove this. And now it's going to be pushed to the center, and you know what, not 0 on the top really, but 2 rem on the top to push it away from this h2. And we're going to have that 2 rem is a bit big, let's say 1 rem. Okay, and then now let's access these buttons, which are these ones right here. It's inside the testimonials, then testimonials container, and then the button. So below this, we want to access the testimonials, and then the testimonials dash container, and then access the button, the buttons, and then just let it display none, which is going to hide them, as you can see. And then now let's go inside our articles, which is the testimonial inner, and then the articles. So just copy this. Okay, and then access the articles, and then inside the articles I want to get the images so that I can reduce the width to about 2 rem. See how this looks. 2 rem too small, so 4 rem much bigger. There we go, so 4 rem. And then I want to access this first div inside here. Okay, and I can do that by just going inside this article and saying that for the div inside here, then I want to say display flex, which is going to place the image and the text side by side, like so. And then I'm going to say align item center and justify content to the start. And then once I have that, then I want to go into this UL, and then I want to add a bit of spacing on the left so that it pushes away from this image. So inside this div right below this, inside the UL, I want to say margin dash left of 1 rem. And then once we do that, then I want to go inside this first list item and change this into font bold. So just copy this, and it's becoming a bit long. I apologize because the class names were very long. So I want to say that for the list item, which is the first child, then I want to say change this font weight into bold, like so. Save this, and we're going to have this, and then change this text color into hashtag 333. Okay, so that we're going to have that. And then we're going to go into the second list item. So just copy this downwards here and say change this into nth child and 2. And we're going to change this font size into 0.9 rem, so that we're going to have that. Okay, and probably make this to have to be just a bit lighter by reducing the opacity. So I'm going to say opacity, set this into 0.75. So there we go. Okay, and now let's go ahead and deal with our paragraph. And our paragraph is inside the article and then the paragraph. So inside the article div, so we're going to copy this downwards here, article div, and access the paragraph and say reduce the font size to 0.9 rem, like so. and then add a margin on top. So margin top of, let's say, 1 rem to push it away from this content. And is this correct? It is not correct because the paragraph is not inside the div. So remove this. And there we go. Okay. And then now what I want to do is access this entire article so that I can add a background color on it of gray. So we're going to go back to the top. We're going to copy this, paste it on top, and then we're going to say background color. Set this into hashtag F1, F1, F1. So that we're going to have this. So a very slight gray, and then I'm going to add a border dash radius of 0.625 rem, 0.625 rem. Do I have a box shadow? I do have a box shadow. So we're going to say add a box shadow here of 2 pixels on the horizontal, 2 pixels on the vertical, 2 pixels on the blur, and RGBA. We're just going to do this. So let me change this into 0.2. See how this looks? Okay, very slight box shadow, looking nice. And then let's add a padding so that this content pushes inwards. So I'm going to say padding of 1.5 rem to push the content inwards. There we go. And then now what I'm going to do is inside this container. Okay, so inside this container, I'm going to place it upwards here. I'm going to say display this as a grid with grid template columns to repeat. Right here. So I'm going to say 1 fractional column and then add a grid gap of 1 rem to push it away from each of these. But that doesn't work, and it doesn't work. Why? Testimonials inner, and this should say testimonials, not container. Wait, what did I do? Testimonials container is this one. What am I doing here? Testimonial container. So this should say testimonials inner, and then I can grab this and push it downwards. Let me place it. How does it start? Testimonials container, then the button, then testimonials inner. So below this button. Okay, so you can see that now this is separated out and we have our testimonial section. So there we go. And then now what we need to do is just scale it up. So right at around medium screens, then I want to add in this to be 2 grids. So I'm going to copy, what did I do here? I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to add a media query, and right here I'm going to say that I can remove this and I can remove this. And remember how we did it on top right here, because this is still the same property that we're changing. So what I'm going to do is just remove this and then grab this class and add a comma and paste it in. Okay, as simple as that really. And we're going to have that. Look at that, now we have 2 grids. And then now what we need to do is on larger screens, so right around here we want to add in our 2 arrows, the left arrow and the right arrow. So what I'm going to do is, let me see where I disabled the buttons, and I disabled them here. So copy this, and then at about 1024 pixels, so right here I'm going to say these ones are now going to say display block. There we go. So now we have our button here, and I don't see our second button. Where's our second button? Arrow right dot, oh, this is SVG, not PNG, SVG. And we should have it right there. Okay, so now let's figure out this layout. This layout is going to be, or it might be a bit tricky. So now what we want to do is this button and this div, which is the testimonials container, and then this button. So we are going to go inside the testimonials container, and then we're going to say display it as a flexbox. So right around here, we're going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it right around here. And you know what? It's the parent of the button. So grab this and paste it on top. And I'm going to say display flex. Let's see what happens. Okay, would you look at that? So we already have the design already almost. And then now what I want to do is I want to say align item center so that these buttons don't go all the way to the top. So I'm going to say align item center like so. And then you can just say justifying content to space between, justify content to space between. Okay. And then now let's limit these articles so that they don't go all the way to the end by just going where we have, we can just copy this. And then below this, we can access the articles, and you can set here a max width of around 400 pixels. Okay, so that we're going to have that. And our buttons go all the way to the end. Do I want them to go all the way to the end? No, I don't. So let's add a max width of the container by saying max width here, set this to 1100 pixels. So that we're going to have this, and then push them to the center by setting a margin here of auto. And there we go. And then let's style out our buttons. So these buttons, I want them to just have a transparent background. So here I'm going to say background color, set this to transparent, and then remove the border, so border dash none, and then the outline, so remove the outline dash none. There we go. And then we can have a cursor pointer, so cursor pointer. There we go. And would you look at that? And now you can go ahead and try to add your own testimonials. Your own like slider, so that this moves to the left and to the right. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to grab this H2 and increase its size. So let me go where we have our H2, and it is should be where is it? Here, testimonials H2. Go to the bottom, and right above this, I'm going to say that I want to increase the font size. So font dash size, increase this to about 3 rem. And there we go. Would you look at that? Looking fantastic. And now the next section that we're going to create is the ready to get started, which is going to have the H2 here and the same underline. Okay, so we're going to reuse a class probably. And then we're going to have our contact us button, which is insanely huge. So let's go inside here, and outside of this section with the class of testimonials, we're going to go and create another section here that says, let me just call this section call to action, so CTA. And then inside here, we're going to have an H2 that says ready to get started, with a question mark. And then below this, we're going to have an underline. And you know what? I'm going to change this into underline dark, so that I can go inside my CSS and I can find where I have my testimonials underline, and which is this one right here, the darker one, and change this into underline dash dark. Okay, which means that now I'm going to reuse this class right here. So when I save this and try to look at this, then we're going to have our underline right here. And of course, I need to add the class of underline dark on this H2 as well. So let's go back inside our index.html, and on top right under right here, we're going to change this into underline dash dark, so that the style is going to apply back inside here. Okay, and so once we have that, then let's go ahead and let's continue building up this section by just adding a button. So below this, right inside here, we're going to have a button, the class of btn, but we're going to scale it up. Okay, we're going to scale it up so that it's just bigger than the rest of these other buttons. So let's go ahead and let's style this section out. So it's a class of .cta. So I'm going to go right before our media query right here, and I'm going to say that for the .cta class, add a padding of 4 rem on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right. And then I'm just going to say text align center, which is going to move all the text to the center. And then I want to add a background color of hashtag F1, which is a slight gray right there. And now let me change it into E5. That is much darker. And then let's get this H2. So for the CTA.cta H2, let's make this a font size, not a font size really, but change the color into hashtag 333. And then I want to scale it up on bigger screens. So right at around here, where we're changing the testimonials H2, I can add a comma and say that for the .cta H2, then I also want it to have a font size of 3 rem, which is going to give this the same font size as this one. And then now all you need to do is just scale this button up. So on the bottom, or not on the bottom really, but right below the CTA, I'm going to access the CTA and then the .btn class, and then I'm going to say transform, and I'm going to scale this up to, let's say, 4. How does that look? Okay, so 4 is a bit big, so let's say about 3.8. Let's set a margin of, let's say, 4 rem on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. Okay, so this is the margin right here. And then let's add the padding on the button. So I'm going to say padding of, I had padding of 0.625 rem on the top and bottom. So let's make it 5 rem on the left and right. And there we go. So this is a bit bigger than the button that I have inside here. And you know what? This is a bold font. So let me make this font bold as well. So I'm going to say font weight, make this bold, like so. And you know what? I've just realized something. On small screens, it's going to do this. So what I want to do is I want to reduce this to about 2, so that when I check this out on a smaller screen, then it's going to do this, which is still too big. So I'm going to reduce the padding here, and if not, I can just remove this padding from here, so that on small screens we're going to have this, and then I can remove this margin. I can set it back to 2 rem, or I think I can even just remove it altogether. Let me see. Okay, so this is how it's going to look on small screens, and then on larger screens, that's when I want this to be even bigger. So let me remove this, and then let's copy this, and let's go into 1024 pixels right below this, and then I'm going to say scale this up into 3.8, and then let's add a padding of 0.65 rem on the top and bottom, and 5 rem on the left and right. Let's add a margin of 4 rem on the top and bottom, and 0 on the left and right, and we're going to have this. Would you look at that? Now for larger screens, and then for smaller screens, we're going to have this. And then finally, we are going to build our footer, which is a bit complicated, but not so complicated when you're using grid and flexbox. So let's go ahead and create our footer. We're going to use the semantic tag of footer. So we're going to create a footer with a class of footer, and then we're going to create how many divs? 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we're going to create 4 divs, and then each of these divs are going to have some content inside. So inside the first one, we're going to create a div inside here, and this div is just going to be an h2 that says Techie, and then this second div is going to be an h2 that says services, and then below this h2 we're going to have a ul with the list items, and list items are going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 of them, and each of them are going to have anchor tags. So let's just say hashtag hashtag hashtag, because they're not going to be linking anywhere. And then the text for this says tutorials and courses, tutorials, courses, and consultation, and web design, and web development, and programming here. So programming. Okay, and then we're just going to copy in this div, copy this div, oops, paste it inside here, change this into software solutions. So software solutions, this one says software as a service, the second one says testing as a service, testing. This third one says cloud services, the fourth one says web design. So this last one is the one that's going to change into web hosting. Okay, and then we're going to have a form here, which is going to be a newsletter form. So this div, we're going to copy this div, paste it inside here, and then this h3 is going to say newsletter, and then inside here we're going to have a paragraph that says receive latest news, promotions, and updates. So receive latest news, promotions, and updates. And then we're going to create this form. So inside here we're not going to have a ul, instead we're going to have a form. So this form is not going to have an action because we're not submitting it anywhere, but you can, if you want to create a newsletter form, you can check out what is called button down, which is actually what runs my newsletter form as well. Oh, I should mention I do have a newsletter form. You can check out my website. And then we have a label here that says enter your email address. So a label, this is going to be a label for email that says enter your email address. And then below this, we're going to have an input with a type of email, like so, with a name of email, with an ID of email. And then we are going to say, does it have a placeholder? Yes, it does. So placeholder equals to your email address, and then set this to required. Okay, and then below this we're going to have a button with a type of submit. So button with a type of submit with a class of btn, so that it takes the class of the buttons that says subscribe, like so. And then below this we have this text. So inside here I'm going to place it inside a small tag, that says no spam and subscribe at any time. So no spam and subscribe and subscribe at any time. Okay, and it says here powered by button down, but I'm not going to add in that text. And then below, outside now of this div, we're going to have another div here that says let's set it inside a paragraph that says copyright. And let me just show you something. If you want to add the copyright symbol in HTML, you can say ampersand copy and then comma, which is going to add the copyright symbol, and then say Techie 2022, and then below this we can have another paragraph that says all rights reserved. Okay, so that is going to be our footer, and then we can save this, and then we can begin styling this out. Okay, so let's go into our style sheet. So inside our style sheet, right on top of our media queries, I'm going to access the .footer class, and I'm going to add a padding of 4 rem on the top and bottom and 1.5 rem on the left and right, and then I'm going to add a background color of hashtag 111H27, and then I'm going to change the text color inside into white by just adding the color of white, and then I'm going to say display grid with grid template columns to be one fractional column by default, and then add a grid gap here of about 2 rem. Grid gap 2 rem. So when I save this, then let's check what we're going to have. We're going to have this on the screen. So I'm going to place this to the right so that we're going to have this. And now what I want to do is access each of these sections and then just tell them out just a bit. Okay, and we know that inside the footer I have divs inside, and then I have h3s inside the footer. So I can say that for the h3s the font size is going to be 1 rem. Reduce them massively like so. And then inside the footer I know I have a div, and then inside these divs I have ULs with the list items and anchor tags. So what I want to do is say text decoration none to remove these underlines and then change the color into white. Okay, and then I want to go inside each of the list items, and then I want to say margin dash bottom, set this to about, let's say 0.625 rem, which is 10 pixels. So save this, and we're going to have this. And you know what, below the h3 I also want to add some bit of margin so that this pushes downwards. So I'm going to say margin dash bottom, set this to 1 rem like so. Okay, and then for each of the ULs I want to first of all reduce the font size of the anchor tag. So let's say font dash size, set this to about 0.9 rem. Okay, and then probably let's add an opacity of 0.75 so that they are grayed out just a bit. There we go. And then what we can do is that we can add a hover state on the anchor tags. So when we hover over them, the opacity is going to change back into 1 so that they're going to go back into white in color, as you can see. Okay, now what we need to do now is just go inside the ULs and push them inwards just a bit, because that is how I had it in the design. So inside here, just copy this downwards, and then I'm going to say padding on the left of 1 rem, which is going to push the ULs inwards just a bit, as you can see, much better. And then let's go inside our form. So right below this, I know I have a footer and then a div and then a form. And then what I want to do is, let's see, so inside here I have a paragraph, so I want to access this paragraph first of all. So the paragraph, and then I'm going to say change this font size into 0.9 rem, 0.9 rem. And then below this paragraph I now have the form, so I can say that for the footer, div and then the form, then I can access the label. And for the label I want to say display block so that it goes on a new line, display block like so. So this is now the label. And then for the label I'm going to say set a margin on top of 1 rem, and then reduce the font size to 0.9 rem, and then set a margin. Do I need a margin on the bottom? Yes, so margin dash bottom, set this to about 1 rem as well, or let me say 0.625 rem, 625 rem. Okay, and then let's access the input inside here. So for the input I'm going to say set the width to 100%, which will make sure that this button is going to go into the next line. Okay, and then let's add the padding on the input, so 0.625 rem on the top and bottom and 1 rem on the left and right. and then let's change the font size of the input, so font dash size to 0.9 rem, and then we can access the placeholder. Let me see how this is styled out. So the input has a background color, a border color, sorry, but the background color is transparent. So inside here I can set the background color to transparent, and then I can set the border to 2 pixels, and solid, and hashtag this purple color, and then I can add a border radius of 0.625 rem. I apologize if you can hear some noise outside. And then when I save this, then we're going to have this, okay? And then let's add a margin at the bottom to push it away from this button. So margin bottom, let's say 1 rem. Okay, and then let's access the input placeholder. We can do that by just saying full colon twice and then placeholder, and then change the color of the placeholder. So let's say color to hashtag white, which is going to do that. And then let me add an opacity to the placeholder of 0.75 so that it is grayed out just a bit. So right around there. Okay, that is much better. And then now what I want to do is access this small tag here so that I can change it into a block element so that it goes on the next line, and then this button is going to remain on its own. So I can say that for the footer, div, form, and for the small tag, I'm just going to say display block. And we are going to have that, and then add a margin on top, so margin top of 1 rem. And would you look at that, that is our newsletter form. And then now what we need to do is just access the footer and then just keep on changing the grids and so on and so forth. So what we're going to do is, in the footer I already have this as a grid. Let me see, I already have it as a grid, right? So what I'm going to do is right at around here where we have our grids repeating twice, I'm going to add the dot footer here, so that we're going to have this, okay? So 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and so on and so forth. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a media query here, and you know what, I'm just going to add it here first of all for the dot footer. Let me see how that looks. So right around 1024 pixels, we're going to have that. And then for extra large screens, then I want this final one to go here. So I'm going to add another media query, and I'm going to say at media for a mean width. So for a mean width of about 1020, also not 1024 but 1280 pixels, then I want to access the dot footer class, and I want to say grid template columns are going to be repeating 3 times and 1 fractional column each, and sorry, not even 3 times but 4 times. So we are going to have this. Would you look at that, looking amazing? And of course, what I need to do now, oh, you know what is happening, this is also a div. This is also a div within the footer. That's what I've just realized. Let me see. Yeah, this is also a div within the footer. So let's become cheeky and let's grab this div all the way up to right here, and then let's add a div with a class of footer-inner, like so. Paste this in, and then now the footer inner div is the one that we're going to be displaying as a grid. Okay, you can see it breaks a bit, but that's okay, because we can just go ahead back into our style sheet, change this into footer-inner, and then go on top where we have this, changes into footer-inner, and then on top of this changes into footer-inner, and then we can go back on top right about here. We're going to add a class of dot footer-inner, and then we're going to grab the grid here, so this grid, cut it out, and then just paste it in, and then save this, and we should have this. Would you look at that, looking amazing, still the same way, and there we go. Okay, and so now what I want to do is this final div, I want to push it to the center. So I'm going to give this div a class of copyright, so class equals to copyright, like so, and then I'm going to access it below my footer right here, and access the div with a class of copyright, and I'm just going to say the text line center, which is going to move it to the center, and then I'm going to say margin top of 3 rem, push it away from all of this, and then change the text color opacity, so opacity change this to 0.75, and then reduce the font size to 0.8 rem. Okay, and there we go. Would you look at that? This is a very cool looking website. It is very cool looking. Okay, So that is going to be our tech website. You can see we have added the background blur, and then we have added all of these in, and so on and so forth. And as promised, you can see that we have built each one of these projects using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and you have realized by now probably that each of those languages is powerful on its own, and it's more powerful when you're utilizing another language to supplement it. And if my speed was a bit fast, then I really do apologize, but I'm still learning to slow down just a bit. And yeah, I hope you learned something new, and I hope you can build on each one of these projects, such as this one especially, because I did not build the mobile version for this. So I left this out as a challenge to you. And if you succeed, then please do tag me on Twitter, because I would love to see the solution. And so now I just want to mention that if you are really beginning in HTML and CSS, then I do have a Udemy course which you can check out, and I'm going to link it in the description as well. It is about a year old, and I do sound a bit different, so I hope you can tolerate my voice. So yeah, that is going to be it, and I hope you enjoyed all the challenges that we have done and all the projects, and I will see you in the next course or in the next video that I do create. Bye bye.